ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ bọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún èyẹ ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọn bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìdáyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́bùtì.
Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa hega ponto mo. Yeah, dear Google. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banyi si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. So whatever he just said there, I echo it. Or hopefully they are good words. So whatever he just said there, I echo it. And I echo it by way of welcoming you to yet another session on the One Man Went to More platform. So here we go again. We do it as we usually do. And we're only really able to do it if we're doing it in your company. The joy of it is the gathering. You know, the gathering. Familiar faces, catching up. How was your day and all that? So how was your day? Don't answer though. I'm not really that interested. But how was your day anyway? Let me pretend that politeness. So we go again. But we go this time only really, it's a bring your own sort of a session yet again. Because the news, there's a dearth, not the equal, but like a Spartanness about the news cycle over the last few days or so. So since the cut and thrust, the joust and parry of the back and forth of that heavily fought electioneering and all of the phases, since we've gone through all of the phases of that, everything has petered down into the mundaneness of administration. So we are now at the administration and opposition phase of the governance space. So that's where we is now. That's where we are now. And of course, there's never really that much excitement. So Tinubu decides to build another bridge. Well, boo-hoo, that's his job. Who cares? So unless something epic happens, then really we'll just be pulling together, really to pull together. But this is really to call on you guys to make sure that there's a pump and verve to the sessions. So if you want the sessions to have pump and verve, then whenever you come across anything that you feel is exciting enough, you submit them to me via Instagram. You should all have my Instagram handle by now, but there it is on the comment section right there. So in the course of the day, anything you come across, you say, this will be make for interesting conversations during the session later on in the day. So you just copy the link and pop it to me on Instagram, and then we use that to pull it together. But before we go any further, the usual protocol, click on the like button, click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The like numbers, they're not looking anything like impressive. and they haven't done for quite a while now. So impress with the like buttons by doing your own contribution to that space. So click on the like button and make sure you're subscribed if you haven't done that. And then if you want to come join the conversation, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, an ever open invitation for you to pop through and come and say hello. So if you want to pop in and come and say hello, then just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that's your key to the door. So that's your key to the door. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. Nobody has done that for, I can't even recall how long, but all of that's still available. And you can do like Alexander Gomez just did and use that $sign. So there's no better way, of course, to start a session than by somebody nodding in this direction of the platform to say, there you go, chap. You have that for coffee. So that's Alexander Gomez doing as Alexander Gomez often does. So Alexander Gomez doing as Alexander Gomez often does. So let me now do as I often do. So as I often do, so we go to the headlines. This struck me somewhat when I saw it in the news cycle. 7 out of 10 Nigerian students involved in cybercrime, and it only really makes the news because of where it is coming from. It's the chairman of the Efcc that is saying this. So he's saying this both on authority and really more to it from data. Because if anybody has the data to be able to make this assertion, is certainly the chairman of the EFCC. 7 out of 10 Nigerian students involved in cybercrime, says EFCC chairman. So now, let's now see if he backs that up, because that's quite an outlandish statement to make. The chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, has expressed worry over the alarming rates Nigerian youths involved let's do it again. The chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, has expressed worry over the alarming rate of Nigerian youths involved in cybercrime. Olukoyede, in a statement issued by EFCC on X, said it is worrisome that 7 out of 10 students in Nigeria today are involved in cybercrime. So that's an outlandish. I will bet my bottom dollar that data does not so, because that lends to the narrative that the average Nigerian is instinctually criminal, which is a topic that we've back and forthed on this platform over the course of the recent times. Yeah. Anyway, let me push it through. The chairman of the Economic and Financial Commission's EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, has expressed worry over the alarming rate of Nigerian youths involved in cybercrimes. Olukoyede, in a statement issued by EFCC on X, said it is worrisome that 7 out of 10 students in Nigeria today are involved in cybercrimes. He made the call on Monday whilst receiving a delegation from DAAR Communications PLC that came on a courtesy visit to the corporate headquarters of the EFCC in Jabi, Abuja. We are looking towards DAA Communications to enlighten our youth on the evils of cybercrime. It is worrisome that 7 out of 10 students today are involved in cybercrimes, Olukoyede said. The EFCC chairman called on the media to design programs that are aimed at enlightening the Nigerian youth on the evil of the crimes. These are the youth we're preparing to be leaders of tomorrow. The media should not relent in enlightening them on the evils of such criminal practices. He decried the effects of youth involvement in internet-related crimes and described the practice as a menace and a cankerworm in society. Olukoyede called for a wider media enlightenment of the youth across the country on the effects of indulgence in internet fraud. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. Now, I find this a struggle somewhat to accept that. Firstly, those one in that 10 in 7, so that's 70 in 100, that's 700,000 in a million. These are the statistics being put forth by I think it's just grabbing from thin air. It cannot be the case. I mean, what empirical data, as Mark would say, supports that? What empirical data supports that? But there it is. The average Nigerian instinctually are criminal. I did say it here once upon a time, but a lot of people told me to shut my mouth. But there it is. So that's from the horse's mouth. The person that has the data to support that. So there it is right there. So let's go on from there to the next one. So this one now, we've been circling around this news for quite a while now. Akeredolu, your sinister move to obtain governorship through the back door will be resisted. Group wants Ayedatiwa. So Ayedatiwa, of course, the deputy to Akeredolu, who is fighting tooth and nail to replace his principal. A social political group, Ondo State Redemption Initiative, has advised the deputy governor of Ondo State, Lucky Ayedatiwa, to caution his supporters against exploiting the health status of Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu. Speaking via a statement on Wednesday in Akure, the group's president, Adebayo Ogunsami, insisted that Akeredolu's health condition must not be used to push his deputy's political ambition. They lamented the rumor of the alleged forging of the governor's signature as worrisome. The organization claimed that Ayedatiwa supporters have successfully come up with a non-existent cabal. So the back and forth in Ondo State. Let's just have a. They noted that certain personalities have ceaselessly alleged that a certain group they tagged as cabal, which they have not named, have been siphoning the state's treasury without any proof. So the proof really is in the protestation, because if there's no proof, if it's something that is not actually the case, then they wouldn't really feel the need to push against it so hard. The group therefore accused the deputy governor of fighting a proxy war through his supporters, especially the Ondo Liberation Initiative, headed by Prince Biyi, Poroye, and Johnson Alabi. The group said, "We have said earlier that Ayedatiwa has recruited some lawyers to push for the enforcement of doctrine of necessity that will make the deputy governor the acting governor. We want to let the people of Ondo State and Nigeria know that the sinister move by Ayedatiwa cohorts to get the governorship through the back door will be resisted by good and peace-loving people of Ondo State. Let it be made known that it is inhuman to weaponize a personal condition. We should not lose humanity in the face of daunting odds like the supporters of Ayedatiwa are doing." So it's a complex situation. You can see the political ambition of this alleged Ayedatiwa playing out. So you can see that political ambition playing out. But then, of course, you want to say that Akeredolu is incapacitated. So if Akeredolu is incapacitated, then what should happen next? So you cannot just say that the state should be in a permanent state of abeyance as this guy convalesces in whatever condition that he finds himself. So Akeredolu, it's a complex one, but the naked ambition of Ayedatiwa, of course, something to be frowned at as well. So that one as well is a flip of a coin, really. But really, the interest of the Ondo people trampled, of course, in the course of this elephant fighting. Northern elders explain why Tinubu is not concerned about security. He loves money. So there it is right there. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. That's what they say. And that's what you're seeing playing now. Because, of course, he's getting it both from the east and now from the north. And very soon the Yorubas will be against him. They just want something to happen in that country. The Northern Elders Forum has slammed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu with a fresh allegation. the elders maintained that President Tinubu's words. Sorry, where are those words? I'm not even sure where this is coming from. Okay, let's take it from the top again. The Northern Elders Forum has slammed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu with a fresh allegation. The elders maintained that President Tinubu's words, deeds, and body language clearly showed that he's not interested in the nation's security. So, I mean, how so is the thing? A strong member of the NEF, Professor Usman Yusuf, made this assertion in an interview on Arise TV on Tuesday, December the 5th. This comes on the heels of the recent bombing of villagers in Kaduna State by the Nigerian army. On Sunday, December the 3rd, an attack the army claimed was targeted at bandits in the Tudumbiri village of Igabi local government area of the state. Reacting to the trending incident, Yusuf questioned the role of the Minister of Defense, claiming that the president has outsourced the security of the country to the military. So that has no meaning, actually, that the president has outsourced the security of the country to the military. So what does the president do other than to outsource the security of the country to the military? I've not yet seen any president of any country in the war front firing bazookas at the enemies. Of course, the president outsources the security to the military. He also called for an inquiry into the bomb attack in Kaduna, saying the military cannot investigate itself. So that I agree with. And by the way, I do agree broadly. I agree with the broad strokes, but not the ethnic and dog whistles that underpins it. So yes, they are not doing enough in terms of security in Nigeria. I think that cuts across. I think that's pretty evident in this administration, but cuts all the way through up to 2015. The last person that actually attempted at doing anything about security in Nigeria was Goodluck Jonathan. But yes, I agree with that. But I don't agree that the president is outsourcing defense to the military. Who else will he outsource it to? Reacting to the trending incident, Yusuf questioned the role of the Minister of Defense, claiming that the president has outsourced the security of the country to the military. He also called for an inquiry into the bomb attack in Kaduna, saying the military cannot investigate itself. So I agree with that. Yusuf said, our president and commander-in-chief, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, from his words, deeds, and body language, is not interested in security. All he's interested in is the economy. So now that's a total deviation from the headline. The headline tells us that why Tinubu is not concerned about security, he loves money. So when they say he loves money, and you immediately form that association with corruption, corrupt enrichment, etc., etc., but really, the inference really is that he was too focused on the economy. It was focused too much on the economy and not enough on security. Our president and commander-in-chief, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, from his words, deeds, and body language, is not interested in security. All he's interested in is the economy, where the money is, and he's planted his people. Security, banditry, and others appear irritant to him. We don't see the president hands-on with our security. When have we ever seen a president hands-on? Again, we go back to Goodluck Jonathan, who would, in some instances, visit sites of insecurity. We never saw Buhari leave. Remember when we had a disastrous flooding and Buhari packed his bags and went to North Korea? And when we had Kuje prison breakout, he packed his bag again and went to South Korea. So I don't think that we've ever had that much of a hands-on president in terms of security. We don't see the president hands-on with our security. Our military is not supervised by civilian authority. They have gone rogue, dropping bombs on our people. So yes, I wouldn't say they have gone rogue, dropping bombs on our people. And a lot of me recalls from the idea that they would deliberately drop bombs on civilians. I don't think there's any reason that justifies that. But the rashness of decisions, the not collated enough information before you launch an attack, the casualness at killing human beings, all of that. But I don't think they deliberately set out to kill civilians. Shehu Sani reacts to Kaduna village bombing, tells Tinubu what to do. A former Kaduna Central Senator, Shehu Sani, condemned the action of the Nigerian army, describing it as describing it as a horrible incident. Sani on Tuesday, December the 15th, said the mistake by the Nigerian army must not be taken lightly. The former lawmaker described the tragedy as a grave act of negligence and urged President Tinubu's led federal government to carry out an immediate probe. So there it is. We just leave that there. So let's go on to this one. It's difficult to operate in Nigeria. P&D to stop local production. So I think a lot of the obedience space will make a lot of song and dance about this. Procter and Gamble, an American multinational consumer goods, an American multinational consumer manufacturer, I should say. Procter and Gamble, an American multinational producer of consumer goods, says it has plans to transition from local production to solely importing its product as the firm winds down its ongoing presence in Nigeria. So that is a shame, one, because the unpredictability of the Nigerian climate to do business now is what we're seeing fleshing out in a lot of this. I think we had some, is it Pfizer or something that moved out not quite a couple of weeks ago. So they're all moving out at speed now because of the unpredictability of the terrain, especially the volatility in the financial space, in the Naira space, really. You don't even know what value your money has. And that is never good for business. So Procter & Gamble, an American multinational producer of consumer goods, says it has plans to transition from local production to solely importing its product as the firm winds down on its ongoing presence in Nigeria. Andre Shulton, Chief Financial Officer, P&G, disclosed this on Tuesday during his presentation at the Morgan Stanley Global Consumer and Retail Conference in New York. P&G is the manufacturer of common Nigerian household items such as Pampers, Always, Oral-B, Ariel, Ambi Pure, Safeguard, Olay, and Gillette. Shulton said the decision is a result of the challenging business environment Shulton said the decision is a result of the challenging business environment in Nigeria, as well as the difficulty in creating dollar value. So that there it is right there. Nigeria is a difficult terrain anyway for largely insecurity and lack of power, which I think they can surmount, especially the lack of power. But the volatility of the money value is just unworkable. So when you think about places like Nigeria and Argentina, it is difficult for us to operate because of the microeconomic environment. So with that in mind, we are announcing a restructuring program with the intent to adjust the operating model and adjust the portfolio to ensure we maintain the portfolio discipline that has brought us to this point. The restructuring program will largely focus on Nigeria and Argentina. We've announced that we will turn Nigeria into an import-only market, effectively dissolving our footprint on the ground in Nigeria and reverting to an import-only model. The development is coming less than a month after Sanofi exited the country. In November 2023, Sanofi Aventis Nigeria Limited, a French pharmaceutical company, said it will adopt a third-party model for the distribution of its product in Nigeria. The country said the exciting transformation, the company said the exciting transformation of its business model in Nigeria will take effect in the exciting transformation. Look at the way they try to, you are moving out because Nigeria is a failed state. Similarly, in August, GlaxoSmithKline, so they are leaving Nigeria at speed. That's just the thing. I'm very sure that will. I'm very sure that will gladden the hearts of the obedient, who are quite keen to see that country fail. So still within that space as well, high debt service / revenue ratio poses huge fiscal constraints on federal government. So this is Wale Edo, I think, speaking. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edo, Wednesday explained that Nigeria's high debt service to revenue ratio was posing significant fiscal constraints on the federal government. We're not ending in love, and our debt burden is high. That's just what all that financial hoodwinking language is all about. Mr. Edun, who spoke in Abuja at the opening of the Security and Exchange Commission (SEC) Nigeria Islamic Financial Service Board, said the situation has led to fiscal exhaustion in the country. The federal government, in its proposed 2024 budget, set aside a whopping 9.18 trillion naira out of the total budget of 27.5 trillion for debt servicing. Is expected to go up 9.18 trillion. He noted that the non-interest financial market or Islamic financial market presents a cheaper and sustainable way to raise funding for major infrastructure, adding that Nigeria needs to increase its participation in the global non-interest financial market. So I wonder why Nigeria has been recoiling from tapping into that space, because by religion, the Islam does not allow you to really profiteer. But so how does that Islamic banking system works if they are not really allowed to profiteer by the constraints of their religion? So how does that work, and why have we not been tapping into it enough? So there it is right there. So that's the Minister of Finance ringing the alarm bells yet again. So the Minister of Finance ringing the alarm bells yet again. Let me just give you this headline. Apparently, allegedly, Ooni of Ife visited ex-CBN Governor Emefiele in Kuje prison. So this did happen, but not exactly as the headline tells you. The Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, the second, that should say, has explained the reason for his visit to the Kuje Correctional Facility. Just as an aside, the Ooni of Ife, just as an aside, the Ooni of Ife is becoming too visible within the public space. You know, it's here, there, and there's nowhere that anything is happening that is not there with these people rattling the thing and, you know, creating rock or rank or whatever it is. You know, maybe you should just sit in his parlor for a moment and do Ifa divination and you know, and parlay with the deities for the ease of Yoruba land. You know, it's not meant to. It's not meant. It's turning into somewhat of an Instagram Oba, isn't it? The Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, has explained the reason for his visit to the Kuje Correctional Facility. So that's the new term for a prison in Nigeria now, a correctional facility. Whilst reacting to speculations that he was at the prison to visit the embattled former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, The monarch said he was at the facility for a program. In a chat with correspondents on behalf of the monarch on Wednesday, December the 6th, his spokesperson, Moses Olafare, said Oba Ogunwusi was at the correctional facility at the instance of a non-governmental organization owned by one of his wives, Queen Temitope, a Hope Alive Initiative HAI, which is on advocacy for the correction center. The intent of those spreading the news was to blackmail the monarch. There is nothing hidden about the event. In any case, the king never met Emefiele because it was an official event organized by an NGO in conjunction with the Kuje Correction Center, Olafare said. Let me give you this one as well. The Ooni of Ife came under heavy criticism for hosting the cast of the popular reality show Real Wives of Lagos. So this is it now. We have an Instagram star on our hands in terms of the Ooni of Ife. It's getting beyond ridiculous. All right. What else have we got here? So yeah, we've got the P&G. P&G and manufacturing operations in Nigeria. So we've already done that. So let me now do this one. I was going to set this one aside, but we might as well have it. So it's just our now daily Igbo versus Yoruba something. So let me kick it off with this. So we kick it off from here. I hope you can see this on your screens. Let me make sure. Yes, you can. So we kick it off from here. Amala hangout, amala, ewedu, assorted meat, drinks. So what's wrong with that? That's a pretty much a very Nigerian thing, is what you say. But this is a joint opening up in Enugu. So that is where the kerfuffle starts, and this is the reaction to it. God punish you all there. If you was born by a Yoruba man, take your Amala festival to there and stop tagging that as Igbo thing. Why are you guys so inferior like this? Why all this disgrace on Igbo tribe? So all that abuse, that is from Ekene Diri Chuku, that's the commentator. So all this abuse just because some character is opening up an Amala joint in Enugu, so with the way do as well. So maybe I'll pop to Enugu now. Maybe reasons now to visit Enugu, but it continues. So this is still within that space. Mechuku Okiki Abialma punish all that participate in organizing this nonsense on our land. So these are now the joint now opened, and the Southeasterners are finding out just what a good meal looks like at last. That when Amala lands within their region, Enugu Amala hangouts. So that's the usual thing. So now let's go on to this one now. So we go on to this one now. This one now is this roles reversed. This is the Osumogu Youth Assembly. So Cultural Day 2023. This is a Manwu Festival, whatever that is. So this is a festival that they hold often annually. So that festival comes up now. So now let's now give you the caption that goes with this. Every December, the Igbos celebrate their festival in Igbo land, but because of the rate at which they are killing each other in Igbo land, they have opted to do it in peaceful Yoruba land this year. So he says, however, this comes as a surprise because just 2 weeks ago, the Igbos were fuming over an Amala hangout / party that was to take place in Enugu. They don't want Yoruba food in Igbo land. They want the organizers to cancel it. Just imagine the Yorubas now return the same energy. So we do quite a lot of that. And that's the festival now taking place now in the safety and comfort and to the enjoyment of everybody somewhere. Is this Elegushi? Elegushi Beach in Ajah. So this is it now. An Igbo traditional festival in Elegushi in Ajah. So this is where we are now. All right, that's enough of that. I did tell you that the news cycle was a bit slow, so that is what so that is what the news cycle offers us for the moment. So that's what the news cycle offers us for the moment. So we play the Kegite music. We don't have that many panelists with us at the moment, so we'll kick off the conversation and we see where it leads. But first, of course, you know where we're going, to the Kegites. The Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chief Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. So there it is right there. Ekoko de Rio Agwecheme Deaf have nothing to do with us. Let me actually bring you this let me bring you this headline as I'm bringing in the panelists. Maybe add this one to the mix as well. Bishop joins us. Good to see you, Bishop. Thomas is here to keep things steady. Father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko. So there it is. Good to have you, gentlemen. So still plenty of spaces. Anybody wants to hop on. Let me bring you this storyline, and then maybe we'll kick the session off with our Bishop. APC will produce next Anambra governor. This is Ganduje making the boast. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, on Wednesday expressed conviction that the Anambra chapter of the party now has all it takes to win the next governorship National Assembly elections. Ganduje said President Bola Tinubu had approved a viable blueprint on how the ruling party could liberate the people of the region politically. The APC chairman said this whilst addressing journalists after his closed-door meeting with Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, his counterpart in Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, Yobe State Governor Mia Malabuni, Deputy Senate President Debrin Barau, and 2 former Anambra governorship candidates, Senator Ufanye Uba and Uche Ekunafe, are at the party's national headquarters in Abuja. Until their defection to the APC, Uba was the governorship candidate of the Young Progressive Party, whilst Ekunife was his rival from the opposition People's Democratic Party in Anambra State. A former Anambra South senator and chieftain of the party, Andy Uba, was also part of the delegation. Ganduje said, the caliber of people that are here today from Anambra, and not only from Anambra State, but from the Southeast geopolitical zone, made me happy. I am so happy that they are here in the name of the APC. I would like to let you know that Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved our blueprint for the political liberation of the Southeast to the APC. He has approved the political emancipation, intervention, and demarginalization of the Southeast. But with one voice, because if you speak with one voice, your voice will be louder. We need you to be united. So you can see that Anambra APC will win next governorship, National Assembly, State Assembly, and other grassroots elections. What we are simply telling you is that the Southeast zone is coming into the national politics, and the region will be dominated by APC. That is why they are here today. Sharing his optimism, Uzodinma emphasized that it is important for his people to use the APC as a vehicle and launch pad to catapult the zone into national politics. Arising from the statement of the national chairman of a great party, which is consistent to our desire as a political party to dominate, it is important that the APC as a political party becomes the vehicle for the Southeast region to be fully integrated into the national project that is the Nigerian project. So we are determined in our region to be part and parcel, so on and on. So there it is now. Operation Rescue Nigeria, apparently, allegedly. So let's kick it off. Bishop, are you ready to go? Is Bishop there?
One man before Bishop lets in. Good evening, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. Good day to the comment section. One man, do we have any deputy governor that has become governor in that country? I don't recall one. If anybody recall, they should tell us.
I don't recall one either, but I think if anybody would know, hold on. If anybody would know, Bishop would know. Bishop, good to see you.
Of course. Yeah, because of hold on, please. Hold on. Why am I asking the question? I think maybe the deputy governor, vice president, they are not destined to be president, because I don't recall one. Thank you, Bishop. You can go on.
All right, Bishop, educate us.
There are deputy governors that have become governors. You say what?
Is it BC Akode?
Yeah, I mean, BC Akode. That's even in the old, what do you call it? Even in this present dispensation. Alawa Akala was Alawa Akala was a deputy governor. Ganduje was a deputy governor.
Good luck, Jonathan.
Beji Efiada was a deputy governor. Good luck to Jonathan was a deputy governor. Boni Haruna was a deputy governor. This guy from Taraba. So we have more than 10, 15. So it's not a, we have plenty of them that have become. Unfortunately, they are not handling what is happening in Ondo State well, and I'm very disappointed and ashamed. It is not Akiri Dolu that was the president of NBA that stood on Yaradua's neck, writing letter up and down, granting press interview that time. That is not, sorry, this is where we are starting from. A few days ago when we were having this conversation, I remember singing one song by Ambrose Campbell. One of his old songs that say but we were debating then. I told people that were still remaining that it was an Ambrose Campbell song, and some people said it was Obi. Obi reproduced it word for word. Now, Akeredolu is playing out the same thing. Any ring kan he tó fẹ́ kú pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ọwọ́ ẹni tó ti sọnù ńkọ́. Now, if he dies tomorrow, God forbid, but everybody will die at some point. Is he going to take that governorship title to heaven? You are incapable. Go and take care of your health. You have spent on more than 7 years. So what is there again in fighting over things? So I'm really embarrassed and ashamed that it could have been happening in some backward state. But having said that, let me start by saying good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for coming to join us once again. Please do the needful. The least you can do is to click on the bell button. I was even almost tempted to say, you know what? Please don't click on the like button. Maybe you like to do opposite of what we appeal to you to do. So if we say don't click, maybe that one would not advise you to go and click. But for one more time, let's beg you, please click on the like button. Do like and subscribe if you have not done so. Woman will appreciate that, and some of us will join in appreciating that with him. Baba Alexander Gomez, my shout out to you. Sugar, now wow, I won't tell you that in the past 48 hours I passed your domain on my way to Oklahoma. I'm in Oklahoma City now. Came from Tulsa. I don't know that place today. We have to come. I mean, beat one man to come and pay homage.
Isewu.
Anything that give me, when I see war, Anumkita or anyone, I go talk back with relish.
Alexander only entertains Oyinbo people, or he doesn't like black people like us.
Okay, if you say so, until then I will have been opportunity to give you testimony.
You are a suspect.
I will have been in a better position to give you testimony because they say the taste of the pudding is in the eating. Seeing is believing. If I have been there, if I have known that he was there, I was around that his vicinity for almost 5-6 days. Anyhow, that's by the way. Let's get at each woman. I think before the network will do me shaggy like he's been doing me these past couple of days. So where do we start from?
Okay, should I run you through the list?
Please do.
7 out of 10 Nigerian students involved in cybercrime. This is the Efcc chairman, and of course he has the data to be able to say that. But do you find that alarming? Almost unbelievable.
I would say that's balderdash. If you had said 3 out of 10, I would have been alarmed. I would have been very, very afraid. Yeah, because that would be, semblance of truth and reality. If you say 7 out of 10, I mean, practically it means every one of us are scammers. I don't think so. Even though we are looking at the wrong places, people wanting to reap from where they did not sow has become a major problem with us in Nigeria. People wanting to reap from where they did not sow. You were just reading the issue of Procter and Gamble a few minutes ago. A couple of months ago, I spoke with someone when they told me why one of the reasons they were leaving, the number of what they lose to peel freight. Oh my God. But
that's always been there, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Because a lot of them are living within a very short period of time, which is to tell you that something, because they've been there for decades and they've always pilfered from them. So that's not, something's happened within these last few months that has made it unbearable, unprofitable for them to continue to be on the ground in Nigeria. And those are the economic changes that Tinubu is making.
Well, we had your position. I'm just putting my own position out there. I'm not saying it is the gospel fact. I'm not saying it is cast in stone. Number one thing is this. Let's be very sincere with ourselves. None of these agencies or corporations will just think of packing up in 3 months and we leave in 3 months. It doesn't work that way. I mean, if they are leaving now, that means they must have been planning their exit maybe 1 or 2 years ago. That's a fact. Looking for people to take over. It's not just like 3 months and all of a sudden they are saying this 3 months policy. They know the intricacies of fluctuating economic climate. It happens everywhere. I mean, there are companies that are leaving America for Canada, for Mexico, in America, especially in Georgia. I can mention 4 that I know very well. Some of them have as much as 1,000, 2,000 staff that are moving. They have their reasons and they are scaling their movement 1 year, 2 years, or thereabouts. So, yeah, unfortunately, we have that issue, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I don't agree with Olukoyede, so that I won't lose trail of my thought. That 70% of us, of Nigerian youth, are involved in cyber crime. Yeah, you could say they are involved in sharp practices here and there. Maybe in school, the ones that want to do Orijo, maybe exam practices, maybe, everywhere. And that's why sometimes I always take on Baba Jale Koko. It's not that I have anything against him. Our fixation on politicians alone is making us to lose focus. Look, there are heavy corruption going on in our churches. Ushers and pastors are conniving to steal church money. Go and check very well. It's just that it's not open. Church owners are diverting money. Bankers, bank executives, they know what they are doing with round tripping and the rest. Everybody is looking. People in construction company, they are stealing diesel. If they are not stealing diesel today, they are stealing cement, they are stealing rocks, they are diverting everything that is divertible. In the church, in the mosque, in the schools, our institutions, they don't want to be accountable because they know what they are benefiting from it. So it's becoming too many widespread. Unfortunately, we are chasing shadows. We are looking at the other side. Everybody is involved. The only person that is not stealing now is the man that has not gotten the opportunity to steal. I mean, when ShopRite was closing up, the number of stealing among staff, maybe we saw one small girl that carried her own POS and was collecting people's money into her POS in ShopRite for months. And it was the way she was spending money, lavishly buying. That made them to. And when they went to catch her, she had more than, I think, about 20 million or something in her account. Because she used her own POS to swap the POS of the company. So when she collects people's card, the money actually goes into her own account she has created. So it is unfortunate, but I don't want to agree with that figure. I think that figure is too alarming. If there is anything close to that figure, then we should just declare, what do they call this thing, emergency, force majeure in Nigeria, and close shop in everything, and introduce a very drastic measure like China, and use like 100 persons, for example, Bibelorini, if you understand what I mean. And so that we will definitely serve as a deterrent to people. That means the punishment we have and the rate at which people are being. You see, one fact is this: the entire prison population in Nigeria is 70,000 or 70-something thousand, and people are complaining. Look, majority of people that should be in prison in Nigeria are not in prison. A lot of people. Considering our population of 200 million plus or minus 70,000, it's not reality. It is not real. It's not true. A lot of punishments are going.
Where are you getting that figure from? That the prison population in Nigeria is 70,000.
It's about 77,000 or 75,000. It's public knowledge. Check it. This man still said it a few months ago. That even that even more than how many percent of them are still awaiting trial. Check it. Anybody can fact check us now. Unfortunately, I'm on the road. Somebody can fact check us. So our prison population is extremely, extremely low. Look, crime has become part of human.
If that is true, then that is low.
It's extremely low. So we are not punishing crime.
You think it would be like about 500,000 or something?
I'm telling you. So anybody can help us to fact check what is the prison population of Nigeria today. There is a data for it. There is a record. I mean, the guy was just trying to say people that have petty crime of a small thing, fine. The one that he wanted, the 5,000, he was trying to get off the hook. But all our prison population is not up to 100,000. I want anybody to fact check me. So maybe it is time to dust up our law books.
Bishop, a question, please. So, but you can't deny the fact that students are the most crime on the cyber space in Nigeria. You can't deny the fact.
No. What we are addressing.
Hold on, let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. What I'm asking you now, what number will you put over 10 student? Because I can say it categorically, student is the most ones that are doing all this crime. Thank you.
Have you finished?
Bishop, carry on.
What more can I consider? Okay.
Yeah, carry on.
Now, if you listen very well to what I said, I still say I don't agree with that 7 out of 10. That is 70% of our student population. That means if we have 1 million student population in Nigeria, 700,000 of them are involved in cybercrime. That is not correct. You could say, and I use this word to explain, that maybe in petty thing, he said that generally that people that want to cut corner, that want to examine practices here, that want to sort, that want to do this, that if he says that, we say yeah, and we can say okay, like 30-40%. Thereabout in churches, in our homes, children that want to steal meat, civil servant that want to hide somebody's file, or guy that wants to take kickback of 5% for contract, lecturer that want to back for grant before degree for hand. You know that all of them will say okay maybe, but to say generally students, 70% of our students, I don't agree with that figure. I think that figure is a little bit too outlandish. It's a little bit too outrageous. That is not taking away the fact that we have a very difficult situation on our hands that needs critical attention. And that's what led me to the fact that we need to dust up our law books, our crime, what do you call it now? Criminal code and criminal, prosecution processes must change. The world has evolved. There are so many things that are obviously criminal, but because they are not in our law books presently, you cannot prove, you cannot convict with what you have on ground. Crime has advanced beyond what it used to be in those days, that they catch your hand in the oil and they say, okay, there is trace of oil in your hand, there is a leftover meat in your mouth. You know, they hold your hand and hold your mouth so that you will not swallow the one. Crime has gone beyond that level now. People are applying, sophisticated technology and intelligent, artificial intelligence to commit crimes. So they're covering up their tracks. Some of them are difficult to prove. And that is why many Nigerians are escaping, including our politicians. Look, if you are a politician and your hand has been caught in the cookie jar, you will do everything within the law book to frustrate that prosecution. And that is what the likes of people like FFK and what's this guy's name now? Ayof Ayoshe and what's the former governor of Abia State? What's his name? The two governors, the two OGs. That's what they are doing. You do everything to frustrate your trial, and at the end of the day, you're not going anywhere, and the state is even losing more money because they are spending more money. They say you have stolen 10 million. They are trying to prosecute the theft of 10 million that they may not even be able to recover, but they are spending 100 million over the past 10 years to prosecute the trial of 10 million. It doesn't make any sense. So when they say, look, let's file a no prosecution of that, so people will say, oh, the government has been bribed, the government. But look, you weigh it. What are we getting? Why are we using 100 million to prosecute 10 million? If it's not adding up, sometimes it's a difficult decision to make. But hey, you just have to make that decision all the same. So for me, I don't agree.
Bishop, is it the money they want to spend is important, or to punish the crime? In some Yoruba will say, I can use 10 kobo, I can use 100 million to find 10 kobo. Is the punishing the crime?
Okay, so let me answer you. Let me answer you now. If you are accusing someone and you are putting someone on trial for theft or forgery, there are specified punishment for that theft. So let's assume that they say you have stolen 10 million, and if you go to court, they say you are guilty, the money cannot be recovered. You have spent the money anyhow, whether you have swallowed it, whether you say you did not, but they convict you that okay, evidence show that you actually, and they say the punishment prescribed by law say 2.5 years in prison or a fine of 750,000. So you just enter your pocket, you just enter your car, you bring 750,000 naira out, and you pay the fine. And you have spent 10 years in prosecuting that case that have cost 100 million. Is there any wisdom in that? That's been like penny wise, pound foolish. I know people will not like it. So if we remove emotion that I want to see this man, that I want to look, so at some point we just have to move on. What is best for the country? So if we change our laws and make it more difficult, one, and the penalty is more severe I was saying the last time that look, sometimes some people say that if we China, if the other execution of someone, that your family will pay for the one country, they will pay for the bullet that was used in carrying out that sentence. You know, and everything that is related to that person will be confiscated, forfeited to the state. So we need to change our statutes, our laws. If we change it to make crime unattractive, because now some people know the punishment of the crime. They know that okay, if I steal this 50 million, I set 5 million apart to do the case. Lawyer will assure you, don't worry, that case will never get to trial. And if it gets to trial, for the next 10 years, we will be filing one thing or the other, will frustrate the case. Somebody will go ahead. So what if that's 50 million? What if I steal 100 million? So what if I'm able to steal 500 million? And I can put 200 million. I say that case will not see the light of the. Let me steal 500 million now. And if I can escape with it and establish, I'll become a big man. I will take a chieftaincy title. Shebi is the one who said that the accountant general that stole 1 something billion was given chieftaincy title somewhere. That is how it is done until we change our laws. So for me, it might be, it will be a difficult, it's not going to be a popular decision to make. Say that, look, it's not worth prosecuting. Why are we looking for spending so much time, spending so much humongous amount and distracting, where we are not going to recover something that will be commensurate with, and we're not going to be achieving anything. So for me, I would say it's penny wise and foolish. So back to the issue, I don't agree with that, man, but it's a big problem. It's one of the big problems we have in our society. Everybody is looking for opportunity to steal. I know one person that set up a farm in Ondo State. He was in America. He went back. He said he's closing down that farm. And that brought us to, linked us to the issue of Procter and Gamble. Look, a lot of factors are making things difficult. Yeah, there may be the issue of dollar or no dollar. Those people were profiting before. But when we are talking of that one, other companies are saying they want, Baker Hughes is saying they want to come and partner with NFPC. A big company in India said they are investing 7.5 billion naira in Nigerian economy. We are seeing some movement in the all-share index and the whatever in the market, the capitalization, what do you call it? Positive. Unfortunately, the negative seems to be overshadowing the positive. So I don't agree with Olukoyede, but I know we have a problem on our hand.
All right. Let me move you on to the next talking point. APC will produce next governor of Anambra State. This is Ganduje making that boastful statement. So you would want to argue that how are they able to wrestle Anambra State? Hold on. That you want to argue that how are they able to wrestle Anambra State from the hands of Charles Soludo, who seems such a strong person with a strong hold on that space, but he's coming off a meeting with some of the topmost politicians from that region, the Uba brothers, Hope Uzodinma, of course, and other strong players within that space. And he has presidential sign-off. So now, with Imo State already back still in the bag, they are now focusing on Anambra State. What do you think then of the chances of Ganduje's boast coming through?
Well, I was going to tell you that just reserve that for someone else. I don't pray he succeed. I don't want that to happen. I pray he fail very woefully. I don't want an APC to control Anambra State, at least not now. So I don't want to talk on that topic. That's just my own. So I wanted to say, just reserve that for somebody else, please. That's what I wanted to say.
All right. Okay. Okay. Speak to the Ondo State space. I think you've already spoken to that. I've already spoken to
Ondo State space. Yes, you mentioned quite a few something I would like to talk on. Just remind me of them.
All right. What about this? Northern elders explain why Tinubu is not concerned about security. He loves money. So it's still it's the overflow still of that incident that happened in Kaduna State, which people are protesting about now, by the way, the killing of innocent villagers. So what are you making of the comments by the Northern Elders Forum?
Well, I mean, if Yusuf was actually speaking for the Northern Elders Forum, there's nothing new. We know him. We know how he lost out and in this national health insurance and how he was in on Buhari's neck. The only time he spoke well was when they put him in one committee and he was being flown everywhere, by the same armed forces when they were trying to negotiate for the release of those that were kidnapped by the rail something. He was part of that committee and he was speaking wonderfully of the military then. Now, a mistake had happened. If we can't, on my hand, there were about 10 times such things happen under Buhari. I am not justifying it. I am not saying it is right. I hate it. It is sick. It makes me sick to my belly. It's not in any way. But to not politicize it, every time we politicize issue of security, it demoralizes our armed forces. People are laying their lives. Soldiers are dying every day. And I don't want to buy the idea. I read some things that make me to churn that it is because the man is Christian, the chief of something. Sometimes they said, oh, the man that is DOC there is Igbo. Oh my God, how sick can some people be? Now, people that answer a name, professor. So I did not listen to what he said on TV. I've not listened to Arise for over a week now. Even channels, I've not listened to anything on television for over a week, more than 10 days now, and it's deliberate. Just let me try and keep my sanity. So I know, I can imagine what that man would say, and saying that Tinubu is not. You have answered all the questions. I don't see how Tinubu is the one that will carry AK-47 or bazooka or Kalashnikov and going to be fighting in the war front. He has to empower the member of the armed forces. He has to give them the support that is required. Unfortunately, this has happened. The one that happened in Iran, almost how many people died? The one that happened in how many times? It does happen, even to the best of the militaries in this world. Especially, it is not even an in-flight operation. It was a drone unmanned vehicle, area vehicle. That is, somebody is just controlling it from somewhere, and they saw a gathering. This thing will give a feedback of a reflect, and because that place is a volatile place, and they thought it was the gathering because that's what they've always been battling with. Unfortunately, so if you are saying that the government is not doing anything, Tinubu is not fighting. Yes, please.
It's a breakdown of intelligence. Normally, they will have people on the ground, but they dropped the ball.
Yeah, I'm not blaming. I'm not saying that I'm not absolving them. I'm saying the politicizing it it's sick. I don't think anybody will want to do that.
Bishop. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, who is presiding it?
A lot of people have read the one that this man said, the Yusuf man. That some people said it was the man. Some animals said that it was the man. The GOC is Okoro.
Don't call them animals.
People that made that assertion. Okay, yeah, I don't know if
it's just the language. Yeah.
What struck my attention? What struck my attention is that people bombed. They are Shiites. That was called them Shiites, right? They have Sunnis and Shiites. And there has been problem between Sunnis and Shiites, never ended problem. So don't you think there's something going on?
No, it is not. The one that even happening has nothing to do with Sunni or Shiite. They were just celebrating the birth of Muhammad. The Shiite don't do that. It's not, and they are not one in charge. It's the Shiite are the one that with this man, what's the man name that was in prison? What's his name? That man they say they pay that time. That was being supported by Iran.
El Zazaki.
It has nothing to do with that. It was an avoidable accident. It is condemnable. It should be investigated, and people have handcuffed people not to have dot all the I's and cross all the T's before carrying out that attack. Bring them to book, but don't say because the man that is the GOC is an Igbo man because his name is Okoro, it is deliberate. No army will deliberately bomb their own citizens they are protecting. No, that's what I'm saying. Politicizing it, Tinubu is not interested. It was an accident, avoidable, agreed, but it was still an accidident. And
is Tinubu doing enough though? Is there enough of a national acknowledgement of what happened in Kaduna State?
Tinubu, I expect Tinubu as he came in today to go to that place. Send them. The chief of army staff have gone there, or chief of defense staff or something. Chief of army staff have gone there to commiserate with them. The chief of defense staff and everybody president has sent commiseration. So as he gets back to the country today, okay, yesterday, if you are in Nigeria, I'm sure, I hope that in the next couple of days, either go there straight to them, commiserate to them, or make a public address to that effect, regretting how painful and the rest, and that we'll look into it and we'll see how we can make, at least give the ones that survive, the injured ones, the best of medical, whatever, the ones that lost their loved ones, we'll give them all the support that they need. Unfortunately, these things happen. I was here some few minutes ago in University of Las Vegas. There was an active shooter. I mean, about a year or 2 years ago, there was an army reserve in somewhere in one of the army bases in America that got into the base because it was recognized. So it's unfortunately, but they happen, and they will still keep happening. We try to protect them, to prevent them or reduce them to the barest minimum. But people coming out to say the man went and grumpy because the man that is the DOC there is an Igbo man. Those are the ones that that name. It is for lack of better, another worse name to call them. That's why I use the word that one man warned me that I should not use. It is. I don't think it is. I don't think anybody will want to deliberately throw bomb on the people you are protecting. I don't think so. And when we now politicize it and making it, it's because Tinubu is a southerner, he's not interested in the the security of the north. It's because the DOC there is an Igbo man. That's why he said Abba. That is low. So for me, let me use this opportunity. I commiserate with the people that lost their loved ones. I commiserate with the Nigerian army. I commiserate with Federal Republic for the loss, because nobody will invest money in buying. Do you know how much one of those bombs cost? And I'm going to throw it on their own people they are supposed to be protecting. Yeah, we are not good enough. The area I would like to add is that I think this we cannot grow overnight and become as sophisticated as the United States. In Nigeria now, our Navy, they have air wing. Our Air Force, they have amphibious wing. The Nigerian Army now has air wing, and they have amphibious wing. Now, they used to have amphibious wing. Now they are having air wing. We cannot become experts in every area. Let the Air Force still be the one that will be managing all our air assets. It is the army that carry out this drone attack. They are not known to be, they are not, excuse me, they are not very vast in that area. So I think they should go back to status quo.
So if they are not, if they are not vast in the area, then why should they be using the technology at all?
Well, that's what we are saying. They are not. I'm saying they are not, at least not yet. The reason is this, because they just started having those air assets just about 2 or 3 years ago. That's when they started having drones.
But they can't do the training at the cost of human lives now.
That's what I'm saying, woman. We are saying the same thing. I am saying that those assets, they don't need them now. The only drone asset, give me a second. The only drone asset I think they need is the one that we run, the one we call Reiki.
For surveillance.
For surveillance, Reiki. Okay, go there. They don't need armed drones. We don't need our Nigerian army to be flying armed drones now and dropping bombs on people. We don't need it. Let Air Force that have the best of experts in that area.
Because if that mistake was made in the southeast, that country will blow up.
I used to know one many years ago. It was Group Captain Samson Michelia. He was one of our jet fighters. And when he talks of the training our Air Force were getting, and that was years ago. In the recent past few years, our Air Force men have been to the best of places, and people were commending them. So, in flying of aircraft, yes, the army have their own. The one that crashed the other time was on Nigerian Army aircraft, the one that killed one of our chief of army staff about 3 years ago. Yeah, it was a bad thing. But if it was somebody, I'm not casting as passion, I'm not castigating. But if you're somebody that was good at maneuvering, he won't, because he has already touched ground. All you need to do is to not lecturing here. Sorry. If you talk to people that know, because I don't want to sound as if I'm casting aspersion on the late gallant officers. But if it were to be the Air Force men, chances are that we would have maneuvered. So I'm not taking anything away from them. But for now, I don't think our army should be using armed drones on unmanned air assets. I don't think we should be doing that now. Because, hey, whether they are 30, whether they are 100, that's painful. That's a colossal loss. So that's my own position. Yes.
Can I disagree with you slightly?
Go ahead.
When you say that army shouldn't be using aerial view on manned vehicle for now and Air Force.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. I want to believe that.
Let me repeat myself so that you will just get. I said we should not be using armed. We should be using it for surveillance, for recce, what we call reconnaissance, for mapping of area of operation, AOPs, when they want to go. But on armed, but armed air drones, the one that we carry live arm, that we go and drop somewhere, and you that you are controlling it, you are 200 miles away, and you are just using remote to control it. Our army, don't let us use real human situation to do practice. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, get you. But the thing is this: I don't think I will agree with that. The reason being is this: for every unmanned vehicle like that, they usually have intelligence apparatus on ground to gather information before, and there's no way any of the forces, whether Army or Air Force, will say that they are not familiar with some of our terrain. I'm talking about the surrounding bordering state in the entire country. So for them to have give that order, and I believe it passed through layers of command before they can now have a go-ahead for the trigger. So it must have been cross-checked, approved and reapproved and reevaluated again before they decided, because it's not a battle line or a battlefield where an impromptu command can result into a mistake like that. But we're talking about evaluation of intelligence that have been conducted before, reevaluated, and then approved and reapproved, reassessed before the trigger is being pulled. So for that to have happened, it's not something that is spontaneous, something that has been tactically, orchestrated. So that's why I said they dropped the ball, and I'm glad that you didn't absorb them. But at least, head should roll. And I agree with you that it should not be politicized, because at this time, the Nigerian military dropped the ball. But at least head should roll, but should not be politicized. At the same time,
there's a question nobody's asking. What was going on for the army to let the army to deploy a drone, less of dropping the bomb? Nobody has asked that, and the army have not spoke to that. Like, okay,
hold on, Dewale. They did speak on it. There was a religious festival going on, and in the course of that religious festival, the movements around that festival, it mirrors some of the movements that they have identified as bandits type movements. So the way that ceremony was being organized, they thought it was a gathering of bandits, and that was when they launched the drone.
Okay, that is clear. They give normally for a army for them to launch a drone.
I think what you are insinuating is that it might have some form of not political, but kind of like a rivalry where you have one sect against another or something like that. Is that what you're insinuating?
No. What I'm trying to say is that before an army deploy an asset like that, they already have it telling you that there's a movement of terrorists, or they have a fixed target. They have a fixed target. How they call it? Set, fixed, and so they already have that target in that spot. So make them launch a drone. There might be human casualty that will make them call off the attack or go ahead. Now the question of we're supposed to ask the army: what was the premeditated action or something like that led to deploy drone to that place? You cannot deploy drone because people are gathering, people are walking around. You don't do that. It's not a toy.
That's they said that gathering, that it mirrors the sort of gatherings the sort of movement that they've identified over time as bandit movement.
But
So
One
yeah,
man,
so
one man.
so that's
If that
what
is
they
their
said.
statement,
Yeah.
if that's their statement, all of them should be tied to the wood and be shot. There's no way from thousands of mine you can identify a face or anybody that's having a gun with a drone. Even a plane, they still made that mistake. That's why you have to have surveillance on ground. You have a fixed target you are going for. If people now come to it before your target, before you launch your target, that might be closer damage, maybe friendly fire. You don't just launch the drone because people are protesting or people are moving. You cannot differentiate this civilian from the hostile because you are watching from 42,000 miles from the sea level.
What mistake does? I think it has happened before with the American army I believe in Afghanistan.
Iraq, they were all jailed.
Iraq, and Ed wrote there because it was
Yes, now.
there was a public inquiry about that. So mistakes can happen. Don't get it, but mistakes do happen. And when mistakes happen, they have to look at how it ended up, because I don't think a professional military organization like that would allow such mistake to happen just by carelessness or by being complacent. I don't believe that. But I also believe that human errors do occur. But for it to have happened in such a way that, result into that calamitous kind of event is what makes it so alarming. Do you understand? But we should not politicize, like Bishop said. It shouldn't be politicized, because it seems Ooni is capitalizing on the fact that it happens in certain area of the part of the country, and then is trying to build this political coloration around it and make it look like president is not really doing much about it. I mean, it's not enough for the chief of army staff to go there. I believe the minister of defense should also accompany him and go there. I probably even declare a day of mourning, for that, and also make it more open, and so that Nigerians will have access to what actually happened, not just to I mean, we're talking about
would it be setting a dangerous precedence though if he declared the day of mourning?
No.
With the frequency that these things happen,
it's accountability.
Yeah.
It's accountability.
So then it could be declaring it could be declaring a day of mourning every week, because this is a weekly occurrence.
Come on. Just yesterday, on Monday, the state of Texas, the governor declared from Monday till this Friday that the flag will be flown on half-mast. Reason being is because a prison officer was killed. Right?
Yes, I think they should do that, by the way. Fly the flag at half-mast. Yeah.
And that is more, and they organize a memorial for that officer and all that. So for a state, so that tells you that the Nigeria can also declare such things. I mean, it's been open and accountable for what happened. It's not because you are trying to, score a political point and all that. To me, that will earn my respect. I mean, the administration will earn my respect if they do that, right? But it's just alarming. It's just it baffles me that such grievous mistake would happen, right? To the point that we are paying a mass vehicle from such a huge bomb. I mean, human error do happen. Oh, don't get me wrong, one man. But like I said, it should not be politicized, because I can't imagine it happening in the
Adewale, please be careful of that B word. Let's because of YouTube. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Back to you, Bishop.
But I hope Bishop sees where I disagree with him and where I also,
I did not see you. But anyhow, let's move on. Because we're practically saying the same thing. I agree with you to the extent that it was a mistake. I agree with you to the extent that it was avoidable. I agree with you to the extent that everything must be put in place so that it does not happen again. I agree with you to the extent that the president should do something about it. I actually wish he would just go there and talk to those people. Just go there, surprise visit, sit with them, commiserate with them. Douse all this lie of this story of people trying to put political and ethnic and religious connotation to it.
Do you think somebody should lose their job over this? It's not.
Well,
you can't say 70, 80 lives it's a
woman,
mistake. It's a mistake.
it can be a mistake. It can be a
Yeah,
mistake.
yeah, no, it's a
Look,
mistake, but you can't file it away. There has to be consequences
well,
to match
except
the gravity of the situation.
you are just looking for a scapegoat. So just call any dog a bad name to make him to sacrifice him. If you investigate
somebody.
and they don't,
Are you saying it's unreasonable for somebody to lose their job over this?
you don't make people look. What I'm saying is this: are they guilty? Can you prove that actually there was negligence? Look,
Well, there clearly is now. If they drop bombs on a civilian site and wipe out an entire village, then is that not negligence?
Well, man, let me say
there's been a failing in the system somewhere for that to happen.
Let me say
so that's negligence.
We are sharing opinion. I don't
and there should be consequences for it.
I don't share.
Not just an apology. Yes.
Since you have a military experience, right? And the way Nigeria practices about military styles from America, almost every bomb shot in Nigeria is executive order.
No,
I don't know about that. Let him just carry on. Don't.
Okay. Let me tell you. For the fact you are shooting it now does not mean the president just gave the order now. But every bomb shot in Nigeria is an executive order from the presidency to the chief of army staff. Okay. So they shoot at their own discretion.
Okay. Yeah.
So now, and those kind of executive order is based on defending the country with all means necessary. Take like insurgency. My question come back. Why did they deploy the drone? Did they have telling that insurgency is striking in that place at that moment?
Okay.
Can you just deploy a drone for reconnaissance, carrying bomb and drop it when the country is not in danger?
Okay, now let me take it from where you have taken us to. We are not different at all from America. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not just the president of the Federal Republic, he's also the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So every bullet that is being fired by any of the armed forces, bullets, I'm talking of bullets, not just armament or bomb or anything now. Every bullet has its name on it. So every bullet that's being fired on the battlefront has the name of the president and commander-in-chief, because he has given the authority for that something to go ahead. And that is the same thing in America. Every action of the military that is sanctioned has the sign off of the commander-in-chief on it. So if we are saying, we have to look for, and we must make anybody to be the Man Friday as in the man that will fall the mugu, that will carry the blame. And we did not see anybody within the rank and file and the layers of the command chain till it gets to the president. That means the president and commander-in-chief is one that will take the fall. If somebody must fall, they used to say, when the soldier races is gone, blood must flow. So if somebody at all costs, but you will not sacrifice the service, maybe a warrant officer that have put in 35 years. It could be if it is established, and that's why it is dangerous for us to just jump to conclusion that because people are talking, let's just make sure that somebody is punished, and so that people will be happy. No. I'm coming. Let me land, Oga.
It's a conversation.
That's why I emphasize.
It's not because people are talking. It's because something happened.
I know we have said so. We did not like the fact that it happened.
Yeah, it's not that we did not like. It's not that somebody stopped their toe on a wood where an entire village was wiped out.
The entire village was not wiped out, but go ahead.
What do you mean an entire village was not wiped out?
Bishop.
Yes, please.
I have a cousin who was in the Nigerian army. As a matter of fact, it was supposed to be at least brigadier general rank. You remember during the Jonathan when they were having the this town in Borno? What is it? Remind me that where some students were kidnapped. What is the name of that?
Chibok.
He was supposed to report. He was supposed to report to Chibok. He was transferred, I believe, from Enugu to Chibok. He has not even reported. He has not even reports to the command. He was supposed to take the command. He was supposed to lead those military personnel stationed in Chibok. A day before he was supposed to report, those little children were abducted. Because of that, he was thrown into prison together with the other soldiers that were attached to him. He was supposed to take command. He has not even resumed duty there. He was thrown into prison. All of them now hired Falana to help them with the case. Eventually, he had to leave. They were released, but all his years.
Let me tell you what was likely to have happened there.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it was more like Ed Rose too, because they became the sacrificial lamb for what happened in Chibok.
Yeah, let me tell you what could have happened there, and I'm saying this without prejudice. Somebody's phone is somebody's line is having this horrible feedback or something. This static noise. If you stopped now, Sha. Now let me go back to what you just said. You see, it is not out of place for people when you get pass to exceed your pass for 1 or 2 or 3 days. It gets easily overlooked if nothing happens. If nothing, say, for example, I'll give you an example. Normally in those days, I don't know whether they've changed now. They used to deploy people for guard operations, guard security operations. But you are not supposed to carry your rifle to enter public transport in those days. In fact, you are not even allowed to carry it on bike until much later. There were no bikes then. So if you go do guard in a place, in one Oga house, maybe your CO's house or your brigade commander, and the time for you to be relieved of duty, or you are in a sentry, somebody that's supposed to come and take over from you did not come to take over. And you want to leave because you can't be there for 48 hours. And you cannot go with the gun. The Oga can say, okay, you know what? Give me your rifle. In your own intelligence, you are supposed to remove the magazine, remove the bullets, and keep your bullets and hand your rifle to your Oga to keep. So that when you come the following day, because you are not supposed to carry that rifle and be entering public transport. If in the course of it, you remove your bullet, but there is a bullet that is lodged in the chamber, it has left the magazine, and you did not do what they used to do, this, there's a name they call it, like a double check exercise to fire, to make sure that your chamber is actually empty. And by whatever accident, you have left, you have gone, by whatever accident, the dropped, or somebody just mistakenly tamper with it, and he released that bullet, and he killed someone. Do you know who is responsible for that death? It is not manslaughter, it is murder. It is you, the person that did not do by handing over. So there are chain of things that is embedded in the military law. There are names, they call them their own law books that you have to comply with. When you're supposed to go and take over duty somewhere and you did not get there at the time, whatever happens in that window that you have left unattended to,
Bishop.
You will know. He will not tell you that he was supposed to resume 24 hours earlier or 48 hours earlier. Anyhow, don't let us waste energy on that.
The time frame that was given to him for somebody traveling from Enugu, they gave him a timeline to report. It's officially posted there, and it has already established that he will report on so date, right? But before you report there on that said day, that was when that incident happened. But for the
why it's difficult to follow that argument is this. That means he has not taken over officially. So if he has not taken over, it will be foolish for anybody to want to put him to trial for somewhere that he has not taken over. If he has not taken over, let's assume that he was supposed to have taken over.
All right, Dewale, we must move on.
I was just trying to establish that it was not even court martial. They threw them in prison. Like real prison.
Okay, so let's just say that for me, I think the president should address it, should take responsibility, should either address the nation on that tragic event or go there and commiserate with those people. I am looking forward to that. And they should investigate. I also want to double down on what I said earlier on. I don't think our Nigerian army, let the Nigerian Air Force still be the one that would be in total charge. They are working more in collaboration now. So why should the army want to be taking the operation of the Air Force? Let Air Force maintain and operate our air assets. For now, let Navy control and maintain our sea assets. Let the Nigerian Army, with support from both Navy and the Air Force, maintain the land, because we have land operations in Navy and Air Force. But for Army to begin to fly drones now, and very soon they will be fighting fighter jets, I don't think we are there yet. And they will be carrying gun helicopters. I don't think we are there yet. I think we should not use real human life to do practice. That's my view. That's my take. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. And finally, on this, Ooni of Ife visiting Kuje prison to visit Emefiele.
I want to jump that because I know maybe that's the final thing you want to give me. I want to speak on the Amala and the Ozo. What that?
All right. Yes, that's all right. Yeah. So, for the benefit of people just joining us, there's an Amala festival going on in Enugu State, and to launch an Amala restaurant in Enugu State. Is that to the delight of the natives? No. God punish you all. If you were born by a Yoruba man, take your Amala festival there and stop tagging it as an Igbo thing. Why are you guys so inferior like this? So that's the response to an Amala joint being opened in Enugu State. May Chuku Okeke Abiama punish all that organize those that and organize this. So that's it. But then conversely, because of the insecurity in the Southeast now, one of their main festivals, the Cultural Day of whatever it is, NWU Festival. So that's now taking place in Lekki. And how are the Yorubas responding to it? They are joining in the festival.
What?
So that's that.
Yeah. I know about the Amala Festival. Something. It was a girl. I read about her. I listened to the few things she said there. I think her passion is just Amala, and there are people that were buying her Amala in that space, Enugu. And she did that. She heard that something a few weeks ago. Well, people actually went there. I mean, it was fun. It was a blast. People enjoyed it. I don't see any problem with that. I don't see any problem. And I saw how a lot of people attacked her then. If that's what she's making money from, what is it? It is not a must that you must go and eat there. Even if it is only Yoruba that are eating there, so be it. But it's not only Yorubas. Other people are eating there. But she made it Amala. I mean, the thing was, I saw it. I saw some of the video clips, and it was a blast. But the way people came to attack her and attack her business, that how is she bringing Amala something to Enugu? Amala is, I mean, the way some people describe Amala, but if nobody say you get my, you know, go one chop am again. It was pure hatred, unnecessary. If for whatever reason Igbos want to do, whether it is safety. In December last year, I have a friend that went to do burial in Anambra. He said they spent more than 3 million just to settle security boys. Over 3 million. I won't mention his name. They went to, if I mention the place they went to in Anambra, it will be easy to know because the guy is very prominent in Lagos, the young man. They spent over 3 million just to settle all those boys so that there will be no issue. Their guests that are coming are protected. They give them areas where they will be. So he paid for security among the ESN people. He paid for police. He paid for everything. And people are doing marriages and traditional, even burial in Abuja and Lagos now. Something that is unheard of before. So if it's enough pity that ordinary people are being forced to take a traditional celebration that should ordinarily take place in their ancestral land. It's enough pity, it's enough damage. We are doing so much damage to our culture that they are having to move it to Lagos. Now that is not generating controversy, I think that is just in the estimation of very foolish and ignorant people. I don't see anything wrong with it. I have only one pain, that the situation in that area is not improving. If they want to bring it to anywhere, it is their choice. Anybody cannot ask them not to, if not because of the nonsense things that some very foolish ones have done before. I don't really think this should be generating this kind of.
But why would anybody want to go and open an Amala restaurant? Is that not an act of provocation to go and open an Amala restaurant in Enugu?
When I used to live in Port Harcourt, one man, the lady that is opening the Amala joint is because of the social media, and she's making it, like a, what do they call this, the farm fair. There are plenty of Amala joints in Enugu. There are plenty of Amala joints in Oka. When I used to live in Port Harcourt, in One, inside NAFCON, I used to leave home 5 a.m., 5:30 to go and eat Amala somewhere in inside my 3 Ikoku market. We used to call the woman Mama Sadia Alamala Aro. Because if you don't get there, and that was in the 90s, if you don't get there by 7 a.m. latest, you will not see Amala to eat again. Taxi drivers come as early as 5 a.m. Some office goers early morning. Anybody that know Ikoku.
So you don't think somebody opening an Amala restaurant in the southeast is trying to provoke, is being provocative?
No, why? The only thing that makes it a difference is because the lady herself, she's Igbo. Maybe she has lived in the south.
Bishop, can you give me 1 sec? I think one man is going out of board. One man, don't we have I ate Igbo food in Lagos every time?
But it's a different space now. Lagos is
no, one man, please. Lagos is the Yoruba land now.
Sarcastic. Don't worry.
Yes, Igbo said they have food in Lagos. People eat. I eat Igbo food in Ibadan.
But Igbo food is part of Yoruba diet now. But Yoruba food is not part of Igbo diet, and they don't want. They don't want it there now. So why would you want to go and provoke them?
What are you talking, one man? What are you talking?
In this climate, especially, I think whoever did that was just trying to be provocative.
Thomas, let me ask one question.
Yeah, go on. Rational man.
Hold on.
No, I said go. I said go on.
Yeah, woman, where have you lived in Nigeria besides Lagos and UK?
I've been to Ibadan. We have a house in Ibadan, and I've been to Abuja.
Ibadan, Abuja. You see, that tells me what I need to know about it.
Woman, I'm sorry. Rational man.
Yeah. I mean,
make I tell you where I live, Abi.
No, not you. I'm talking about one man. I'm asking one man. If one man can be speaking the way he's speaking, it shows that
I think he's just being sarcastic.
No. You
guys are not getting. You guys are not getting one man. You guys are not getting one man.
The climate is not conducive. The southeast is raging against the southwest. The atmosphere is not conducive, and then you go and open an Amala there to go and provoke them.
We need to stop this. So I know sometimes we have to look for.
But they are saying they don't like it now. Are you hearing? Are you not? Hold on. It says God will punish you all. If you were born by a Yoruba man, take your Amala festival there and stop tagging it as an Igbo thing. And another one, it says, Mechuku Okeki Abiama punish all of you that participate in this enterprise. They don't want it there now. So why would you do it?
No. You see, one man. Let's stop this. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this whole bigotry that we're seeing in every side. It's becoming, and everybody has to lash on this every time. We have to just to make a point. I mean, it is tiring. It's just it weighs us down a lot. I mean,
rational mind. You guys should stop this. Hold on, one more, please. Sorry, you guys should stop this and hear where one man is coming from. Now, let me use my state. There's nowhere in Benin I grew up, I'll be hearing they have two festival or two job, we go and drink two. There's some food that's known to some people in some area. In East, we know that Amala is not known to people in the East. They eat akpu, gari. They have so many soup. They have their joint too in Benin. When people that go there are mostly Igbo. A lot of people don't eat akpu, but they do like their soup.
So
Now,
if
there's
they
a
want to
joint in Benin.
celebrate, if they want to host Amala festival in Edo, what is going to happen?
No, nothing's happening because we eat amala a lot. Like we are closed border now. We eat amala a lot. The amala, go ask Mama Ajike. Hold on, sorry, Rational man. Listen to my point. Listen to my point. Listen to my point first. Hold on, please. Sorry, listen to my point first. What Mama is trying to say, or what he's saying, whoever is doing amala joint festival at this kind of period, this period that is dicey period, is just causing an ethnic tension. First of all, that food is not normal to that area. But the fact people are eating in a skirmish this thing.
Who's saying that?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. For the fact you eat amala in big restaurants in
Can I say something now?
Why would you go and use amala to go and look
I
for
don't understand what you're just saying.
a fight in the east?
In the east.
Yes.
Hold on. What's his name? This guy that is chopping what's the local food in the?
It's not rational mind. I thought you are very educated.
Please hold on for rational mind.
Yeah. This guy, what's his name? This Enugu senator that is now in the UK and that is chopping the one there. What's his name?
Ekweremadu.
She been Nyami for what do you call her? For Germany. Where the Dali Peter. In Lagos, they do some people do New Yams festival there.
Yeah, but it's a different.
Everybody does use that festival.
Can you hold on, please? Hold on. Let Rational Mind make his point. Rational Mind.
You see. I understand the point that you are making. What piece? But the point is, we need to stop all these things. If somebody is saying that, okay, I want to do a festival, let her do it.
Yeah, but they don't want it there. They said they don't want it. They said they don't want it. Rational.
Well, man.
Hold on now, Bishop.
These faceless people who don't even know that I said they don't want it. If the old people in the southeast say they don't
They are
want
invoking the gods. They are invoking the gods in the southeast against.
It's just a few people. Let us stop all this thing.
It's all over social media now. It's all over social media.
Please allow me to come back to this statement. Please, Rational Mind. Please, Rational Mind. Please, woman, if you are not just being tongue in cheek, you are not just being sarcastic, you really meant what you are saying. Omo, I am sad though. I am very sad. That means so an Igbo girl that has a business idea and look at the communities where she is. I used to live in number 2 Upper Chime, New Haven, Enugu. That long building when they were using it for FRS, Federal Radio Corporation, FRCN correspondence. Number 2 Upper Chime, New Haven. I used to live that bottom flat there. And there are Yoruba people that were working there. So somebody see an opportunity. You are saying because a tribe, one day, they will ask all Fulani Hausa people that are doing suya to leave Port Harcourt and leave Enugu or leave Onitsha. And we will say, well, they don't want to eat. They are not saying come and eat amala. Let the people that want to come and eat, come and eat. So if you say they are justified, that means if area boys go and attack where they are doing this festival in Lagos and scatter the place that take you, that means they are justified too.
Yeah, but Lagos does not object to it now, but they object to it. So
no, who are the they? Who are those they that you are talking about? Some miscreants, some non-entities, some stupid non-entities on the social media that are talking. Where did you carry out that? Where did you carry out that? What do you call it? This thing where the people the opinion pool. Opinion survey.
You cannot force amala on the southeast.
Nobody is forcing amala on any. If they don't want it, if the girl do the amala today, he no sell. He do tomorrow, he no sell. He do next tomorrow, he no sell. That means the thing no sell. The day he did it, people went there and they ate. The thing not even reach. I mean, why are we doing this to ourselves?
Let's stop this, woman. Let's just stop.
Woman, can I ask you a question, please?
And what is Abi? Okay, go ahead. Let me before I round
One
up.
man. Sorry, Bishop. Sorry.
And
One man, are you there?
I'm here. I don't
Okay.
understand. I don't understand what these guys are saying.
I don't know. Okay, one man. Let me ask.
They
Let me
say
ask
they
this
don't
question.
want Amala, and you are saying they have to take it by force.
And
I
it,
mean,
and,
what's
and
this?
it's making it to the head news. Wait.
Imagine if you want to introduce Begiri, they don't want Amala. What if you added Begiri? What will happen? They will
One man. Let me ask this question. Let me ask this question, one man, and you just give me a straight answer. During that Igagan issue, where when Fulanis were attacking people in Igagan, was serious. During that hot season, then one person will come out that you want to do two festival during that season in Igagan. What do you think will happen? Please just tell me.
No, that's the point that I'm making, Warpace.
I
That
don't understand
in this climate, the Southeasterners, they are not friendly towards the Southwesterners for reasons of elections. And then under this climate, you want to go and introduce Amala and then surreptitiously introduce Begiri into their space. I mean,
publicly.
It is an act of provocation now.
No, no. That's what we are saying. That's what one might say. Not like Amala. There's not like you're not saying Amala in Enugu.
Don't call one man.
Woman.
Imagine go to Logbewedulo. I mean,
Woman.
Ogunde nìyẹn now.
Ajani Gogo.
Ogunde nìyẹn.
Ajani Gogo. Ajani Gogo. Ajani Gogo. Ẹ má bínú o, tó ṣe bí òwe o. Bàbá Alexander tẹ bá ń gbọ́ mi o. Tó ṣe bí òwe o. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí tí wàá dé bákan báyìí yóò bá ní pé tí ẹrù bá kọ òkè tó bá kọ ìsàlẹ̀, ó tún níbi kan tá a máa ń gbé kọ́. Ọ̀fọ́n tí wàá tọ̀ sí gbẹ̀gìrì báyìí, ó dàbí ẹni pé àsìkò ti tó kí ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kó kó ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́. The Lord will bless us. The Lord will help us to get out of this. I yield.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So there it is right there. Please do not take Amala to Enugu. They are not ready for it yet.
Hello, woman.
Yeah, we can hear you.
National mind gbé àmàlà àti gbẹ̀gìrì ẹ kúrò ńbẹ̀.
No.
Ló ń jà fún ìjà wo ló ń jà? Ìjà wo ló ń jà? Gbàmàlà ẹ kúrò ńbẹ̀.
The food that look like poo-poo, you want to be introduced. They think you want to poison them.
You see, you see, I want people to understand this. Tinubu is not Yoruba. Tinubu is not Yoruba. Tinubu's interest or whatever, it's not synonymous to Yoruba person interest. It is his own stupid and selfish interest that is pursuing. And if an average Igbo man is mad at Tinubu, they are mad at Tinubu and his Yoruba rascals. Not with the Yoruba. Because what I said something, hold on, can I say something? You said, how can we just carry Amala to some people's space? And then they are mad at the Southwestern. No, they're not mad at the Southwesterners. They are mad at Tinubu and his Yoruba rascals. We need to understand that very well. Very, very well. So, because the issue about all this ethnic whatever, it started with Tinubu and his Efcc in Lagos, trying to butt our head with the Igbos. When they will say they will put them in, they will throw them into the lagoon. They said they're not. Some Yorubas were not. They were even prevented from voting simply because they look nice. Because if you look nice, it's only a Igbo man that looks nice. So as a Yoruba person, you're supposed to
Rational mind. That argument is completely.
So my point is this: whenever we are talking about Yoruba and Igbo, don't say the Yoruba equality. Say the Tinubu and his rascal Yorubas that are fomenting this issue, this problem.
You can't rope them.
We know they have their own wallet.
Rational man, Rational man, I think you need a
So let's not use this issue of Amala, no Amala. Besides,
Rational mind, you can't rope. You can't rope Tinubu off.
Let me say something.
Okay.
Rational mind, what? Keep for Kele now. If you don't want for Kele
No.
Rational mind, because Tinubu pẹ̀lẹ́lẹ́yìí. Why bringing this issue of Tinubu now? Tinubu is not the one that called them, that sent somebody to go and introduce Amala there, to go and organize Amala festival.
You just hold on now. Let's go. Let me make my case. You just had what's his name? Bishop say to you that all the places he's been to in South, I can tell you where I've been to, and I see Amala joints in the east.
In the southeast?
Yeah.
You must be joking.
You just had him tell you now. Isn't it?
Rational mind. For the fact the area you stayed, in southeast is a popular, is a miss area. You have different type of people from different states. Hold on now.
You're overflogging this thing.
No, you are overflogging it. You are bringing politics into it. It's a clexic. I don't understand what you are arguing about here. Amala is not an Igbo. Even in Lagos, how many Igbo you see flooding Amala joint packed in the morning? You see Yorubas, Bini, other people eating Amala in the morning. When I came in 2021, there's one person in Lekki that said Amala. Probably Bishop will know. I don't know the name. Your person said Amala. I think opposite of Noru. If you go there in the morning, like Bishop was saying, if you go there in the morning, you see cars. My friend took me there. I better work share. We walk there. You see Bini, see Yoruba. You see other. How many Igbo you see? Maybe one or two. But you mostly you see Igbo girls. The men you don't see any. In Lagos.
All right. Let
go to the equal be joint in that morning.
What please? Let rational mind land and then we move on.
Can I just land, guys?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is this: let's not dignify these idiots. These faceless people who don't even know who they are. Who could even be support of the APC. Try to stop these anders of this bigotry. We know what they are capable of doing. At least we have what is his name? This guy, he says, should be they said they know how to do propaganda. We'll match them with propaganda. So, guys, we need to stop all these things. I mean, if the Igbos can come to this southwest, not just only in Lagos, in Ogun State there, they do their New Year festival there sometimes. They do their meeting, their village meetings there, and they do all this their thing. And we have even Igbo restaurants where I, as a person, I'm eating. I love eating Igbo food. I go to Igbo restaurants and eat. That doesn't mean I don't eat my own. So if they can come to Southwest and open their own Igbo restaurants, and Yoruba people go there, why can't the Yoruba people also open a restaurant in their own area? And while we're here dignifying them,
rational mind is very simple. Okay. The Yoruba space, they don't object to, in fact, a lot of, including myself, like your Igbo diet, the other Tedika and their pepper soup, and they love it. So the Yorubas don't object to it. So of course, they can freely do as they will. But they object to you opening an Amala joint in their space. So you just don't do it.
Woman, who are this day? We're talking about just
the indigents now. The indigents.
No. You just had Bishop ask you, where is your survey of these day people that is representing the whole of the Southeasterners in this matter? Like you're not making it look as if the whole of Southeasterners are against Yoruba or
a representative sample of respondents.
And you say it's a representative sample, and make it sound like it's the whole of the Igbos. Let's stop all this. That's what I'm saying. Let's just stop this. It's not good. It's not healthy for us. It's not healthy for our mind. You know how many people's minds get polluted with all when somebody, a Yoruba person hears it, so they don't want Amala in their own space. Okay, anywhere we see them in Lagos, I'm a Darufu one. You know, this is how it starts. Because some idiots, we don't even know whether they're even.
Rational man, why must it be Lagos? Why not Oshun? Why not?
Hold on, War Peace now. Just let him speak. Sorry, War Peace. I want to move from that space. Yeah.
But for me, let us not dignify these guys with space, whereby they will start giving them a platform for them to start hearing. I mean, to start propagating these ideas of that. Oh, the Southeast don't want it. No, it's just some few idiots, some bigots, which I know they exist in both sides. There are some bigots equals. I know them. I know that I see them. I've been on their platforms. I know what they say is kind of crap. I don't dignify them because if you say it's going to be tit for tat now. That is how if Southwestern hear this now, anyway they see Igbos, it's okay. Pack all your stuff. We don't want you here. You're not selling anything here. You can't come here, come and be dominating here with your own diet. I know many Yoruba people that love Igbo diet. They prefer to even go to a Igbo restaurant and eat within the Southwest. So let's just stop. This is not good for our mind. It is very toxic. Unless it's there one man, please.
All right, brilliant. Anyway, that's rational mind. Who wants to draw us all together? But it looks as though just don't take Amala to the southeast. You can maybe take Begiri. I think they won't object to Begiri. Ajale Koko, are you ready?
Yes, one man. How about you?
I'm good. I only even brought it as a light-hearted little. I didn't know it was going to take on a life of its own. Whoever knew that Amala could be controversial? I thought everybody loved Amala.
Well, it's unfortunate that this tribal sentiment that we are using against each other in that country, and we are going even low now to, use our food to fight each other over this tribal nonsense. It's not healthy. It's not good at all. But those boys that are raising objection to it online, yes, we can say, yeah, they are talking nonsense. But there are a lot of people out there that believe in them, that are listening to them. They are from that part of the country. And when they talk, they represent a lot of people that share this position with them. So people that is someone that is trying to introduce the Amala, Amala festival or Amala restaurant there, should watch his back. I don't know.
I think I may well have identified the mistake that the person made. It's amala, ewedu, and assorted meat. But if that ewedu was gbegiri, maybe they would have embraced it rather than should they have gone with amala and gbegiri rather than amala with ewedu? Eh?
Oh, if you don't telling amala, there's no ewedu, there's no gbegiri, it's not complete. You don't have balanced diet there. Everything must be there. Gbegiri, ewedu must be there. So some people don't like gbegiri. They will take ewedu, and some people will say, okay, give me everything. Ewedu and gbegiri, abula, So, but
but one man, is this person a Yoruba person that is selling this thing? Is there a person or an Igbo person?
I'm not sure that he actually is. I'm not sure. It didn't actually make mention. Did it? It didn't make mention.
She's an Igbo girl. She's an Igbo girl.
It's an Igbo girl. Okay. So I think if that person live in that area, I don't know which side of it.
It's in Enugu, but a couple more words. Let's move away from there as quickly. I think we are. It's only meant to be a light little, but a couple more words. Then we go to serious matters.
Okay. So I hope that that lady should watch her surrounding. So if people in the area love what she's trying to introduce to them, yeah, she can stick to it. But if she notices some resistance, well, she can pack up and go to some other place. Even if she go to Lagos, a lot of people, being an Igbo lady, selling amala, I'm telling you, a lot of Yoruba
Should
people.
we object to that? An Igbo woman selling amala. Is that acceptable? When did that come out in the Ifa divination that permission has been granted?
Look, let me tell you this. If a foreigner is cooking your food, your own diet, in your own place, and can cook it very well, a lot of people will patronize our business.
The next thing will be an Oyinbo person cooking amala. Where does it stop? Where does it stop?
Yes, people will be shocked that ọmọ Igbo ló ń dúró àmàlà tó nágbára tó yìí. Tó bá lọ síbẹ̀ àmàlà ẹ̀ máa nágbára gan mà ní. Before you know, the news will spread like wildfire. People will be coming like bees to her to come and eat. She make a lot of money. If they don't want her there, she can just move to any part of Yoruba land, particularly Lagos or Ogun State. People will, or Ibadan. You go to Ibadan, she will be shocked. People will, she'll make a lot of money. So, but let us leave it there, one man. One thing about this world is that where they don't want you, you don't live there. That is for your peace, for your safety. You don't live there. That is the way I see it. So if they don't want her there, they should move to where they will accept her, appreciate her work, and then support her business. That let me leave it there.
All right.
One man, job. Just give me one, or just for 30 seconds. And I want to say this to all our Igbo brothers and those idiots. You people need to grow up. You people need to understand that we are in the 21st century. If you people can come to the Southwest and you have your businesses there and you thrive, don't forget about all these Yoruba rascals that are idiots like yourself, that are bigots like yourself too. I mean, if we have people coming and doing business in my own area in Southwest, why can't we also do the same thing in your own area? I want you people to think about it. If you people can bring your own culture to the Southwest and other parts of Nigeria, and you have your restaurants, and even some of people locals of that area where you go, they can eat in your restaurant. Why not other people go into your own area? So you need to open up that Southeast and let other people come in there. Because if these people continue saying that you people are also bigots like them, prove to them that you're not bigots. I think our Southeastern brother, I'm not saying all of them, those bigots among them, they need to realize this, that we're in the 21st century and the world is moving on. So they should allow people to come into their space and also do the same thing that they are doing in other people's space. And stop this bigotry and always having to point finger at people, or because they come to their space. Oh man, I'll leave it at that, please.
All right, brilliant. I think it's the texture of amala. Maybe it looks too much like poo. That's why they don't like it.
Let me make a statement to close it up. Hey, if that lady is listening to us, or some people that knows her listening, if she's not married, bring your business, bring your amala to Yoruba land. Bring it. Look. Yoruba men, they love Igbo ladies. They will go for
and then you can cook amala as well. Can you imagine that?
Take your money. Look, Nigeria Nigeria is for everybody. Well, we can live anywhere in Nigeria. That is what I believe in. So if they don't want your business there, come to Yoruba land. If you are not married, you will even get husband and be prosperous with your business. So that is it, one man.
All right, brilliant. So 7 out of 10 Nigerian students involved in cyber crime, says Efcc chairman. So yes, I have the expectation that it'll be a high percentage, but 7 out of 10. Do you buy that?
Let me first of all greet our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think I believe in that.
7 out of 10?
Yes, I believe in that strongly. Look, this is a government agency taking records. They have the statistic of arrests. They have the statistic of people they are put through trial, people they are jailed, people that they fine. They have the statistic. So anybody pushing back against this, I think it's just trying to deny. It's just enemy of fact. Look, Nigerian state, politicians that are in charge of Nigerian state have not done well for Nigerian youth. They've not supported them in any way. Hardship all over the place. These are young guys that are educated, they're smart, have access to internet. They've seen what is going on around the world. They want to do better. They want to succeed. They want to, most of them, their parent doesn't have that, their parent cannot support them financially adequately. They can't provide for them.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's a case that their parents cannot support them adequately, or they want to live a life that does not mirror their reality? So they are seeing Davido order a Maybach from America, and they're seeing all these gloss and glamour lifestyle because they are all on social media and they want to be part of that scene. It's not as though they are starving for food or they don't have shelter or their fees are not being paid, but they want to quickly propel into that lifestyle. And this is really where the problem is. So it's not really so much, they're not living in penury.
Look,
and they're not doing Yahoo Yahoo to feed, by the way. They want to blow, as they call it in street language.
One man, you see, a lot of things around us these days, around our youth, influences their action. The social media, number one. The leadership, the lifestyle that the leaders in Nigeria live is another thing. It influences. Look, when the leaders are so rascal in, in the management of the resources of the state, when they live lavish life, that is what the youth see. That is what everybody see. You understand what I'm saying? And then you have a country that does not provide job for the youth. And these are educated youth. These are enlightened youth. They want to act in, act in the manner that they see their leaders, the way their leaders act.
The youth are not looking to mirror politicians. They're looking to mirror entertainment show business sort of narrative.
Look, let me tell you, it's all the same thing. Look at the politician riding SUVs, buying SUV 160, bulletproof. They see the children of billionaire in private school. They see the life they live. They see them at the club. Those children of millionaire politicians post their video, their pictures, and when they go have fun somewhere and things like that. You see, let me tell you, youth will always act as youth. If that country where you live, one man, and this country where I live does not provide job opportunity, we will have the same situation here. This is just human behavior. It's not about whether the youth, Nigerian youth, are just different from other youth. They are not. This is youth. That youth for exuberance is there, whether you like it or not. During our own days, there was job. There was no joblessness. We used to have what they call holiday job and everything. Job is waiting. Before you finish your school, job is waiting for you everywhere. But there is no, except you want to go and ride Okada or do some, some back-breaking job. And at the end of the day, you don't even make money.
I'm sorry, I want to interject 1 second, if you don't mind.
All right.
Ajaleko, what year was that there was job for everyone in Nigeria? What year was that? Just give me brackets. 1970, 1975, 1979, 1982, 1983, just give me 1 year that you just made reference to.
And is Ajaleko there?
Because there has been no time that we have not been having problem, at least since 1975. This MYTH, that the painting like there was an Eldorado in 1976. For where? We knew what happened in 76. We knew what happened in 1978. We knew what happened in 79. We knew what happened in 1980. We knew when they were singing Ilule Koko Olorun Waso Ludero Omolewe Oronjeje Kiniko. We knew what Barrister was singing.
All right.
We knew what Barrister was singing. So I want to know what that particular time that Nigeria was Eldorado that we are making reference to now, as if that some of
all right, just to add to that, because somebody sent this in, they were so fed up with back in my day that Ajanle Koko used to say, and they sent this in that I should play it the next time he does it. So this is inflation in 1975. Nigerians queue up and struggle to get food. According to reports by Reuters, food is scarce and expensive, and basic commodities such as milk, sugar, and soft drinks have suddenly become luxury goods for the average citizen. And Nigeria's new military government are preparing for an all-out war against inflation, but until new measures are introduced, soaring prices are creating problems for authorities as well as the general public. And this was what was happening in 1975. So you see all this, this is for food though. I'm not begging or trying to buy.
One man. So if you have a situation in one place, it means that it's general everywhere, right? What do you mean by people who are struggling to buy? As if we are not like that.
No, this is it now. These are video images of what's going on then.
But look, woman, let us just forget about this nonsense. They can push the way they like. They can push back the way they want to push in order to justify the worst ever you can imagine that can happen to mankind that is happening in Nigeria today. They can push the way they like. But what I know is that
people could not buy milk, sugar.
Forget about
1975.
Okay, look, people say they could not buy sugar, they could not buy. Yes, there was sometimes that there was high cost in this thing, but we said what we told you guys what Muritala did in bringing down, solving that problem. And solving that problem, some people were saying it wasn't a good decision. I mean, on this platform, they said, oh, Muritala, what I did that time was wrong, was not good, was this, it broke up the country, that was what caused our problem, and this, and they were saying this. Look, let me tell you this. In this situation of Nigerian youth that this man is referring to, I believe that man, he have the statistics, he have the record, and is presenting it to the country. It is now left for your criminal politician to see that there's a job for them to do. If they don't solve this problem, next 10 years, 15 years, what we're going to witness, what we'll be witnessing in that country, it's going to be what nobody liked at all in any part of the world. Insurgency that we see in the north, it was because the government all over the north failed to provide opportunity for their people. They failed to give them education. They failed to provide opportunity for large population of their youth. That's what resulted into criminality that ravaged and killed a lot of people there and still killing people. Our own case, we have youth that are well educated, smart, no opportunity, no job. That is what forced them into this 419 and this thing that they are doing. People want to survive. Young people, they want to survive. They want to live a good life, particularly when they are educated. They want to live a good life, and they will look for all means to get it. And that is what they are doing. I have children in Nigeria, in college. I know what they have told me. I know what I tell them all the time, not to involve in this kind of thing. I always tell them, just be patient, face your education. Look, be one of the best in your class when you graduated with good grade. Don't worry about whatever is going on around you. Once you are well educated, opportunity will open for you one day. That is what I preach to them. So, but look, the way that these young people of these days, the way they see the world is different from the way we don't even know the world when we were growing up. We only know our community. But the children of these days, they see the world. And you see some criminals in power are trying to trample on their talent. They're trying to suppress them and render them useless. They will fight back in one way or the other. If they don't carry gun, then they will go online to see what they can do to make ends meet. They see that channel as a way that, yeah, they can get easy money. And that is why a lot of them, they see some of their colleagues go to university. You see a lot of public university. You see some of these guys riding Benz, riding this and riding heavy, fantastic cars. And they are 411. And they know them. Colleagues let them know them. My boy telling me that, yes, if you tell me that, oh, look, if you come, you see a lot of them using Benz, using this, and they are 411, and they know them. And sometimes some of them, they will arrest them, they will pay some money, they pay some millions, and they leave them alone. So this guy that is telling us, giving out this figure, this statistic, I think we should commend him for bringing it's an effort to save Nigeria.
I think that's the EFCC chairman now, right? Not the EFCC chairman.
Yeah, chairman. It's an effort to save the nation. It's an effort to alert the politician. This is the problem that we have in this country that you must solve. And if they don't solve it, it's going to this thing will continue to enlarge and get more complicated. This guy are becoming more skillful every day in and out in this job. Yes,
Babaja. Good evening, by the way. Good evening, everybody. Babaja, I think that is wrong on all fronts.
What is it?
That number?
Joel of Nashville here.
What did you say, Joel of Nashville?
I say it is wrong on all fronts.
That
you cannot make that about the citizen. That figure is wrong. The idea of even announcing it is wrong. The optics is not looking good. If you're trying to say yourself, look, we all have baggages. Every one of this country has baggages. One man, do you know that the CNN we watch here in the United States is different from the CNN that they show in Nigeria? So most of the crime being committed here, you don't hear about it outside of the United States. So why must it be us? He can do that even if he feels that if he's convinced that is what is going on. Then you can work with intelligence. Who are you announcing it to? This politician that have been with them for over 20 years. That we saw politicians going to meet hush puppy to get money to get sponsored in the election. Which politician are we talking about? It's wrong on all fronts. Let us say it the way it is. We are not the only bad people in the world. Every country has their own vices. If I ask you now, what is the vices committed in the Philippines? You wouldn't know. Why? Because they don't push it. You cannot the use of your nation. The leaders of tomorrow. You just stack them that way. And I promise you, Ajele Koko, that number is not right. That number is not right.
But why would you say it's not right, though? Because if anybody should have the data, it is the EFCC, and this is what is
He was not speaking to any data. He was just doing beer parlor rant. There was no data to that.
Wama, you should know. How long has he been in power? 6 months.
675.
No, he has been in that organization for years.
No, one man. He has been in that organization for years, right? But he has been in a EFCC power chairman for how long?
He has been the secretary for years.
He was the secretary now.
He
He
keep
was the
the record.
secretary of the Efcc, so you know,
He
she
keep
know
the record.
she's
No,
an
no,
inside
it's
man now.
nothing. There is nothing anybody wants to say. 75% of Nigerian university students are not cyber criminals. That figure is pulling it out from his anus. It's nonsensical. And it's annoying that Adalekoko is running with it, and is you are. I mean, it is very infuriating. Are you saying your own children are cyber criminals in Nigeria? You say you have children in college. Are they part of them? My own children are certainly not. And I know several others. The ones that are spoiling their names, they are negligible fraction. We cannot have 75% criminals in our university. And one idiot sat somewhere and is throwing out that figure. And instead of us to call him to order, some people are running with it. And they're calling me names here.
My brother, what I'm even saying is this. The politicians that are stealing us dry. Did he make that kind of comment about the politicians? No, he won't make it because they'll fire him. One man, you see this issue, I keep saying it on this show, that we always make examples with our citizens, with the victims. These boys are victims. They come out, swap them for the fact that you only have a laptop. It's part of what Obi was saying prior to the election. You see kids, you just ram them up. Even if you have a phone, one man. And they need to be in Nigeria. When I went to Nigeria, I went to Port Harcourt in 2019. They stopped me. My friend was telling me that guy, I said, what happened? I said, keep that laptop. I said, what happened? He said, they stopped me. And they detained us for almost 2 hours. In fact, let me tell you, that was when the twilight of all those NSAS killing. They told me that we can only leave both of us. We had to go to the ATM to give them 30,000 naira. They were there. We don't need 30,000 naira. I gave to them so we can leave. My friend told me, bro, these people.
Are you admitting to giving policemen bribes in Nigeria?
Yeah, one man, let me tell you something. If a policeman stops you at 12 a.m. at night and detains you, say at almost 2 a.m. in the morning, right? Look, let me tell you something. If they ask you for taxes, you just give it to them and take your life. If not, one man, you might lose your life. That is how bad it was under the NSAS nonsense that was going on in Nigeria. They will take you to the ATM. You withdraw the money. Please, I just want to disagree with you on that point, and just keep it.
Hold on. Before you move forward,
let me ask you a
when
question.
we say
All right.
Sorry for this. I will be quick. One man, if you remember at the beginning,
You go.
we used to talk about the average. I think you were countering that at that time. You said when I was saying that maybe me or Ajaleko or some of us were saying that the minds of the average Nigerian is criminal. It's very criminal because we came out from a country where law and order does not apply. I can tell you as somebody who have family members who they've been involved in some criminality and how some of my family just have to go through some lengths just to get them out. Those kinds of those criminal acts or those acts will send them to at least nothing less than 20 years in prison. But they get away from it because virtually every facet of that of the living of the areas of life in that country is corrupted. So are you surprised when I'm not saying maybe there's no point based on any statistics, but I would respect more somebody like him, even though that kind of a statistic that in every 10 Nigerians, 7 of them are criminals. Maybe criminals like Yahoo Yahoo. It's one of them. Criminals just not only do I say maybe not just maybe only Yahoo Yahoo. Some of them do all that kind of stuff. I mean, go to Moremi or there in Moremi or in Unilag there. All of those girls there, most of them, if not all of them, they are show. If not, how can they afford to stay in Moremi Hall? You know how much some of them pay just to stay in Moremi Hall?
Yeah, but there's always been a tradition of aristos with the Nigerian females to the.
I'm just starting.
You were an aristo once now. Were you not an aristo?
Rational by, please don't destroy our company, please. Don't destroy our company, please. That's our area. Just please. That's
we
that area.
just speak to where things is. If we do not identify the problem, how can we solve the problem? It's not just about just glossing over it. It won't help. It's glossing over our issue. That is why.
No. Hold on, Rational Mind. Sorry, Joel. Rational Mind. I'm not sure that I and even Joel is objecting that there's an epidemic of cyber criminality amongst Nigerian students, but the statistics is too high. The data is too high. 7 out of 10. It cannot be. And it will need to produce more to 7 out of 10. That is to say that every single Nigerian student is a criminal. That is more or less what that tells us.
One man.
Well, maybe
one man.
Yeah.
Rational mind. See. Yeah, with this economic hardship, are there more people going into? Fine, they're right.
You're breaking up.
Okay, go ahead.
One man, please let me add my own voice. Sorry, that data is a seriously wrong data. It shows that I think I'll play a little bit of politics. This is the place Rational Mind is supposed to be screaming at Tinubu, because he's Tinubu appointee. He just got there in 6 months. You have not solved the main issue of the country. He's running to hold Nigerian student, saying 75%.
Is that not one of the main issues? If 70% of Nigerian students are criminal, then that's a big issue now.
Yeah, but it's wrong. It's totally wrong.
But he has the information. Do you have the criminal data coming through your desk? Because they go through his desk.
One man. You know what? Because 75% of Nigerian students in Nigeria. You know how many graduates we have? How many students we have in Nigeria?
But he has data passing through his desk.
No, one man. There are so many people in university that don't even know they call cybercrime. So many. Thousands.
You must be joking. You must be
No.
joking.
One man, this is the problem. It's the problem now. The problem is this. There are so many university students that engage in content creating. They are making money from Facebook, YouTube. Hold on.
No. They know. Everybody knows the distinction. I don't think Efcc does not know the distinction.
No, they don't know. They don't know. Why tell you they don't know? Just the other day, they went to bust one university in Osun. They have to release all of them because the students mashed out. The other day, they bust one TikTok content creator. They thought it was a student, but he created content. They thought he was. I don't know. They know that thought, and they would threaten the guy that how many people will put in jail.
No. A lot of those instances, those people they either go too far. There was a guy they busted in Ibadan that was asking a minor to do unusual things you shouldn't ask a minor to do. There was a guy that they busted for wearing military forces uniform to do skits. So they bust them for those sort of things, but they don't bust them for doing skits online. They
do. Don't worry anyway. But
what do you mean? They're not illiterate. What are you talking about?
Wait, one man. In university, maybe total student you have, let's just put like this, 10,000. You are saying sometimes 500 are doing crime. You know what that means?
You know what? That's
in one university.
Hold on, please. Why do you think? Do you think it's just plucked? Do you think it's just plucked figures out of thin air?
Yes.
This is data passing through his desk.
No, it's not data.
It's not data.
Please permit me 1 second, please. Number one, one man. I just got the population of our prison as at November 27th. Every prisoner in Nigeria, both convicted, awaiting trial, detention by order of court, is 80,461. Note that figure: 80,461. 80,461. Now, 1% of our population at 200 million is 500,000, right? No, it's 2 million. So, less half percent of our population at 200 million is 1 million. So 0.001%, less than 0.001. And one man that is sitting at the helm of Afia had come to say 70% of our population are criminals, are committing crime that they should have been convicted.
He did not say that though, did he?
I'm coming. That's what he just said.
No, it says students.
Well, okay, students. So let's
what percentage of the population are students?
Okay,
Just
so
is as tiny as
no. I won't agree with you that it's as tiny. Student population in Nigeria, if we are using higher institution alone, it's almost about 1 point something million. It's the last time somebody was making something about it, maybe 1.1 higher institution, universities, college of education, polytechnic, and which other higher institutions that we have. There was sometimes somebody was talking about it. So if you say 70% of them, I would say that is humongous. And to end it now, let's assume without considering that it's correct, it's a national disaster. Failure of parents, failure of our society, failure of the church, failure of family values and everything. It is not just the failure of the politician. It is something that all of us should look inward and cry and put our hands on our head that we have failed as parents. All the churches should close shop. All the mosques, everybody that is talking moral. Every one of us. But thinking that is something we can dump, one second. Thinking it's something we can dump at the doorstep of just politicians, it's a shame on all of us.
All right, let Prince come in.
My brother, all these institutions you mentioned have all failed though. So if you are basing it based on that one, I am to say they don't respect you. All these institutions you mentioned now, they've all failed. So probably we should not increase it to 90%. Thank you.
All right, Prince, come in, Prince.
Yeah, I was gonna say so I don't.
No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it'd be better now. Carry on.
Okay, sorry, I'm driving. So I was saying the details in the pudding, and can you hear me now?
No, we can now. We know you are driving. We can hear the wind as you. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I was saying the details in the pudding, right? But we need to go the use.
No, you're breaking off.
Is it breaking up? One man. I still stand by my word. That man is wrong. Chairman. Let me just say this before you move on. Yeah. If he has said that the data he has, people he has arrested, convicted, and about to convict is 70% of students, then we will say yes, I agree with you because you already have them in your custody.
No. You know what is basing it on? 70% of the students arrested. The reasons have been cybercrime. So they were arrested for several reasons: cultism, prostitution, killing partner, etc., etc. So out of all of the crimes that are that students have been arrested for, cybercrime is 70% of it. So you can extrapolate from that data and then project.
Okay, let me get you correctly now. He said the student that they have arrested, 70% for cybercrime.
No, he didn't say that. I'm just saying that is how the data would have come out.
Okay, if he said that would be more better because you can arrest 10 students, some for cybercrime. It would make sense. But you cannot just say 70% of total number of students are criminals.
No, you can extrapolate and project now. If students have been, let's say 10,000 students were arrested nationally, and then one for pickpocket, a few for pickpocketing, a lot for cultism, all manners of crime, but 70% of that 7,000 out of that 10,000 they were for cyber crimes. So that is enough of a sample size. No, hold on. Can you just hold? Yeah. Can you let me speak? That is enough of a sample size for him to extrapolate and project.
Yeah, Woman, I understand what you're saying. Man, now let's put it like this. If CID or SIB that take in charge of crime, Social Investigation Bureau, come out like most of the students they are arrested in school for fighting on arrest is related to cultism. Are you going to say that 70% of the students in school are cultists?
That's how data is done. But let's get back
No,
to
that one is wrong because the
all right.
cultists in school is not up to together in that school is not up to 3,000 or 1,000. In school they have like 20,000. It's not up to 700. But you cannot just say because the few issues of fighting.
You know when they say 70% of Nigerians are, 70% of Americans are, 30% of UK people are. You know what they usually do is they took a representative size of the population and then test that to whatever metric in order to arrive at that percentage. But let Ajande Koko carry on. Ajande,
Okay.
back to you. Yeah.
All right.
One man. I still may stand. I believe in that statistic. That man knows better than anybody. People can run their sentiment the way they like. Same way they run his sentiment when Nigerian Bureau of Statistics came out that 133 million Nigeria lives in abject poverty, no multidimensional poverty. If we have a government agency that functions every day, and they come out with statistics and we don't believe in it, what are we doing? So I think that we all know that the job opportunity in Nigeria for the youth is like nothing. So what do you expect those youth to do when there's no job opportunity for them? You think they will not get into criminality? I mean, I don't get it. A lot of parents of these young guys struggled themselves. Economic hardship and make it impossible for a lot of parents to even support. Some of these children are the ones that bring something home to their children, to their parents. Look, we are living, that country is a country that gives nothing to the youth of that country. And when the youth are not taken care of, when a system does not create opportunity for the youth, you will surely record criminality. And this cybercrime is one of the criminality that ravage our country. And we know those are doing it. They are not illiterate. These are smart young guys, educated. I don't know what we are pushing back. Do you know how many schools have been raided? Several times across the country. Could you imagine Efcc raiding school, raiding them in their hostels? There was one school in Abuja, they said they are teaching, computer tech or something. They were using it for cybercrime. They went to bus in there and pick all of them up and arrange them before the court. Parents are taking their children to some experts in this cybercrime to teach their children how to do this cybercrime as well.
But we will blame politicians and not. No, let's just interject something now.
No. Let him
It's just
flow.
one word.
No.
It's flowing.
Let him flow. I want to pull back the interjections a bit. Let him flow for a bit.
But why is it only when it's Ajale Koko? You don't allow.
Let him flow for a bit. Ajale Koko, back to you. Sorry, Bishop, but I want it to now.
Why is it that when it's only Ajale Koko, you don't other people to interject?
Why?
So
Ajale Koko has been interjected for.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in one word. As you are saying,
I wanted to pull back the interjection so that
let him put him to me. I will answer.
Carry on, Ajale Koko. Carry on.
Okay. Some parents have given they gave their children to some people to train them on how to run cybercrime. This is what we have seen in our country. So it's just, I think what these guys have done is a big favor for the country. He has alerted the politicians, the leaders that we are sitting on a time bomb, except they act now. If they don't act now and start solving problems by, running the country in such a way that the country will create job opportunity for the youth, what we are seeing happening will be worse off in the future. We won't have a country where you can run anything online. It's going to be, do you know how the banks, what they struggle with every day in that country? Look, I accept it. I believe in it. I don't push back on government agency statistics because I know that government, they keep their statistics very well. When government agency come out with statistics, believe in it. Believe in it.
All right.
That's the way I see it, woman.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you on to this next headline, Ajale Koko. APC will produce next Anambra governor. This is Ganduje. And remember, Ganduje already told us that he has a blueprint for taking over the Southeast. So they've been able to retain Imo State, and it looks as though in the off cycles, Anambra State up next, and he has now assembled. It says APC chairman said this whilst addressing journalists after a closed-door meeting with Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, his counterpart in Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, Yobe State Governor Mia Malabuni, Deputy Senate President Jibrin Barau, two former Anambra governorship candidates, Senator Ufanye Uba and Uche Ekwinife, at the party's national chairman, at the party's national headquarters. Until their defection, Uba was a governorship candidate for YPP and Akwanife, his rival PDP. So now, all of the most important names in Anambra State, it looks as they have coalesced them under one umbrella, and they are going to launch after Anambra State. So Ganduje did make the boast that it was going to turn the Southeast APC. If they get Anambra State, should we start taking them seriously?
One man, that is just rhetoric. It's just a political statement. How many? We should ask him. How many representatives do they have in the House of Assembly in Anambra State? Can somebody check for me? How many do they have now? What is their president? Where is their stronghold in Anambra State? You see, politicians will talk all sort of nonsense sometimes, just to just to give their supporters in that state.
But if they have taken out the big names from PDP and they already have strong names like Ifeanyi Uba and all of that, and they have the war chest of the federal space, Imo State, etc., apart from Charles Soludo, what else can stop them from taking Anambra State? And can Charles Soludo withstand the force? Because from what we're hearing all the time, people coming here to slam him. It's not as though he's as popular, and he's against Peter Obi anyway. So is it not for the taking, Anambra State?
No, man, forget about it. They cannot take Anambra. It's just blabbing. It's just making mouth. It's just talking like a typical politician that is giving confidence to their little supporters they have there. That look. We want to tell you we are in power at the federal, and we can do what we can do, what we normally do to win election. And what is it? Hope Uzodinma you are talking about, and the others you are talking about. Did they have? Was the election that declared him as the winner, was it transparent? Was it free and fair? I mean, look, presently, we don't see their structure in Anambra State. And the only way you can define their structure is their representative at the parliament in the state. At the local government, where is their structure at the local government? Do they have any local government chairman? Do they have any representative at the federal? They don't have. That state is between PDP and ABGA. So let us leave it until then.
But Ajale Koko, the senator for Anambra State Central, Uche Ekwanefe, he's crossed over to them. The Senate.
It's crossed over to APC.
Yes, it was in the meeting that was held with Ganduje just now.
The senator. That's former senator. That's not the
for Anambra Central. The senator for Anambra South, Ifeanyi Uba, he's crossed over to APC.
Ifeanyi Uba, is that the?
So how many senators? How many senators from? How many senators from?
I think there are three. There are three, and they have two.
You know, one man. You know, you guys
cross carpet into APC. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, two out of the three have cross carpeted to APC.
No, one man. Hold on, now let me explain to you. Now it's my state. We have 3 senators, 1 YPP, and 2 Labour Party. Then a YPP now went into APC. So we now have 1 APC and 2 Labour Party. You know, you guys are talking about ABGA and PDP. It is not between ABGA and PDP. It is between Labour Party and others. We are taking that state. This is Obi state. Obi cannot lose in that state. We are taking that state. So all these things you guys are talking, that's why I was just laughing. Who is the ABGA? So Ludo is not even performing. So who is going to be in front? Who is going to be
he's still dominating.
Valozigbo is going to be the next governor of Anambra State. That's what it is.
So sorry, who's the senator for Anambra Central?
It's what's his name again?
Where's Abadi?
This guy that always had the guy that always had the tall cap. What's his name again?
Uche Ekwanefe.
No, Uche Ekwanefe is a former senator. The guy that beat him, the older guy that was former.
Is it Victor Ume? Is it Victor Ume?
Victor Ume is the if you remember the guy that was talking to, that was one, right? That's his Labour Party. If you remember that guy that was confronting what's his name, Amabio, telling him that he's giving all the
committees to Committees to
Yeah.
APC.
So then the committee, yeah, that guy is the other guy. That's the other senator under Labour Party, representing. I think it's Anambra, whatever. So those are the two. There are only three: Oba, Pitume, and that guy. Thank you.
So one man, I don't see APC winning. I don't know where they are coming from. The fact that they won, they have a senator that crossed to their party does not guarantee that senator to win the next election.
Ajale Kuku, can I ask you a question, please, if you don't mind? Yeah. Let me take you to Oyo State. We've said in Oyo State that no governor will serve 2 terms in Oyo. I'm just citing that as an example. We Oyo State, we have boasted that nobody will serve as 2-term governor in Oyo State. That was broken. Don't you think anything can happen in politics? Thank you.
Well, yes, like you are right. Anything can happen, but the issue remains that even the last election, the last National Assembly election, a lot of strong politicians even lost their what do you call in APC and PDP, they lost their senatorial seat. So what I'm saying is that, we don't see their structure on the ground yet to start telling us that, to start giving us that picture that, yes, they're going to be competitive. APC have nothing on the ground yet. The fact that the senator moved, it doesn't mean that it guarantees victory in the next election. It doesn't guarantee.
Because Charles Soludo is there for the taking, or it can be taken out.
Let me tell you one man.
Because they seem to despise him for going against Peter Obi.
For the fact that state is a state where Obi comes from, that is a big challenge to APC. Obi is still loved.
It depends on who they put forward. If they put Ufai Uba forward, he's quite popular.
He's not popular.
He is popular. He's popular. The Uba brothers, they own Anambra State.
He's not popular anymore.
Mama, it's not that Oba. It's not that Oba. It's not with Oba. It's not with Oba. Remember, it's not with Oba. This guy is Ifeanyi Oba.
Are they not from the same stock?
No. Ifeanyi Oba is from Nnewi. Right? So, and he's the one that built Stadia. He has money. But he's also having problem with EFCC. So you remember others or someone that said that if you have problem with EFCC, enter APC. So we are seeing that's the reason why he went into APC. Because they were really the DMOs were coming for him. And since he joined APC, we've not heard anything about that case again. So Ifeanyi Uba is popular in Navy very, very well. I can tell you that he has followership in Navy, but outside of Navy, he is nothing. And besides, have you listened to him talk? No. He can't be the governor of Anambra State now.
Yeah. So Obi is still a popular guy among his people, particularly in his state. Whoever that guy supports in the next election is likely to win.
Will defeat Soludo.
I said,
the next election in Anambra State is really going to be Charles Soludo versus Peter Obi.
That is what we are going to.
Yeah.
And Soludo, we kind of want to use his, governmental power some kind of way. To suppress, it will go the same way that.
Let me start the scenario. Let's see Soludo go and join APC.
That would never happen.
It can happen?
That would never happen.
Say, one man, forget it. It will never happen.
That would be that would be his political death knell if he joins
Yeah, that will fire up a strong opposition against him, because already that party, they don't like that party there. Then for Soludo to go there, it's going to be big problem
You know,
politically.
they see APC as a Hausa Yoruba party in Anambra and maybe even the wider southeast.
Yeah, that's where they say it is Yoruba Hausa party that kicked them out of power when they were in PDP for 16 years. So they are not happy that Yoruba and Hausa gang up to kick out Jonathan. They are not happy about it, and they still carry that anger till today. And APC is not political foes party. So, and they will always do everything now to reject it in that part of Nigeria. So, but I'm not saying APC is not, they don't have anything on the ground yet. We don't know in the future. Yeah, we could start seeing maybe in the future, a year to the election time, maybe we start seeing some strong showing, for us to see that yes, they are in the game. But for now, no, they have nothing on the ground, so they are not competitive at all. They are unknown party, and they cannot win election there today. If election is conducted there today, APC will lose. They will lose. They will beat them down mercilessly.
So you are saying that even Anambra is not riggable?
I'm not saying that. I mean, they will always rig election in Nigeria, but they
For
will.
APC.
But it's going to be tough for APC because Obi will jump in, and people will follow Obi. I'm telling you, Obi is popular. You people can describe him anything you like or whatsoever, but among the common people, they love that guy. They love it. So, particularly in the States, Labour Party took some seats in the last election. I think majority of the state. Majority of the state
in the state house. In the state house. You're right.
Yeah, some seats. The majority of the seats is still with Abga. They were able to take some seats from Abga in the last election. That's to show that yes, they can show some strong showing in the future. But APC have nothing. So what is Ganduje coming to tell us is just jab mounting and basket mounting and just trying to give a kind of confidence that is not there at all. They don't have nothing in that state as of today. The Ifeanyi Obi, it was beaten third position, distant third position, distant. Maybe the percentage of the votes that share percentage of in the last election is the percentage of the votes recorded by him. Maybe it's like 10% or so, and he went to court. I can't remember, but I can remember that he was in distant, while Soludo was having maybe like 200 plus. He was having like 40,000, maybe 40,000.
You're right. You mean this guy, right? This particular guy, because he was a former governorship aspirant.
Yes.
This is what you're back.
It was in like 40,000 when Soludo was like 200,000 or maybe close to 200. It was like 40,000, and he still went to court. I think they knocked his case out at the first tribunal. They said he had no case. They knocked him out. So, and he went all the way to Supreme Court, and they disgraced him at Supreme Court. So APC have nothing yet. One man. Let Ganduje continue to rant and be talking is nonsense, thinking that it's only when they can rig election that can give them victory. They only believe in rigging, not a real, transparent, free, and fair election. It's rigging the use of force against the people, the rig election, and declare themselves the winner. That is what he believes in. So,
yeah, can you hear me? Actually, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's much better now. You made it back home.
Yeah. I was gonna say quickly.
Well done. Yeah.
Ganduja is not talking about winning today or tomorrow. It's a plan for the future, and I think it's doable actually to win Anambra, because at the end of the day, it comes down to money, plenty of money, and he had it. And also, in regards to Peter B being popular, there's a difference between being popular and being a winner, or being able to win. Peter B doesn't know how to win. It's quite clear, right? But yeah, sure, it's popular. But at the end of the day, if they inundate a number with money, all this, their top politicians, we I think they've already done it. Those three parties, it's actually a much easier task than you think, Angelico. They can win it. I believe they can win. They can win 2 out of 5. They have Imo right now. They can win 2 out of 5 states in the Southeast, at least, I would say. Thanks.
So what did the money do for them in the last presidential election? You think they did not spend money in the East? What were they able to get?
No, they didn't spend them. No, they did not. You know that. They did not spend it. I mean, not to the level that...
Sorry, carry on. Yeah, I want to ask a question, but you land, then I'll ask the question.
Yeah, I don't think they spent the level that they would this time around to win the state. Last time, I don't. In fact, we saw the politics, right? Peter, Tinubu did not really concentrate on the Southeast, why? Because it turned out to be a big failure on the part of Atiku, the strategist, or whatever you guys call him. So Tinubu did not spend a lot of time and resources there, for sure. That was clear. But this time around, Delagan Duje, trust me.
He traveled there. Tinubu traveled there to
I know he did. We know, of course, he had to. It's part of he has to play the politics. He can't just not travel there. He had to. That's understandable. But to bring his machinery, the structure and the money to go after the politicians, because we know quite clearly the Southeast politicians, right? They, at the end of the day, they always take the money, and that's the reason why Atiku can pound on his chest and says that no, he's going to get a ticket, and he does so every time. So let's not kid ourselves. Money works big time there.
Ajali Koko. Don't let me quickly say this. Ajali Koko, everybody, don't you think they have Tinubu and APC, they abandoned the East for Peter Obi? They didn't spend money as they spend in other places, like in the North and in the Southwest.
No, I will not agree with you. They spend money, but the money did not give them result because the people rejected the party. There is no way in the presidential race when money will not be disbursed to every nook and cranny of Nigeria because they have people.
Ajani Koko, you are not correct. You are very wrong. APC weighed their strength across the country and they deployed their resources. They knew where they had strength. In fact, strategically, APC deliberately encouraged Labour Party to capture Southeast out of PDP's hand. So it worked perfectly for them. APC did not put any serious effort in the Southeast. If you follow that election and you read it very well.
They don't have structure. They don't have strong people to fight for their party there. The people over there are strongly opposition to their party. So it's not that they don't spend money. They spend money, but the money could use result because the people resisted against their party. I mean, we know the requirement for declaration of winner in that election. You must get 25% in like 24 state, and you must have, majority vote as well. Why must they want to take a risk, say, oh, I don't want to have 20. If it's just 25%, I don't need to win. But let's put up a very strong show. Let's try. Let's give them resources so that we can get that 25%. They can't just abandon one particular part of the country. Oh, we are not spending money there. We go and spend money there. Was it not guarantee for him? Most of the states in the north, some of their stronghold, they lost it. Why did they lose their stronghold? Why did they lose Kaduna? They had their governor in Kaduna. They lost Kaduna. APC won only one local government. Only one local government. Can you believe that? In Kaduna, only one. They lost Katsina. What are you guys talking about? That they don't spend money. What do you mean by they don't spend money? Politician doesn't risk every opportunity to win election. If he sees opportunity at a particular, we put in money there. And in the presidential race, every place in Nigeria matter. Every. Not just one section of the country. Oh, let me abandon this section. I'm not going to spend money because I know I'm going to lose. No, this is presidential. You must win some percentage, some 25% for you to keep you in a competitive position against others. I disagree with all of you that are saying they didn't spend money. The money did not yield result because the people there are opposition to the party. They don't want that party there, and they fail. So this time around, I don't know in the future. They could win in the future, but I don't see anything on the ground that can propel that winning for them in the future. Nothing on the ground for them yet. So if they want to win in the future, we must start seeing the sign from today. We don't see any sign that they're ready to win in the future. As far as that place is, they cannot even win Anambra. They can't win.
Okay.
Win. I can buy with anybody.
For the records, 1 second. You just made reference to Kaduna and Zamfara State now. For the record, I mean not Zamfara, Katsina State. For the records, are you saying the elections in those states were free and fair? They were not rigged?
No,
I'm just wanting that just for empathy.
Who rigged
you were of course you have only been saying the election was rigged. So I'm just saying you said that they only won one local government. So I'm saying for the records, the election in those places were free and fair and credible.
That is not the issue.
I know. I'm saying for the records.
The issue is that, look, even in APC stronghold, they lost and they spent a lot of money. So I'm just telling you why it matters to spend at every nook and cranny when it comes to presidential election. Presidential election, a candidate doesn't abandon anywhere. You are taking a risk and you could lose.
You can make your
and that is what Atiku did. He abandoned some people in his party thinking they don't matter. And he lost the election because he underrated some people that they don't matter to him, that they can win. So that's what I'm saying. You can't give away any part of the country that, oh, I've already lost. I know I can't put up a show, so I'm not committing resources. No, not in presidential election in Nigeria. No, you must win that 25%. You win that 25%, it gives you an edge over others. It puts you in a competitive position against others because both you are in a race with others. And 25%, winning 25% in 24 states is one of the requirements that can guarantee you victory. So I don't agree with you.
One more, just 1 minute if it is allowed. Can I?
Yes.
Push back on that now. I am saying to you, okay, before then, before the primaries, Tinubu did not go to any of the Southeast states to campaign for votes. That's one. Did you know that?
What
What are you talking about? What are you saying?
What are you saying, Bishop? He was in
I only
Imo.
spoke English.
He was
Did
in
you hear-
Imo. He was in
did
Anambra.
you-
He was
did
in.
you-
He was
did
in.
you-
He went to all the southeastern states,
He
brother.
went everywhere.
Did you hear? Did you? Are you people just listening to respond? I said, do you know before the primaries, he did not go to any of those places?
Oh yeah, before
And you are just bumping at me. Did you listen to hear or just listen to?
All right, carry on, Bishop.
Before the primaries, he did not go there.
Okay,
To
yeah.
campaign to any of the what do you call it, for votes for the delegates. Now there were outcries.
So what does that even have to do with what we're talking about? We're talking about the main election.
Would you let me finish? Would you let me finish? There were outcries. Oh, he'd abandoned, he neglected, he did this. Going there for campaign was just a strategy to satisfy, not to appear as if say it's arrogance of
Come on,
when
come
you
on,
listen.
come on, come on.
Will
come
you
on.
let me say
Come
my
on.
own? Will you let me say my own? Will you let me say my own?
Okay,
National man, will you let me say my own?
Bring the tone down, but
Will you
carry
let
on.
me say my own?
Yeah,
Come on, what?
Carry on, but bring the tone down. Carry on.
Come on, what is come on.
Carry on, just carry on. Yeah.
Will I listen to some people? They strategically know where their strengths were. When people were even saying that APC underground was sponsoring Labour Party to divide in Southeast to take away, because APC had never really won Southeast in presidential election ever. Go and check that APC was deliberately sponsoring and funding Labour Party from underground to deplete the PDP's vote from that space. And when some people spoke, we saw it. Even the strong men of APC that ordinarily should be at the forefront of APC, some of them that have been ministers, some of them that are House of, senators, and the rest, they did not put in a. And it showed one thing for people that strategically looked at, and it's not good, but it showed it, that there are certain, if you concentrate your effort, there are certain places you can win and you will secure what you need to win a general election. Buhari never won in the Southeast. So if Buhari never won and APC was still able to win 2 elections, and they entered into this election and strategically, deliberately encouraged Labour, because they know they won't win, but all they did was to encourage Labour Party to deplete PDP's vote. Is that not strategic enough? I'm talking of election winning strategy now. I'm not saying anybody flexing muscle. Is that not strategic enough? If that's the way they want to play it, and they have played it that same way, after all, we are not going to win that place. We are not used to, but we will not allow the traditional people that used to win that place to win it. Let another one win it so that they can divide the vote and it will work to our advantage. Is that not strategy, election winning strategy?
All right. Wrap up that space, Ajale Koko, and then we go on to Joel.
Well, Gandija has spoken. He's the chairman of the party. Maybe he have a strategy. We don't know yet. You want to wait for it. We want to see how you want to do it to win Anambra. Anambra particularly, I know APC cannot win there. As long as Obi is alive, APC will not win in that state. Other states in the east, I cannot vouch for them.
Yes, I actually wanted to, but a very, very short response to this one so that we can go to Joel quickly. Because Ganduje is threatening to sweep up the whole of the Southeast, but how feasible is that? So in Anambra State, what are the chances of APC in Abia State rather? So what are the chances of AP? So this is really just a very snapshot sort of. So Alex Otti, the governor there at the moment, what are the chances of APC in Anambra State, Abia State?
Well, we don't know if Alex Otti crossed to, if it's delivery, good governance, building infrastructure, invested in education and healthcare, that people can see that it's really working, if it crosses to APC, it might take a lot of people to APC. It might still win.
All right.
If that guy if it crosses to APC and is delivering good governance to the people will follow him to APC. I mean,
what are the chances of him crossing to APC?
Man, we don't know. It's possible, but some of these politicians, if they grab him at somewhere, maybe they found some corrupt.
All right. Let me move you on to Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State is already APC. I want to wrap it through it. So let me move you on to Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State.
They are controlling. APC is controlling Ebonyi State now.
Yes, they are already controlling it. I never even knew that. Francis Nwifuru, he's the governor. But curiously, they seem to have a female deputy governor as well. I'm not quite sure if she's the only one. Patricia Obila. Did you know that they had a female deputy?
Just knowing for the first time, just telling me. I didn't even know it's female they have as their vice governor.
All right. Enugu State. So they have Peter Mba there. He's the governor, PDP. What are their chances there?
I don't think APC have a chance there.
In Enugu State?
I don't think so. And they don't have a chance.
Where did they stand a better chance, Enugu or between Enugu and Anambra? Where would you, if you were to put your money on either or?
They don't have chance in either of the two. Neither of the two. They don't have any chance in any one of the two. I don't see them winning election in one of the two. But Alex Oti, I don't know. That guy could cross to APC if because he has bankrupted 2 banks before. If he sees that they might try him for corrupt practices or something like that, he might, for that reason, cross to APC. Just like, what do you call it? What is the name of that guy? The former Ebonyi governor that moves to... No, former Ebonyi governor. What is it? The one that...
Sam Egu.
No, Ebonyi.
Sam Egu now. Former governor Sam Egu now.
No, the one that is the minister.
Umahi.
Yeah. Okay, you would have said immediate.
Yeah. It was rumor back then that they found some corrupt questioning for him, and that is why he crossed to APC. And good enough for him, he was delivering good governance, building infrastructure, transforming that state. So the people moved with him. People saw what he was doing, and then they moved with him to APC. You see, Nigerian people are very easy people to govern. Nigerian people just need good. Nigerian people don't care about party.
All right.
They just need good governance. They want to see what you are doing. They really want to feel the impact of your government. They don't ask for too much. But a lot of these people doesn't want to do anything. So Ebonyi State, this guy transformed that state. It used to look like area before. But look at the way he transformed it. The airport, the medical school, every infrastructure, big road everywhere that this guy built. You see, and the people follow him. So let me leave it there, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you, Ajane Koko. So yeah, it looks as though APC already controls 2 states in the southeast. If they get one more, then that effectively gives them the over at least the majority of the states there. So Joel of Nashville, you're up next. Joel.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be.
How come you've never hooked up with Ajane Koko? I never knew you were both away from just a few minutes from each other.
Baba Aja is in my place we call it Ikiri. He's a deity. You never get to see him. You don't even have his phone number. So I don't want to push it so much.
He only moves in the middle of the night. He only moves in the middle of the night.
Yeah, the only thing
we shall meet one day. We shall meet one day.
We shall meet, sir. We shall meet. No problem. Well, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nashville, One Man Show. Like, share, subscribe. Yeah, one man. Like I said earlier on this topic that I'm just looking at, it is a wrong assertion. It shouldn't come up from a security agency like ours. I mean, certain things should be, even if this is true, it should be a coded file. It shouldn't be something that you have to make open because it does not look good. You're talking about students. What happens to their future? It means that when they start coming here, you might have maybe increased security checks, being labeled unnecessarily, getting victimized for no reason. If this can come out from, like, from a security agency in your own country, it does not look good. Certain things we have to start to hide, especially when it has to do with these young folks. Nigeria is not doing good. Sometimes I wonder, I don't know if any of you still wonder how people survive in Nigeria.
I wonder. You know what I really wonder. I wonder if I'd stayed back in Nigeria, what my fortunes would have been. Sometimes I wonder that.
Yes, you understand what I'm saying? Because one man, you remember when I went to Nigeria and you guys saying, "Oh,
would that be part of the looters or part of the?"
You understand what I'm saying? That was pre-election, so everybody was trying to make everything look good, but the elections are over. One man, it wasn't looking good in 2022 December when I went to Nigeria, and then dollar was nearly 600 and something, 500 to 600 and something. That dollar is times 2. One man at that time, people were hungry. Remember, I came back. I told you about the ladies, about the young girls, the infiltration of drugs, the kind of drugs I saw in Nigeria. I said, in the past, these drugs were in air. But people have taken to drug as a coping mechanism, which is not good for the country. The economy is hard on those kids. And sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I keep asking myself, I don't know what I would have done if I was in Nigeria. And for many of you coming out here too, you don't know what you would do if you were in Nigeria.
I think a lot of us would not have survived it.
No. You wouldn't have survived it because you've come here already. You've gone abroad. So now if you're not like.
No, I mean if you had not left the country at all.
If you have not left the country at all, one man probably will be somewhere.
You would either be stinking rich or stinking dead. You'll be stinking one way or the other. Yeah.
Girl, let me poke at one man. One man is brought up with a silver spoon. If one man was in Nigeria, he will be doing fine. If you know one man no be smarting now. No be na billionaire na in Papa baby now.
Okay. Maybe he's an exception. What about?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. Or if they placed you, if you had the, if you were, stripped of all of the advantages that you have of birth, but you have all the advantages that you have of education, and then they put you in Nigeria to survive. So you don't have some uncle or some daddy or whatever to call, but you are educated. And you have to fight through the system to make something of yourself.
That's about one man. As at that time, your daddy have a house in Oregon. You're not a poor man.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Talking about you.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That if you were stripped of all of that, but you have all of your education and all of your
Yes,
intellect.
yes.
Would
Yes,
you?
I understand now. Yeah.
Would
No,
you?
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You will struggle. You will struggle a bit. Yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah.
No, they
You know,
struggle
because
with
it
it.
adds to why all of these children are Yahoo Yahoo boys and whatnot.
Exactly, because I mean, people must feed, and it is not just like everybody is poor. Sometimes during December, some of us come back, and we do this in your face kind of a thing. You take their girlfriends will not even want to answer their call during that Xmas period or Easter period. It counts. It counts on these people.
Joe, I'm
So,
sorry, quickly, if you don't mind, Joe.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Some people have said it here on the platform before. You see, these young people nowadays in Nigeria, they don't believe in going through the process. Let's put it that way. They don't believe in going through the process. This internet or this social media thing has co-opt their view about the reality of going through the process and acquiring things yourself, not looking at your neighbor or seeing somebody else what they have, and you think you deserve what they have. That's a big problem. And I don't think it's we can't excuse that because the people are poor in the country, then they have the right of the passport to do criminality. I don't think that's the case. I think we should encourage that. Yes, I do agree that Nigerians, we are oppressive with our wealth. Okay, but at the same time, it's not a justification to want to have something that you don't deserve. I mean, you have these young kids nowadays thinking that they deserve all these things because their neighbor have it, or somebody else around them has it. It's this. No, we can't preach or encourage such bad behaviors. I don't believe.
Praise Daddy. Let me
Yeah.
tell you. I know you've stayed in America for quite a while. You see, in Nigeria, if you're stealing in Nigeria, right, you are not stealing so that only you will eat. You are stealing so that you will never suffer again. Because you know why? The country, you don't know where the country is headed. You will believe in the process. If you know there is a goal, there's an actual goal for you to there's a goal, and those goals are achievable. So you say, okay, let me believe in the process. You go through the school system. Why do people go to school here? They know that there's a job out there for them. That is why you believe in this process. If after going through the process, you did not see anything at the end of the tunnel, do you think you will still be saying what you're saying? You won't say it. That is the point. You go through schools in Nigeria just to graduate. The job for you, you don't know where it's going to come from. It might be 5 years after you graduated. It might be 6 years after you graduated. I mean, sometimes those days you see graduates. They have worked and worked and worked and worked. The side of their shoe has taken a triangle shape. What are we talking about? So
What we're talking about, Joe, is that the youth of today, Nigerian youth of today, they have more opportunities, plenty for them than 20 years ago. Than 20 years ago.
No. See. Having an opportunity and being equipped to grab those opportunities are two different things. They are two different things.
But you're right.
Even the ones,
Okay.
even the ones, right, that might even have the wherewithal or want to even concentrate in class, they may not even have money for school fees. Let me tell you, brother, when we were going to school, we had ladies that had to go out to town to prostitute to pay their school fees. Then Nigeria was still good. What Ajele Koko was telling you is true. Some of these students you see feed their parents. That was when things were, we can say things were still good. We're talking about 2011, 2012, and 2020. What am I talking about? 2005, 2006. You will see them. They call it one man in Unilag, they call it Aristotle. In Uniport, they call it is it Aristo? We call it Aristo. Then, or they call it Ndogo. They come to school, they'll pick your girlfriend and they go and mess with your girlfriend. They bring her back in the morning. You as a guy, you won't even talk. Some of us won't even talk because you know why? Are you going to pay her? Are you going to give her the money? Then, if it was happening then, imagine what's happening now. So, cut some Nigeria. I'm not one of those that is going to knock any Nigerian. I can never knock any Nigerian as long as I've experienced.
Do you object to Yahoo Yahoo? Do you object to it?
Yes, I object to it. Right? Even though, right? I feel like
hold on. Let me qualify it. You know, there are different types of Yahoo Yahoos. There's the Yahoo Plus, which involves sacrifices and whatnot and babalawos. But then the original full fat coke Yahoo Yahoo is essentially rascally boys doing love scams online. Do you object to that? Just
every part of it. I object to every part of it, one man, because you're duping people.
Okay. What about the Yahoo Yahoo? The Prince? Do you know the Prince Yahoo Yahoo, or the Nigerian official Yahoo Yahoo? When you are sending all these emails
One man.
Yeah.
What distinction are you making out of this? Because
I'm trying to say, this Yahoo Yahoo, for instance, when you send these emails to businesses that you have X amount coming out of the Nigerian government, which some top official has stolen, but is locked somewhere, you are not able to get it out, unless you pay. Yes. Do you object to that?
Let me help you out. Hold on. Let me just something real quick. I know you want to move on. You see, if you say Yahoo Yahoo, brain Yahoo Yahoo, there is one part of it like that, and there's Yahoo Yahoo whereby which is the plus, because some of these people, for them to convince these people to bring out that thing or to do what they want them to do, that's why they have to involve the plus, this juju and all of that. But some guys, they don't use juju. They use brain calculation, so they are very.
Okay. Do you object to brain Yahoo Yahoo? It doesn't sound as though you object to it.
Either for me, it's wrong. It's criminal.
It's wrong.
Okay. So you are Yahoo Yahooing somebody, and you tell them that you are a top Nigerian official who has stolen $75 million from the Nigerian space, but that money is locked into some sort of space where you have to pay some sort of 10% stamp duty in order to release data. And if the guy can pay those stamp duties, and then you go house on him, and the guy knows he's stolen money, and then he forks out about $2-3 million, and then you disappear, you object to that?
Yes, one man, I object to it. Do you know the reason why?
Now. What was
because
that?
It used to be that way, but it became a getaway into Yahoo Plus. So who knows?
No. Do you object to that? Because I don't object to that. I have to say, if you invite the person into a criminal enterprise and he ends up being fleeced, then it's a case of Olegba.
No. This is the issue. One man.
Two fighting. Yeah.
One man. It was Tony Iradia, former NTA CEO, that said that the corruption, that Yahoo Yahoo is a two-way thing, which is the fact. There's a giver and there's a taker, right? So the person coming to take, what are you taking? Does it belong to you? So I can see the reason behind that. But the issue there is that you were the one that proposed it. You cannot propose something with the intent to defraud people. That is my own take on that one. I believe that both.
You don't see it as a form of reparation. And people see it as a form of reparation.
No. I don't see it as a form of reparation because, see, let me tell you one man. This one you're talking about is like one branch. There's one they call Agoma. That is, I will marry you, right? That one, you bring out the face of a guy. Maybe just pick up a guy and they've
used Dino Melaye's image. They've used Dino Melaye's image for that. Was yeah.
And the ladies here, because you see, the issue here is this: among the black population here, right? It is over 70% single mom. So they need men. With the whites,
I shared the clip on that with Prince Daddy when I came across it. Kendra G or something, yes.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? So the issue there is that they need men. Now, okay, let me just put it in proper perspective. Somebody just said here on this show that the total prisoners that we have in Nigeria, which I know about 80% of them will be male, right? It's about 80,000. If you come to the United States, it is in millions. And who are those? What's the gender that comprises of this figure we're talking about? Mostly men. Then there are ones that have come out of jail. Those ones, they cannot get jobs that they like. So for some of them, they will just go and commit one crime and go back to jail because they are more comfortable in jail than on the outside. So where are those men? They are in jail. These women are single. In fact, some of them will say that their baby daddy is in jail. They go to see the baby daddy in jail. But with us, it's different. It's different. And I think that if our law enforcement was doing what they ought to do, we should have more people in jail to serve as a deterrent. But I also believe that if the economy is doing good, we won't have any need to have people in jail. A place like what they call it, Netherlands, they're closing it up. Is it Netherlands or Switzerland? They're closing their prisons up. Why? Because they don't have no crime in their place. Everybody's living good.
In Finland, their prison is like a 5-star hotel.
They're 5-star hotel. So it's just like you commit like petty crime and you go. They don't have really big crime. But you wouldn't have those crimes because your economy is good. So it's still tied to the economy of the nation. In America, most of us talking here, if America was as bad as Nigeria, oh my God, with this infiltration of weapons, it's going to be mad. It's going to be mad. And by the way, this Yahoo Yahoo thing we are talking about is also done here in the United States by citizens of the United States. And in fact, if you go to Eastern Europe, it is even more over there. Because this Yahoo Yahoo,
the world capital of Yahoo Yahoo is India. You know all those phone calls you get.
Exactly.
That they have report that your computer is this, that, and the other. Please let us grab hold of your computer so that we can attack your bank account.
Even what I'm even telling you is this, right? This money that they get, it's not that they wire it to their accounts, right? They wire it to someone's account, especially those people in China, right? There are banks in China that they cannot disclose the names of account holders there in China. So what they do is that they look for. That's why they'll ask you, "You have an account? You have an account that can take certain money." So when they wire that money to China, then the Chinese now will not take their court. They now wire. Now it becomes a clean money. Then now they will not have to wire it because they can't come into Nigeria like that. So they have to wire it to Bureau de Change because they have the wherewithal, the account to take that money. So that Bureau de Change will not take his own percentage before it now gets to them. So it's a ring.
It's such a job. It's such a job. They are better off finding a job. That sounds like work, doesn't it?
No.
For all of that ingenuity and effort, they might as well just get a proper job.
Well, one man, I have this guy. I don't want to say, but I think he got about 500,000. Now, if you say such person should go and work, when he has seen $500,000, I don't think it's going to be possible. So these are the issues. My thing is this: if you have a bad economy, you tend to throw people that are willing to do crime and those that are not willing to do crime into the crime scene. So our economy must be good. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let me take you to another talking point, Joel. So the Northern elders are complaining, Belly Ekin. Northern elders explain why Tinubu is not concerned about security. He loves money. So this is Usman Yusuf speaking on one channel or the other. And he's speaking of the backdrop of that incident that happened in Kaduna State, the friendly fire something. And he's concluding then that Tinubu is not doing sufficient enough in terms of insecurity because it's focusing too much on the economy. But can we really say that Tinubu is not doing sufficient enough on insecurity? We still have insecurity, but it seems to have abated a lot more than the daily recordings that we had under Buhari.
Okay, one man, and the issue on this matter, but I had wanted to talk about it yesterday. Hands should roll. I heard that the person that pulled the trigger was an Igbo man. Get him. We cannot allow it. It is one too many. This is part of the reason why the United States, under the Leahy law, decided not to sell us weapons. Because of our gross violation of human rights. So, you saw something that looks like a movement, and you did not get intel reports on who those people are, and you just sent in the bombs. Come on. Come on.
You know, they said they were scraping human flesh off the top of roofs, trees,
and trees
everywhere. Yes.
And trees. So it means that they did not.
And then the army chief just went there and said, "Oh, sorry." I mean, can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's it. He wipes out a whole village and he goes there to say sorry.
Tinubu should be preparing his plane to move down to that village and commiserate with those people. And one man, I listened to
declare a day of national mourning. Should they not declare a day of national mourning?
Yes, so that it will show how serious that is. We do not take human life seriously in Nigeria. And that is why if somebody dies in the hospital, we just will be like, until it happens to someone that is close to us. What is the problem? Tinubu should be going there. He should be there, commiserating with the families and making sure that head rolls. It does not matter who is involved. The buck stops on the table of the chief of defense staff or chief of army staff. If he cannot get those people who did this, who committed this dastardly act, he should resign. He should resign and be probed after he resigns. Well, man, we have to create things. We pay these people money to do a job. It's not an easy job, but you are paid to do it. You are paid your foremost duty is protection of the territory of Nigeria and her citizens. And you are the one now bombing us. You see, one man. Why they say in my place, they say that when you see an hen crying because an eagle took the baby of another hen, she's not crying because of that one. She's crying because she knows that she might be the next tomorrow. It might happen in Southwest tomorrow. It might happen in Southeast. It might happen anywhere. So, it should be taken seriously. It should be dealt with all sincerity. I do not subscribe to the ethnic coloration because I listened to Yusuf and he was like trying to read out the hierarchy and saying that it's a Christian, trying to make it a religious affair. calling the question of the Muslim thing. That is not necessary. That's not necessary. Which brings me to the earlier topic that you brought up here. I'm going to brush through that one about the Amala.
Oh, right, yes. Why are we not allowed to sell Amala in the Southeast? Why now?
There are certain things you shouldn't bring up on your show.
If you guys send it in now, you guys send it in. I didn't look for it.
I did not send it in, but whoever that sent it in, should have a better job to do.
Is it more or less divisive than the than the Adeyinka grandson one you sent in?
It's one and the same. For how long shall we continue dividing ourselves? My mom eats Amala. My youngest brother eats Amala. My immediate younger brother eats Amala. What is wrong in Amala?
Yeah, but they are Lagos people now.
It does not matter if they're Lagos or not. They sell apple in Lagos. Why would you sell apple in Lagos? Why would you sell Igbo soup in Lagos? What is the problem? If they want to have what they call it, a festival of Amala, no be if you want them, you go chop. What nonsense is this one? Look, one man, please. There are certain things, certain people. I know the kind of people that will send it to you. These are the kind of things Thomas or Baba will send to you. No, one man. We cannot be doing this or enigmatic. These are the kind of things they can send to you. The division is too much. Your show should not be seen as a show that furthers that division. It should be certain things you just don't even mention it. Let's go to the next topic. Thank you. If you have any other topic.
All right. Let's come to this one then. I don't think we've had... let's come to this one, and then after this one, I'll go on from you to Rational Mind. Let's come to this one. I don't think we've had commentaries on this one yet. Ooni of Ife visited ex-CBN Governor Emefiele in Kuje prison. Monarch opens up. So Emefiele, of course, in Kuje prison, and the Ooni of Ife has reasons to be in Kuje prison as well. So people drawing inferences from there and concluding then that they had gone to visit Emefiele. So he has gone to debunk that. He has come after that to debunk that there was an occasion being organized there that his presence was invited to, and that was why he was there. So that's one, and we even believe that that's one. But the wider thing is the Ooni of Ife, is he circulating himself too widely? Because in this same readout, there was also pushback that he was inviting the cast members of Real Wives of Lagos and all of this. Everywhere you look, the Ooni of Ife is there at the occasion. Do you think he should spend a bit more time in his palace and less time on the scene?
The Ooni of Ife is a young man. However, I think he has desecrated our seat a lot. Visiting Emefiele, I don't know the significance of that, unless Emefiele he committed or he got some money from Emefiele and he's trying to beg him not to talk.
Joel, can you give me 5 seconds? Joel, can you give me 5 seconds? One man, is the news, I just want to clarify because I know you always put some your own embellishment. Did the news said Ooni visit Emefiele or Ooni visit Kuje prison? Can we just clarify that so we know how to talk? Yeah.
No, the news actually said in the first cycle of the news, it said the Ooni visited Emefiele. So that was the first cycle. And then in the second cycle of that news, the Ooni then came out to tell us that no, he did not visit Emefiele, that one of his wives, who has one of these outreach organizations, was doing an event around the banner of that outreach organization at Kuje prison, and he went to grace the occasion. So, and he had no contact with Emefiele. So that was the pushback against. But the original story that came out was that he met Emefiele in prison, but then he's come out to give reasons why he was there. But it does really, anytime I look into the news cycle, the Ooni is here, there, and everywhere, and you wonder that should he spend a bit more time in the palace and less time on the scene?
Okay,
Thank
are
you.
you talking to Thomas? Are you talking to Thomas?
No, I was just
Yes,
giving the backdrop.
Yeah. So, Joy, one sec. Yeah, that means we can say he is not there to visit Emefiele, but on your visit to Kuje prison, he can meet Emefiele casually. Can we say that?
Yeah, he can. But
Yeah.
what really the biggest profile person in Kuje prison is Emefiele. And then at his level of profile, Ooni of Ife, of course, Ooni of Ife bigger than Emefiele. But if Ooni of Ife is going to Kuje prison, there's only really one person that he might meet there, and it won't be some pickpockets that is in prison. No. So people just thinking, who is in Kuje prison, Emefiele, who is visiting Ooni of Ife. So I think they drew those parallels and then came to conclusion.
One man, that is just speculation. That is just speculation because I can't. Can you draw anything between Ooni and Emefiele? They are not. They are both not Yoruba. Emefiele is from the
No.
south.
When Emefiele was the money man, I'm not sure if some dollars would not have gone to the palace.
One man, come on now.
Is it not possible that some dollars would have gone to the palace?
No. People are just drawing speculation. Joel, continue, my brother. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So my thing is that one man, I subscribe to your point that the Ooni of Ife should respect his stool and stay in his palace and go out for important issues. The other time I was watching, they say it is the housewives of traditional rulers.
Are they doing that one now? You mean the housewives of Lagos?
No, not housewives of Lagos. It's the housewives of traditional rulers. I'll get the video and send to you. I was shocked. So the issue there is that this housewife, we know how to copy in Nigeria. That is my biggest problem in Nigeria. We love to copy. We love listening.
And then we overdo. We'll copy it and then we overdo.
They will now overcompensate, and we now fail woefully. And by the time we know what is going on, we have sold everything that is remaining of us. It makes no sense. So I would say he should stay in his palace, concentrate more on the traditional activities. Then if you have to go, there's a function, you go to big functions. Your wife is having an NGO at the prison. You went there to do what? Ooni of Ife. Come on now.
But Joel, there's nothing wrong in what he did. He's trying to honor the wife and that occasion.
Babaja,
yeah.
I beg. He get. They say my parents say, "This man I don't be silly." Every person they pass. Now you were talking about Ooni of Ife.
Yes.
Your wife is doing. What is your wife doing? It's not everything. It's not everything your wife is doing that you have to go to now.
No,
everything.
No. Maybe that occasion is. I believe that occasion is a special occasion organized by the wife NGO, and he is trying to grace the occasion so that he can support the wife and that organization to achieve what they set to achieve. So he has not done anything wrong to be there. And as a matter of fact, this is a man that married so many wives. So he has to balance the way he treats them so that they can carry everybody along. So when one of them is, trying to carry out such social program that will make impact in the life of the people, particularly people in the prison, I think Ooni supporting him, there's nothing wrong in that. And showing up at the occasion, there's nothing wrong. It needs to show up in such occasion more than going to party or going to people's party and all this thing. Or you understand what I'm saying? So
I just don't think. See, Obaja is a good cause. He can send a representative, right? He can send it's a good cause, no doubt, right? At the end of the day, it's still the money. I also understand if he is there are people that are going to come there because he is there. I get all that, but I mean, you cannot tell me that the problem of Ooni is money. Send money. There are certain things you use money to, you know, do what you have to do. In certain things you glorify with your presence. I do not think that. I mean, I'm not just that one. He's been moving around everywhere you turn. You see Ooni event. I told you this was a TV program that is going to be aired internationally, and Ooni was there as the wives of, you know. Come on now. If you know how they look at the wives, I mean, please that you will hear. You know how we look at this wife of Atlanta? Well, the ratchet.
Okay.
So I mean, and now we have the Lagos one. If you look at the Lagos, if you watch the Lagos of, it's still that same ratchet attitude. We cannot have that. The Ooni cannot be there. There is down there advising them. Then when they now go out, they will not start acting like fools. No, come on now. He can do better. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. I'm here. Did you want to come in, Bishop, before I go into Rational Mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to say back Ajale Koko, what is submission about Ooni. I did not want to talk about it before. That's why I jumped it when you came to me. You see, if we know the topic, I mean the topic of the event, I'm sure it's going to be one of these corporate social responsibility functions to betterment for the benefit of the prison inmates. It's not for something pecuniary to the Ooni. Ooni has a lot of responsibility. I don't agree with some of his outing, but we are making a little bit of a mistake, thinking that this Ooni will be in the mold and class of the Oba Adesoji Aderemi of blessed memory, or Ooni Olubuse Sijuade second. They are not in the same class. He's much younger. He's learning the ropes a lot of ways. So I'm sure he's made some wrong moves before in some of the events, but I don't think this particular one is out of place. The only problem is the rumor mill that Link is going there to visiting Emefiele, and he has done well to quickly come out and debunk that. So I think we should just take it that he was not there because of Emefiele. He went there for a noble cause, and we should leave it at that. The issue of the wives of kings or something, unfortunately, I have not even heard anything about that. I've not read. I pray it's not true. That would be too embarrassing. I really hope it's not true, so that I will not be desecrating that to the more. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. So, Rational Mind, you're up next. Rational Mind.
Yeah, woman. So, what do you have for me?
Ogagba, Alpha. Do you want to kick? Actually, do I want to start?
I hope you're smiling to the bank now with Bitcoin rising, right?
Oh, don't worry. I have a strategy for my Bitcoins. You know, I have a Bitcoin. I have a long-term strategy for it. So in fact, when it rises, it heightens my temperature, because then I feel as though I have to make a decision, which I don't want to.
Go and sell your Bitcoin before it crashes to $1.
No, don't say that now.
You're selling Naira. You're selling like 50 million on some platforms. 51, 52 million Naira. per Bitcoin, also platforms in Nigeria. So you can imagine if you have one full Bitcoin, bam, 52 million naira in your account. Straight. One man. One man is a millionaire.
Don't worry. I have more Ethereums than I have Bitcoins anyway. But
That's true. That's true. So give me the topic as you have that, please.
Yes. Let me take you to this new space. High debt service / revenue ratio poses huge fiscal constraints on our federal government. So this is Wale Edo, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. It's essentially adding caution to the space to tell you that look, the situation is that bad that don't hope too quickly for any corners turning. And of course, we've discussed the economy, 27.5 trillion and 9.18 of that for debt servicing. So what are you then making of this cautionary tale from the coordinating minister of the economy?
Well, man, thank you. Thank you to every other person. I know it's needless saying that click and it's been a while I said that. Click and please help the algorithm as that helps us to shoot one man's platform on one of the top list watch channels on YouTube. So your liking that button.
How many Bitcoins do you have, by the way?
No, I can't review that. That's it's a non-disclosure thing I can say.
Look at that.
Is that what you want?
Do you keep it on a toggle, or do you keep it on Coinbase?
I have everything on exchanges, different exchanges.
On exchange,
Yeah, in fact, I have.
Do you have a Coinbase account?
Well, there are two of those exchanges now that they file.
You know, Bittrex crashed. I lost a lot of money when
I don't have any. I moved all my stuff from there. But there are two.
Don't keep your Bitcoin on exchanges.
Base exchanges that I have a lot of Bitcoin and Ethereum there on that two accounts. They've been locked up now because they filed back.
Unless you are trading, look at that. And that's the problem right there.
Yeah, so I'm stuck. I can't. I just have to wait for their reorganization. They said I think they had to settle out of court with the judge, and they said they're going to restructure the whole thing. So I don't know. However, it's going to take them. I have to wait until I'll be able to pull out all my Bitcoins and my Ethereum. So
yeah, you might not be able to do that, because often instances you would only get a penny on the pound.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, and that is really giving me a real. I mean, I've learned not to just to think about it anymore.
Oh, all right, you brought it up.
I have to file my tax, and then I'm have to declare it as a loss. So yeah, that's the only way I will claim it on my tax. Because there's nothing I can hide from the Uncle Sam. They know if I sell from any of the exchanges, so they know. So because I've always been reporting it on my tax, they call it crypto gain or whatever they call it. On the tax. So yeah, so there's nothing hidden from that. So anyway, yeah. So let me just go to you see, when the boy is good, the boy is good. Tinubu is an apa. And I said the reason why I said to it was an akpa is that I don't get it. You knew what was on ground. You start giving position to the boys. Everybody's keep creating offices and putting people. Now look at what they did when you were saying that you needed money from climate change. Look at the entourage you took to what's it called? They look at you guys. This guy, are you even serious? You carry 400 and something. You carry 400 and something members from your cabinet or whatever they are to come and join you in the country, and you're saying you need money. You need money from climate change. It's not the same person that was talking about saying that climate change is like a rat that eats only communion, and then the crap that he was talking that we don't even understand what the incoherence that he was just speaking on during the campaign. I mean, boy, he has nothing to offer. It's just the propaganda that brought the boo-boo. That's the same propaganda they play on Nigerians again. After all, I know Nigerians, they were wise. They didn't vote for him. You know, the odd numbers were just all cooked up numbers. So let's just leave that. That's another thing from that day we could debate it. But my point is this: is that that guy is an apa. Just spend money. You're talking about Nigerians should look at the nationwide broadcast. It says, I know your plight. I know your problem. We have to tighten our seatbelt. We have to tighten our belt at this time. Well, I mean, and then you and your minions, you're all spending money loud. See Dubai. You know how much millions of dollars that they took out that way from the Nigerian economy, and you're saying you need money. Emirates, lower man, BA, lower man, and all those other airlines, you're owing about $1.something billion. You're supposed to buy the backlog of money that you're supposed to pay these airlines. That the money is trapped in Nigeria, and you are going and then okay, the climate change that you went to, what did you bring back from the climate change? So am I surprised that Edwin is talking about what he's talking about? I'm not surprised, because you're a member of that cabinet where your boss is an apa. And you say you're telling other Nigerians to tighten their seatbelt. You're declaring austerity. I mean, these are just people who are disconnected from the people. Are you surprised when he cannot even go? When he even heard that there was Nigerian citizens were bombed? Some leaders will quickly leave that place and come back. Although I heard he has come back. I mean, he came back a few hours ago. I mean, instantly would have been leaving, coming back to Nigeria. Because the life of our average Nigerians, it doesn't mean anything to these politicians. They believe everybody's life is disposable. So that's the point. One man, I don't see these people as leaders. These are just dealers. I should well record them. They are all dealers. They deal with Nigerians. They deal with the lives of Nigerians. They don't care. As long as they get what they want, either the power, the fame, or the riches. That's what they care about. So am I surprised when Ali Edwin is talking about what he's talking about, saying high debt servicing revenue ratio poses a huge physical constraint on it? Why would it not cost it? When you are spending the money, the already scarce resources that we have, the scarce what's it called, foreign exchange, since our economy is dollarized in some ways, whereby our manufacturers, they need this money, they need dollar to be able to go out and buy some of these machines or whatever they need to buy, raw materials for their production. Then you are taking that same money and you could not even clear the debt you are owing the airlines and every other people, that even the banks.
Can I come in for 1 second, if you don't mind?
Okay, go on, please.
Okay, don't you think you have been too harsh? Just a few months ago, before the last administration, our last cycle of budget, for every dollar that we earned, we were spending 96% or thereabout to service debt. That has dropped drastically. It is still not where we want it to be, but it has dropped drastically compared to what it used to be, number one. Number two, this man wanted to do his 70th birthday colloquial. Everybody had gathered in Lagos, everything was set. And before they announced...
They have dropped to what percentage?
I will tell the percentage, but it has dropped. That's not an argument now. Everybody knows it has dropped. But it's not, we're still wanting to get... Yeah, it's not 96.
Hold on.
I will check.
How much are we paying from our revenue to service our debt? How much?
It's not what it used to be. It's not 96% now. They said we are going to spend... Hold on now. I will check it and I will give you before we finish this conversation. But I know it has dropped. It's not 96%. It is not, absolutely not 96% of our revenue. So you can do the check yourself. I mean, Google is your friend now.
No,
that's number one.
You are telling us, and I'm asking.
I know now. Let me finish what I'm saying. I will check. I said I will check, and I will give. I don't want to speculate on the figures.
Okay.
And you can check if you want to. If you are disputing what I've said, check. If you don't need it, then don't worry about it. Okay. So number two, the same man wanted to do is you have let me almost forget what I wanted to say. Wanted to celebrate his colloquium. He said he doesn't care, but he cancelled it when there was a train attack on March, what do you call it? And in solidarity or in commiseration with the people. And finally, look at our performance.
So why is he not doing that as a president?
Doing what? Doing what? He just came back.
Yes, when he knew
we are hoping that he will go. I said I hope that he came back yesterday that he will either address the nation or
why did he not abandon the summit and come back home?
So that he can resurrect them when he comes.
No. You said he cancelled this colloquium off the back of he wasn't able to resurrect people, but he still can.
But I mean that one was hold on. That one was his event. That one was his own event. He had control over it. This one was not his own event, and there were people that were there. Let me just finish this. And if you look at our economic indices in several areas, out of about 10 of the indices, about 6 or 7 are reading positive. The facts are.
What are these indices? What are these indices you're talking about?
Okay, you know what you do for me? I will stop here. I might drop out a little bit, and I'll bring those facts. Okay. So that I will bring the exact figure just in the course of this your conversation. Okay.
Well, for information, dollar has risen again. They were exchanging dollar yesterday. There's a collapse. Then this morning again, it went up again. You can't check that. You see, sometimes I don't know when people churn out figures like you're doing. It's dropping 99 cents.
People, you wonder why do you eat your word? Say it out. You wanted to.
I might insult. I saw that more attack on the so let me no, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so like, when I say you people, I mean the Agbadorians. I don't want to know who that person is. If you know yourself as an Agbado, you're an Agbado. But you see, my point is this, Bishop, is that all these figures, you see, it's easy for us to start making figures 99 cents to the dollar, whatever. I mean, like, what's the impact on the life of Nigerians? Dollar just went up again. I tell you, before the end of this December, the way I'm looking at it is going to hit another $1,300. I mean, $1,300 again. The way it's going, I think it got almost like 117 naira. This a few hours ago, my time here. So I don't know all these figures that you people are brushing this shit around because I trust APC. They are very good at this propaganda. No, I'm not. You see, if Nigeria ever survived Tinubu, we will always remember that guy is the chief propagandist, like this Adamawa state Elisha Abo once said. So APC are the chief propagandist, and Tinubu is one of, if not the masterminder of the propaganda of APC. So I mean, he has trained his boys. All of them, they all know what to do, even though he doesn't tell them. We have all their keyboard warriors everywhere, even on this one-man platform. They are here typing. They're all here. I mean, most of them are paid. They come and start spewing out crap out of it. You see, the point is this: what all these figures were brandishing, Bishop. I'm addressing you now, Bishop, and I hope to see those things you said. Those indices you said he has performed. I have not seen anything Tinubu has performed. All his quality has been disaster. And this is somebody everybody tout as chief strategists. Chief strategists have never thought things through, just say things on impulse. Doesn't even think about the repercussion. All because you feel that everybody holds you on a high pedestal. They think that, you're a chief. Anything you just say, all those sycophants that always like to clap and every time. Like, I mean, I used to talk about that when Bubu was there. I mean, the word sycophancy, I mean, I started using it here on this platform during Bubu time. I mean, look at it again now. They've taken it to the highest degree. We're talking about Bubu time. I mean, that one is in accuracy. In fact, it pales into insignificance when it compares to that of Tinubu. Tinubu's level of sycophants that I've seen. I've never seen that in the history of that country. Just look at the National Assembly some few days ago. Look at how those sycophants lawmakers there. They were all clapping. Hey, on your mandate, we shall start. Even the excuse me. Even the some of the Labour and some other PDP too, they joined them in their dramas. So you see, I said it, we're in a dark time with Tinubu, very, very dark time, and I just hope Nigeria survives Tinubu. If Tinubu does not convert Nigeria into another Lagos in his pocket, I mean, maybe only death and maybe his health. If he really gets to that point whereby he cannot even, he's really incapacitated. Except maybe that's the only two things that would make him, that would save us from the hands of Tinubu, the way we're going. So one man, I'm not surprised when Wale Adetunji is saying all of these things. If you say you're a leader, you know the plight of the people. You want to work for. You see, I said it there. The only way I can forgive Tinubu all his sins is if he works for the people. Do I believe he's going to work it? I'm not believing in planet Pluto or in Mercury for me to be believing that Tinubu will work for the people. No, he's going to work for himself and his own. I mean, look at Shagori. We saw Shagori there. Was he not there at what's it called? At the climate change, whatever they did in there. Was he not there? They said it was his confidence. I mean, just look at people like that. I mean, Nigeria is going to be another business enterprise for Tinubu and his minions. They will make that country. They don't care about you and I. All they care about is, like you heard when the professor was saying that bigot Professor Usman. Even though I like him, but the way sometimes he makes his, I mean, he clearly expresses how he feels, but it's just some of the things he says is just bigoted in some ways. But let's just leave that. So my point is that you heard him when he said it. He was just focusing on economy, which I'm not saying is bad, but even the strategies he's even employing is not even working. Why don't you put your house in order first? Show to the world that yes, you mean business. You're bringing people, you want people to come and invest in your country. But then there are the indices that will really promote business. It's not there. Or you want them to come and put their money in and then start doing the same criminality, whereby you have to bribe everywhere, bribe this one, pay police to come and guide you, and pay army, and bribe a commissioner of whatever, or minister. So let us see law and order taking place. Let us see people being brought to account for their crimes. When people see this, they believe that if I come to that country, I'm sure of doing business, and I'll go to, if I have to seek redress from the justice system, I will get redress. I will get justice. But when they don't see all these things, they see everywhere they look, number 1, 2, 3, criminals. The number 1, 2, 3 of that country, they are all criminals in their own criminal ways. And then you expect people to come and bring their money. I mean, we are joking. I'm not sure we are ready. You are going to ask for people to give you money for climate change. Look at all the money entourage you took to climate change. Do you know how much dollar that could have even done in your economy? If they were thrifty, if they were like wise leaders who know how to manage the state resources, the state's funds, treasury. No. Tinubu, I mean, we know him in Lagos now, more than Lagos now. Or because so that he wants to continue capturing Lagos. You know how many of those Alaye boys goes to that body lot there, that goes there and then whenever you just throw, anywhere, snatch a ballot box from, rig election from. I mean, we know all these tricks, we know all these things this guy is doing. So forget it. It is now, like he said, that is business for the boys. I mean, that's job for the boys. So this is job for the boys now, right? He creates any ministry or whatever agency, puts you there, and then you go and make your own money. He doesn't care about the common man on this. You see, what man? I'm not surprised what Wale Adetunji is saying. Give me another topic, please. If you have.
All right, brilliant. I do have another topic, so let me take you to that topic. Bishop. Sorry, Patrick. Let me mute you. Let me take you to the topic. 7 out of 10 Nigerian students involved in cybercrime. So that's the EFCC chairman. So I know you've been sniping at it from the sideline. So you get the center stage now. But rational mind, you take that center stage under Thomas as I bail out, acknowledging Ayo's super stickers. Of course, Ayo always super stickers. And there's Ayo doing as he always does. So that's Ayo. Thank you, Ayo. Prince, he does as well. So that's Prince from the east, not Prince from the southwest. So that's Prince a couple of times. So thank you, Prince. And then there's Tima Jack, he comes in there. And then Prince still at some space in time. And Alexander Gomez kicks it off. So back to you, Rational Mind. So take us then to the Nigeria. You know, well, we've had conversations around this before. That is the average Nigerian criminal minded. A lot of people push against that. But the statistics say otherwise. Rational Mind.
Yeah, well, man, it's you see, it's appalling if you imagine.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Thomas, are you there? Thomas.
Yes, Daddy. Yes.
Daddy. All right. Over to you. Back to you, Rational Mind.
Yes, Daddy. Yeah, Thomas. Oni. So anyway,
yeah, come on. Yeah. Continue, Rational
So,
Man.
you see, it's so sad that even here in America, I mean, I remember some, well, let me not go into more details than that. There was a time I went to some prison yards here, some prison county jails and all of that. If you know how many Nigerians that I saw, I was like, you mean no? Some of these people, you think, oh, my son, my daughter, I mean, well, most of them are all, I mean, I can't remember seeing a woman, but the guys, oh my goodness. Some of them, you think, my son is in America, but their son is locked up. Some of them are doing like 7, 12, 13 years in prison. At least the one I saw. So what are we saying? So you ask the question, what is going on? You listen, no. So people are looking for a way of coming to this place from Nigeria, and they're ready to just do any kind of job, no matter how menial, no matter how low that job is. They will just want to survive. They will abide, they will live by the rules and the whatever rules and the law and order here that they have here, the system.
But Rational Mind, can we say something, please? Can we say categorically those who use on the prison, they may not be criminal from Nigeria? Can we say U.S. environment corrupt them?
You see,
No, it's just a question.
I know.
Rational Mind.
I'm trying to answer your
Yeah.
question. Yeah, I'm trying to answer.
Yeah.
The point is this: you see, I mean, how would I say that?
Charity begin at home.
Yeah. That is whatever you do from your home, that's what you take out. It is how some of them have been. Maybe you just hid it from the consular officer. You know, they will not. Does Nigeria even have database for criminals to even probe? I mean, some of us, when we were going through our background check at the consulate, we just go. I mean, not me, because I've never had any criminal record in my life. Not even Nigeria. I've never been ever once be arrested by police. Never until I leave that country. I've never been once. Even though they raid, they come at Dubai by one raid, they raid people, pack people. It's a natural thing in me. I mean, I don't have but what I'm trying to say is this: some people they'll go and get criminal. Some of them they've gone to jail, they've gone to Creek many times or any other jail in Nigeria, but they will still go and get that police declaration or whatever they call it. They will do your fingerprinting. Where is the database? Nigeria, I'm even surprised why even the US consulate is even accepting that from people. I mean, like a country whereby they don't even have database of criminals and you're doing fingerprinting. Well, I know maybe they want to have that for their own record, but the point is, Nigerian police does not have database for criminals. So why should you be collecting a police report or police whatever that they go and do in Alagbon or whatever, why you do it and you bring it to the US consulate? A lot. Well, what I'm trying to say is this. Why I'm just saying all of that is that. So there's no way they could keep track of who are criminals before they leave Nigeria. They just want to go by whatever the police tells them. Oh, he has never been arrested. I mean, how many of them? Many of them, they come here, they sneak in here. They were criminals. So let's just leave that. So my point is this: it's like Nigerians, they are just criminally minded. But how? How come? How did they get to this point? It's one of the system there that we operate. A system whereby you can buy your way if you have the money, if you have the connection, if you know the people there, you will buy your way. No, people are not being brought to account. Look at it, they send 80,000 people. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we should be more than that. But in a country as lawless as Nigeria, and then somebody's telling us here that they only have about 80 people incarcerated. Oh my, you know how many people are incarcerated here in America? That's to tell you, you see, let me say something. Let me say this to our listeners. If you hear like 5 million Americans are being incarcerated, or 1 million, or more than even 5 million, or whatever millions they are incarcerated in America, it's because it's a country where there's law and order, and people are being brought to justice. That is why the jails, the prisons are all filled up with people, with men and women, or maybe likely more men, because people engage in crime here. Maybe not the kind of one we do in Nigeria. Maybe our own is more economic, like wants to make money anyhow. But here they do all kinds of crime. But if they just give you a wrist on this, like you just give you a slap on the wrist and they just say, don't do it again and go, like we do in Nigeria, I tell you, their prison here will be almost empty. But because people are being brought to account, that's why their prisons are all filled up. And it's a deterrent, because I tell you, some people, when they go to jail, they come back from jail, I mean, they can't even get a job. they are felons. If they have felony on their record, they can't even get a job. So that will tell you when you remember that, oh, if I go to jail, I'll be useless. I'll not be able to get a job. Then you have to sit up. So the point I'm trying to say is we need to start bringing people to account. So when you don't bring people to account, that is where you have the lawlessness, because you feel that you can do it with impunity. Nobody will arrest. Nobody's going to, after all, you can buy your way out of it. That is it. And then you want people to come and invest in that kind of a country where they don't even sure if their money is being stolen by one of their employer, they will get justice. So you see, Nigerians are just. I'm not trying to demarket our country, but it's the fact. If we know the problem, let us address it. Like I said, if I were to be a president of Nigeria, I will build many more prisons. Even though they're not filled up yet, I will be building it so that they'll be sending people.
But do we have the money to feed?
That's another thing. That's another angle to it. I understand that part, but the other way we can make people pay for their crime. Either make them go to community service, or you just restrict them in some ways. You cannot drive. You cannot get driver's license. So if your job requires that you drive, nobody will hire you. So next time you will sit up. So we need to start putting. Normally, I'm not even an advocate of person that. I'm not even a person that advocates for people should be locked up forever. But let them be brought on account. Put some deterrent. Like you cannot get job. Make sure everybody gets a database. Start from there first. Start putting everybody on a database. That if you commit felon or you commit anything that is to a degree of felony, then you cannot get a job in Nigeria. No job, no people should hire you. Because all of them they'll do background check on you just for you to be able to assure that they're hiring not a criminal. All the civil service, police.
But to rational mind, I like that Obodo Imbo style. But if somebody has went to prison and he has come out, why can't we give them second chance? Because I heard to get job will be difficult, even to rent house will be difficult, no credit. They will just it always push them back to criminality, don't you think?
It does. You see, I'm not saying the U.S. justice system and the system here is the standard. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's standard, but what I'm just trying to say is that we need to put in place some kind of deterrent. That is why now, if you look at some of the things they are doing, most of these people I'm telling you about that have been in prisons, like the 1 million or 5 million people incarcerated in America. A lot of them is from previous, until recently, that so many state legislators, they're trying to re-legislate some of their justice system laws, the laws in their justice system. Now, sometimes they tell you that you do community service or some misdemeanor kind of
misdemeanor crime. Yeah,
you can do community service, or you can do certain things, or you pay some fine. So that during that COVID, a lot of the prisons were discongested. Some people were even let it just go. Some people they have some serious cases. They were let go. I mean, they released them because of the COVID. Because a lot of people were catching COVID in prison. So what am I trying to say is that we need to just put in place. We need to start showing to the world that we're serious people. Nigeria is not a serious country. People get away with lots of crime in that country. So when somebody is not punished and nobody is used as an example, other people want to do it. So that's why we need to set an example.
But do you think go on. Yeah, I think it's only politicians are getting away with crime. Can you say that?
For the most
part, because in the most part, is the politician getting away? Normal people on the street, they will lock you up.
Well, some of them they lock them, or some of them they get the you know somebody, they'll release you. It's all about your money. I mean, forget that country is a lawless country. So we're not serious as a country. We're not a serious country. Because if you say you're a serious country, you should be seen to be serious, because you operate a system whereby people are brought, there's law and order, and people are brought to justice based on this law and order that exists. But when you have a country, somebody was telling me, come and invest in Nigeria. I've invested. I can't even see how I can function. I can't do a legit business in that country. For me, I don't know how some people do it. I can't do a legit business in Nigeria. I have to cut corners. Is it either I bribe or I do one thing? I have to do one thing. So how long can I be doing that? How do I even make money with that kind of business? Even if I make money, would that not even make me to even jack up the price of my services or whatever I'm rendering or whatever goods I'm selling? That is it. How can everybody even survive in that kind of climate? I don't even know how people like Kenya and the rest of them survive in that kind of climate, doing that kind of business. Whereby your shop, the next day, you're not even sure if your shop will still be there. They come and, it's just, it's so very hostile to business. And then you wonder why a lot of our people are unemployed. I mean, some of us here some of us who live in foreign countries, some of us have what it takes to come back home and invest. But my fear is maybe like the previous investment that I've done in Nigeria. I had to fold up. I had to shut down shop, close down shop, because I ran with my tail within my legs. Within my 2 legs. I ran back to America here, because you cannot. They will run you down, because everybody.
Yeah, that's if you I don't think there's you can't do business in Nigeria unless you are ready to abandon your US and stay in Nigeria. Yeah, that is it. If you can abandon what let me tell you something. My father-in-law has been in Australia for almost 45 years. He tried different business. Nigeria, they run him down.
See,
only thing he has now is property, shops. That is it. And even those one, they don't pay, but you can easily chase them out. You know what I mean? That's still better. But he tried Molue, he tried Keke, they run it down.
My brother,
Nigerians.
When we say Nigerians are criminally minded, it's just I blame them, and it seems I don't blame them. I blame them in the sense that they are the people who enable these criminals to ruin their lives. They keep voting in criminals into government. And it's got to a point whereby now either they voted, they don't even vote them, they will put themselves there because already they've captured the system. They've already captured the system. And for all of you Tinubu rats there in the comment section, but sort of the can you learn? Then type will be.
Leave the comment section. You can't.
Let me get in touch with you. Maybe get in touch. I mean, I don't know.
No, that's all right.
Get in touch with you. These people, I don't just know what to do. I just even. I mean, she won't fish. She won't fish. It was Seriki Abigilo Poruko, Seriki Osia, because it was called your name. Bamidele, all of you. I mean, I don't know what is wrong with all of you. I mean, Tinubu in your court. That somebody cannot even criticize him. It's not a human, it's not the same life that is in you, that is in all of us, that is in Tinubu. Tinubu, sorry, be gala, then he want to criticize it. Who be Tinubu? Who be human being like all of us? Remove him. He's talking crap. I mean, you people should go and get your head checked. And that's like your Nigeria has really captured this Nigeria mindset has already captured most of you. You can't even you people are like yeah, well, it's just because I understand about when man, they just get triggered when no, it's
the love. It's the love. A rational mind.
It's
the love. It's the love they have for the country. No, it's the love they have for the country.
No, they don't have love for if they have love for the country, you will never wish somebody like Tinubu on that country. You don't have you don't have love for that country. If you have love for that country, you see what I was trying to say here now. Nigerians are criminally minded. Just because somebody, after all, you catch him with drugs, and after all, he used the account and not arrest him. They did not arrest him. My God.
Let me my jump once. Let me rational mind. Watch.
Please post that link. I want all those people that are criticizing me. Those keyboard champions, let them come online. Let them come on this room so that we can.
The link is there. The link is always there.
Juicy baby. You are
looking for trouble.
Now.
You are looking for trouble.
Lori online,
no. I think everybody cannot be like you that criticize him. Some people will still praise him. That is life,
You see,
isn't it?
I will praise him. Listen, I will praise him if I see need to praise him. But I cannot just bring myself, because when I say somebody is a criminal, he has not paid his due. Go pay your due. Get arrested. Get locked up. That's what I want to see. Or just go quietly into the night, and then let us not hear from you anymore. We don't want to hear your voice. We want people with impeccable records. People with
No. Rash, hold on.
Okay, I hear you. Go on.
Comment section. No cause. No. Waiting now. I will remove you. Don't cause.
Please don't remove anybody. That's the beauty of the comment. Because I welcome people to criticize me, but I'll fire back. That's the only thing. I will fire back if I have to fire back.
But I can't condone cursing. No, because I just delete the comments. I didn't remove them.
All right, it's up to you. I don't want to continue. So yeah. So my point is, see, when we say Nigerians are criminally minded, just trivialize things. It was his bank account that they froze. It's a bank account that they arrested. Oh God! And you wonder why.
But that is true now.
That is true. You see,
nobody arrested Tinubu for drugs.
Because somebody was not arrested, does that mean that he did not commit a crime? Is that what it means? Because somebody did not
commit the crime. Why can't US government arrested him?
Okay. That's another topic for another day.
It's a topic for today. You're just running your mouth.
I want tell the economist.
You're just running your mouth.
Àwọn Tinubu ti dé nìyẹn. Wọ́n ti gbé àké àtàdá wẹ́wọ́ tó wá gé national mine sí wẹ́wẹ́.
Kọ́mọ ya bọ̀. Màá bá wọn ru iná tó wà lórí wọn, màá bá wọn ru sílẹ̀. Màá bá wọn gbé sílẹ̀.
This rational mind obsession is one in town.
You see, you can time it that way.
Rẹ̀mí sì ń bọ̀ sí Rẹ̀mí ń bọ̀.
You know what baffles me? If you are talking of a rational mind will link it to Tinubu, everything will always link to Tinubu.
If someone says Igbengbom, rational mind will say, that's your constipation.
How ridiculous does that sound? That because somebody says Igbengbom.
Because it's you now. That's why I'm like, because it's you.
If I see any topic that reminds me of what Tinubu has done or that is linked to Tinubu, I will say it.
That's why I use the ridiculous example. I say, you probably link it. You'll find a way to link it to Tinubu. It's the economy that made them eat bad food, though. That's why you are going to the bad food. That's Tinubu. Economy. That's how it is in Lagos. That's it.
We're talking about criminality. So I have to remind you of Tinubu and his criminality. That's why I talk about Tinubu.
What did he steal?
Huh?
What did he steal now?
Well, indict the bank account and by
that's share on the bank account.
Farabale. Oh my, check
on the bank account.
No, Farabale. In this time and age, can you use your bank account and go and launder money for somebody that they will not arrest you today?
I don't. I appear not to have laundered money, so I'm good now.
I'm just saying it's an hypothetical question. Okay, let me use myself. Sorry to use you. If I launder money with my bank account today, and that money were traced to narcotics, do you think they will not arrest me today? If I'm here,
they won't arrest you, especially if they know that the case. If the case is weak, they will not arrest you because that means.
I can agree with you. If the case is weak, they might not arrest me. They might just confiscate the money.
And so Tinubu's case must have been weak. That's why it wasn't arrested. It wasn't even indicted.
My borrow. It was
not even talk about arrest.
It was weak because don't joke
in America. The good news is you sound like one of my family members. That's why I'm not too surprised. That is how he talks to about Tinubu. Like very ridiculous.
So what does it do with your family member? What does it do?
My own blood brother. That I mean, he can't stand Tinubu. He sounds just like you.
Okay. You see?
So you have another rational mind in your family.
I have.
You see, the thing is this. It's just because I cannot stand.
Very ridiculous
You can say it's
criticism.
ridiculous, but they have points. They have reasons. Because I cannot stand people who are criminally minded, who have engaged in criminal acts.
Okay, so the Peter Obi you are following is what?
Give me his crime.
Is the state?
Give me his crime now. Give me his crime.
Oh, you want his crime? All the contracts that he executed and he gave his paddy that they impeached him for. What's that?
Yeah.
All the local government money is stifled. All the Anambra money that he put in his personal investment company that he has his wife and his daughter in there.
2 billion naira his wife is spending.
The 250 million naira, 250 million that they cut with him. The money laundering that he did for Jonathan's government through Fidelity Bank. The other one, tax dodging.
Where is all this evidence you're just making up? Where is this evidence?
I can give you how many times. I'm tired of it now. I'm exhausted. Elections are over. It's not worth my.
When you're not exhausted,
it's not worth my effort anymore.
But
maybe in 2027 if he wants to run again.
Okay, all right, bring it up.
I can't be talking about Peter. He's not the president. I don't care about him.
I'm talking about Tinubu. The one I wasn't making reference to any other thing than the one he did here in America that we saw, that we heard about.
But rational mind, was he indicted?
What's the point?
It's a simple question. Was he indicted? Then let it go if he's not indicted.
All right, Omo, yeah. I'm not yet to come on. Let me just talk about my topic I want to talk. Let me move on because
you see, you give up, Ole.
No, me give up. Me lágbára ilé ìwé ṣẹlẹ̀ láti office.
Ole.
Tell it go. You see, rational mind run away.
You run away. Let me.
Was he indicted? Answer the question. Was he indicted?
Irú question wo ni?
That's the main question now. Nobody indicted him. So why is it not a question?
But you say his bank account was indicted, right? Is that not
it was a civil forfeiture now. That's the definition of a civil forfeiture.
This criminal mindedness of Nigerians.
What is criminal? You did not indict a human being. You're not calling him criminal.
No, farabalẹ̀. Iṣẹ́ yẹn ti bá púpọ̀ wá sí America mi báyìí. I just give an example now. Maybe you weren't here.
What example?
I've been to many prisons here. And I've seen so many Nigerians that are locked up.
Did you see Tinubu amongst those Nigerians?
My brother now. My brother. I tell you, if you were to be in America at that time, Omati Mole.
For what now?
For what he did.
But he has been entering America before he even become the president now. Why can't he
Thomas, have they changed American criminal laws whenever National is talking about and then?
The last time I checked, they haven't changed it.
You just forget. Let me not go into all those conspiracy theories. It might sound like conspiracy theories.
Rational mind. Go to governance. No, move advice, any. Forget about all this election matter. Let's talk about governance. This is real. So leave all that technical, indicted. Forget all that one.
But I'm only making reference to it. If I have to talk about it, like I'm talking about crime, why Nigerians are criminally minded.
That's grasping at straws.
All this your don't go to rent, you come here and speak.
There's no two renting now. You're grasping at straws. Because single come back.
My point is this: is that Nigerians are criminally minded, and America. That is why I love them. Time will reveal it now. Time will reveal it.
He will in America can see anything. No one I had a very good job in Nigeria.
Let me say to you, a lot of them, they are well off here, but they got involved in some kind of crime.
And maybe they stole to get well off, or they're greedy or something.
Some it's of sexual nature. Some
and then they don't have discipline.
They buy somebody. Some was like,
and then they're criminals.
Not involved in that. So yeah. So my point is this: is that that criminal nature, that criminal tendency, it's like it's ingrained in us because of the system we operate in Nigeria. This system of impunity. And you feel you can always go with it, and then we can do it, and then we can do it like that. I mean, so the point I'm trying to say is this. I'm not saying Nigerians are the only people that are criminally minded. Don't get me. I mean, there are other countries. But Nigerians is just, I don't just understand that about our own, because our country, the situation is making people, look at, we're talking about these kids in school. Even only in school. But they are doing Yahoo Yahoo because they don't see any future for themselves. Because if they come out of the school, like we were talking about some few days ago, a guy who tore his NYC and his
rational mind. That's not an excuse. Look,
That's not
when I was in university. When I was in university in Nigeria,
not an excuse, right?
Wait. When I was in university in Nigeria, Yahoo wasn't a thing then. I mean, it was internet anyway. Then people were doing cult and all. Did everybody do it? Did the majority do it? No. Did I do it? No. So you can't just brush take one brush to brush everybody and say, because a few kids are doing Yahoo Yahoo, then the nation is destroyed. The woe betide us. You can't say that now.
Let me say this. Kulata, I remember when I was in university, some people drop out because they were threatening them for cultism. They drop out of the uni. Because they don't want to join. They don't want to join. They go and start 100 level. Somebody that is in 300 level dropped out. Go and start in 100 level in another school.
But then Thomas,
it's a matter of choice, rational mind.
Yeah. You see, those era when you went to school, when most of us went to school in Nigeria, but this issue of morals. I mean, I remember way back then when we were growing up too. My mom and dad used to tell us, "Your mom is seeing you go, bye." And I'm sure their own parents will be saying that to them when they were also young like us back then too. And your mom is seeing. So with time, it's like as budget law, things are getting bad. Like Fela once said in his as time they go, Ajalegoku, are you there? Let me finish that. Let me finish that.
As time they go, it's just the bad. Rich man, they mess. Democracy. Demonstration of grace. Crazy demonstration. Fela
is a prophet. He's a prophet. That guy. No.
So because the time machine law, things just the bad and bad and bad. So when you went to school, at least they were seeing a little bit of morals then that you cannot talk about today. People still have fear of law and order. Like, we cannot do this, so it's against the law. We cannot do it. But now look at how it is. And to compound it more, we have lawless people at the helms of our fear. When somebody look at Tinubu, not the case we get from America.
Let me ask you a question. Out of all the presidents that we've had, both civilian and military, which one of them has not been lawless?
Not to the level of Tinubu.
But rational mind.
Not to the level of Tinubu.
Rational mind. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Rational mind.
I hear you. Go on. I hear you.
Oh, nobody's hearing me.
But they hear you. Go on now.
He can't hear us. We are hearing you, Patoski.
Rational mind. That is progression of evil everywhere. You understand? Because of the sophistication, because of the increase in knowledge, because of the sophistications and everything, due to the increase in knowledge, the evil too will also be more sophisticated, will increase, and that's normal. That's not Nigeria alone. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. People now have access to technology. We didn't have it in the past. We couldn't have been a Yahoo Yahoo. Now we have technology. Now, with technology, people now know you don't even need to travel out of Nigeria to know how American system runs. So they can then use that technology to infiltrate that system and abuse that system and take advantage of the system. So it's not for you to say it is ingrained in I'm happy that you said in us. That means I'm not part of it. How can you say that criminality is ingrained in Nigeria. On what premise are you saying that? You understand what I'm saying?
I'm
On
saying
what
on the
premise?
premise. Okay, go on,
It
please.
is Yorùbá sọ nǹkan kan, wọ́n ní olè ló mọ ẹsẹ̀ olè tọ̀. With due respect to you, but you see, don't allow negativity to how do I put it now? I don't even have English word. Thomas, borrow me one. I don't have.
To cloud is judgment.
Well, now, most of the time, I don't know whether you take your time to listen to these sessions. I've asked us to do that. If you listen to yourself, you will say, what? How can I be this? I want to believe these things are not coming from your mind. They are just things that you just put in your head. If they are coming from your mind, there's a need for a very thorough cross-examination. How can you have that amount of hatred for a person, for a people, for a collection, for it's due respect to you, sir. That is
Okay,
that.
can I address you now?
Criminalities are not ingrained in Nigerians. If
Can I address
somebody
you?
who's not in Nigeria is listening to you now, will say, look at them. In Nigeria, who's saying it? They are criminals. How can you say that?
Okay,
So
can
there
I?
million people. You went to prison in America and saw criminals from Nigeria. And were there no Mexicans in that prison?
There
Were
were.
there no real Americans
There
in
were.
that prison?
There
Were
were.
there no Europeans there? Were there no other black people there? You see Nigerians all over the prison, as if the whole prison is dominated by Nigerians. What percentage of Nigerians are in the US? In the first place, let's even say we don't have, I'm sure we don't have up to 1 million Nigerians in the US.
Never 1 million.
No, the more than 1
So
million.
how can you say that? You say, oh, Nigerians all over prison in the US. So Mexicans are not there. Other Latinos, Nicaraguans, all those Bolivia, all those, they are not there. So it's very sad that you will say this. And you study international relations. With all this painting that you are painting, what is the effect of it on the international image of Nigeria? With your degree in international relations.
Hold on now.
I am very, very disappointed that you
Yeah,
say
you can be
this.
disappointed, no
Sincerely.
problem.
You have been saying it over time, but I think I've had it to this point. It's not
Okay,
good now.
all right.
It's not, and the fact is that you are not saying the truth.
I'm
If
not
you
saying
are
the
coming
truth.
up with facts and saying the truth, it's okay.
Am I making them up?
You couldn't bring yourself to say no, he was not. Not because he was actually there, but because you couldn't
Patoski, can you hear me?
prepare yourself to say the man was not indicted, which was the truth. He was not indicted. So why can't you say it? Your pride will not allow you to see it.
Okay, so can I say something now? Can I say something, Patoski?
To me,
yeah, go on there.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Thomas.
No. Let him talk. Yeah. Let him talk. Are you done? I mean, Patoski, she not. Are you done? Sorry. Did you? Are you?
Yeah. Go on. Yeah, national man.
You see, Patoski, you don't know me. I work among people, and I am a very, very playful person. I play and I mess around. I have kids, get grandkids. Besides spending time with you guys here, I have other life that I live besides it. So anyway, my point is this: is that I'm not a negative person. My negativity, hold on, my negativity about Nigeria and these criminals, I'll call them criminals, is that I want to revert to Lagbaja.
That's my favorite.
Thank you very much. Thomas. Look at us now. Some of us will see like, I mean, this is what time is this now? This is past 8 p.m. here where I am. I should be sitting down, maybe watching Netflix, but I'm here talking about Nigerian wahala. How many Americans are you seeing online, like all of us, on different platforms, talking about this country like this? It's because we have criminals and the people of leaders governing that country. And you know how many lives of people that are, look at you, we're talking about 150 people life wasted. They did nothing. They did nothing to the country. They were victims of the Nigerian people that were supposed to protect them. And you want me to not to criticize these people, not to talk, not to even swear for these people? You know how bitter I am when I hear people. I'm hooded. I have to take off my hood. You know, if I take my WhatsApp now, do you know how many WhatsApp and my other, let me not mention, but WhatsApp, my other social media, if I open the list of people that have asked me for help, some of them I'm avoiding them, some of them Mogbu is coming.
I disagree with you. Since Nigeria, since people will not stop asking for help, even when Nigeria was even better than this. You can't draw the you can't draw that line.
I'm not saying it has not always been like that. But
it does always be Nigerians are begging people now.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Thomas, do you have the ability to play a video?
It's only one man that can upload video.
You should be able to play now.
I'm still learning.
Because I wanted to show, I shared a video with one man, hoping he'll play it, to show the suffering in 1975. Nigerians duking it, lining up in the market, trying to get food. This is 1975. Oh. They now showed ships with container lined up. Nigeria, 1975, Nigeria inflation. Lagos.
Inside the Boleko.
Marina.
You see, you are presenting fact.
Marina, Ajanle Koko. Video show including
video.
1975 Nigeria inflation. Land. In 1975 Nigerian inflation. Kò sóúnjẹ kò sẹ́nìtì ń lù wọ́n láti wá máa import wọ́n láti máa import. Thomas, you have to share this video. You have to.
Look, forget who is that? In 1975.
You will look at the video and you will confirm. Let me share that video. Honestly,
let me tell you, I live in Nigeria.
Ajanle Koko,
No. Hold on, let me tell you.
1975.
He was importing meat to Nigeria.
Exactly.
It was before the importation started. There's suffering. You can see all of them landing up.
Do you remember that was feed in 76, February 1976?
No, you're talking about Buhari time in 1983.
One man, if you are still listening, share this video that I sent you. No, 75, 1975.
Warehouse
no, it's not 83. Ajale Koko, Moroti 1983. This is 1975.
There was.
1975. Ajale Koko.
Not 1975. I don't know of 1975. No.
You have to that video.
1975.
Where was that?
I don't know. It's only Thomas that can save me now. About Thomas Kederi.
Do you remember 1975? Chicken.
No,
Ajale Koko said 1975. Matthew Ooni.
Propaganda.
It's not proper. Ajale Koko. Ajanle Koko oúnjẹ yẹn tó dé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Kán tó import oúnjẹ yẹn kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Kán tó import oúnjẹ yẹn.
Oúnjẹ wà kán tó import ẹ̀. Hold on.
Kẹ́ẹ̀kan bá mi pé one man. I want to share this video.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n máa lọ sùn ẹ fi wọ́n máa lẹ̀.
No. Video. One man, if you are listening to this,
play now. One man,
play. Show play. Me David.
Try to push back at me. Play this 1975.
Show the show 1975. Yes, that video. To everybody play. Okay, it's big bang. That was Nigerian suffering.
That was not Nigeria.
That was Nigeria. I mean, report me at Papa Port. Oh my God. Okay, Thomas. Ajale Koko, selective memory. You're sharing selective memory. This was Nigeria. They're showing Apapa port container, people waiting. Don't tow. Then one show Marina. I mean, I mean, I know, I recognize all this.
One more Osun State.
I worked in Lagos now. I worked in Lagos for years.
Okay,
so what are we talking about?
So let me tell you. Ṣé Apapa tó ń show ṣé àwọn dock workers àbí àwọn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n fẹ́ line up because that time.
No, there's many scenes. There are many scenes. One show àwọn tó line up lọ́jà tó ń try láti du oúnjẹ. Wọ́n kí ìyẹn pọ̀ báyìí wọ́n wá ń bára wọn jà. Then one show container.
Then justify the whole situation to happen. You can't use that to justify.
So was that an isolated case?
Interpret what is going on in the country.
Was that an isolated case? Let me look for news article.
Look, but you see the thing, you people do a lot of things here. Use these Ecuadorians. Just justify Tinubu's failure.
Nobody is justifying. Okay, Ajale Koko, listen to this. The average inflation rate in Nigeria in 1975 was 33.7%. You see now, Ajale Koko, in 1975. I know you were around then, but maybe you weren't paying that much detailed attention. Hey, Kapipa, where? Kapipa,
Wait. When you say, okay, inflation, Igba, Agbon, you see, sorry, gbogbo àwọn figures that we are talking about.
English.
Oh, sorry.
Guys, sorry. Yeah.
You see, let us, these figures that you are telling us has nothing to do with poor man on the street.
Why not?
Hold on. The reality on the street is what matter to poor people. How was it? How was, prices of commodity? Do you know that 75? Hold on, no. I want to tell you. Do you know it was in 1973 that we paid Undoji? We paid Undoji's, what do you call it?
Udoji's committee recommendation was in 1974, increase in wage, 1974.
Yeah. So
sorry, English. It was in 1974. Yeah.
Okay, 74. I think it was in where I thought 73.
Okay. I'm reading it from the same place I found the inflation.
This Udoji's fund or stimulus. Yeah, stimulus. This Udoji stimulus that was given to all workers in Nigeria. People were, financially strong and purchasing power was very, very strong.
How does that explain the people that are queuing up in the market looking for food?
My dad bought his car 74-75.
Look,
my dad bought cars too then. Now, of course, there was.
Hold on,
there was prosperity. That's what I'm saying.
There was prosperity.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The purchasing.
I just read you the inflation number. And you guys watch video of people queuing up to look for food.
Oh God.
So if you guys were there then, if there was internet then, you say, this is the worst. Because the inflation numbers then is even higher than the inflation number today.
You can't use one incident that happened in
it's not one incident, it's also backed up by the inflation numbers.
Okay, are you telling me that was the way it was then generally? Is that what you are telling me?
Everywhere. In that 1975, yes.
it wasn't that your video. It was.
It's not my video.
That your video was recorded somewhere where there was an incident, so you can't bring that video to relate.
Why did Mohammed come in 1975? Why did Mohammed take over the government in 1975? I want you to answer that question.
Well, you want me to answer that question?
If you are counting what Kulata is saying, why did you think Mohammed took over in 1975?
No, Rational man, you weren't born that time. Now let Ajale Koko answer.
Pakowski had this question, and his speech.
You weren't born that time.
It was a kid.
Polata, ask Ajele Koko what were the reason why he gave for taking over from Gowon that time. Moritala.
Okay.
Okay. Let's hear that.
Okay. One I can remember specifically was that he was not trying to he wasn't trying to return the country to democratic rule. He wasn't trying to he was not trying to take the country to democratic rule, as he promised earlier when he came in, that he will govern for a little bit and then we return the country to democracy. And coup plotters will come in with so many.
No, you give reason now. Don't go now. You give only one. You give us. Ó ṣe jẹ́ pé yẹn lè rántí. Ó ṣe jẹ́ pé yẹn nìkan lè rántí. Ó ṣe jẹ́ pé yẹn nìkan lè rántí.
Remember that. I can remember that. So the rest, I can't remember them.
Why? Let me tell you. That time he gave corruption, nepotism, tribalism, and even austerity and all those things.
It doesn't matter
what influenced his decision to start importing food that time when you are against what the Kolata is. What influenced his decision to import food that time? Tell me.
Look at you.
If his food is in the hold on. You just sideline me because I wasn't born that time. Let me ask question. If food is sufficient in the country, why are they importing food?
Exactly.
Hold on. You see,
I was born in the 80s. I don't know what you are talking about, but I can ask that question.
Yes. Hold on. Yes. To be truthful, the prices of commodity were going up. Yes. And Muritala feel that, look, he won't allow Nigerian people
to go hunger.
To be starved, or he wants to make food very cheap for Nigerian people. So, and that was what necessitated his policy importing various food into Nigeria. So his government was people's government, people's-oriented government, socialist.
What is people-oriented about it? When he flooded Nigeria and all our industry started collapsing.
Your industry did not collapse.
It was importing nearly everything. It was one. Let me tell you, I remember that time. That was when even Nigerians started breastfeeding, and they started. I remember. I beg you, Baba. Mama Bobo Wamo.
Simba.
Mention.
Simba Thomas.
That you can.
Can you guys give me 2 minutes? Can you guys give me 2 minutes?
Tell me,
please give me 2 minutes.
Go ahead, Kulata. Mo di ki baba parọ́ fún wa mọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ajá wọn láàárọ̀ yìí.
Èmi ò gbà fún Ajale Koko. Just give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Ajale Koko. Mo fọ̀rọ̀ hàn bẹ̀yìn.
No. Jẹ́ bèrè question máa yí ìdí.
2 minutes lásán ni na.
Ní sùúrù máa yí ìdí fún ẹ̀sìn. Bàbá Saudi Arabia tó sọ pé industry.
Bàbá Amẹ́ríkà.
So,
mention
the names of the industry.
Let me help you out before you continue.
Ó ti lọ check, ó ti lọ Google, ó ti lọ Google.
You didn't agree for me.
Okay, let me hear Kulata coming. Kulata. You are a rational man, please. Let Kulata talk.
Rational man, Lọ́jọ́ sí corner.
When did you become a lecturer?
So I found the reason in an academic document, United States government. So they said stylized facts on inflation trends in Nigeria from 1973 to year 2020. It said since early 1970s, the country has been experiencing sequence of inflation episodes. First, inflation has remained one of the major macroeconomic problems in Nigeria. The first oil boom of 1973 brought about a sudden upsurge in government revenue, and as a result, government began to embark on massive developmental projects across the country as part of its reconstruction efforts after the Civil War. Resultantly, there was a sudden spike in money stock in the economy without a corresponding increase in production of goods and services. Inflationary pressure was further aggravated by the enormous increase in minimum wage following the recommendation of the Udoji Committee in 1974. Inflation rate in Nigeria soared to an average rate of 33.7% in 1975. As inflation pressure continued to mount, policymakers came under intense pressure to respond appropriately. One of the policy responses was the change in monetary policy framework from exchange rate targeting to monetary targeting in 1974. These are it's been a while. Other policy measures taken include credit expansion to productive sector of the economy and liberalization of imports, that's the import of food, which encourage huge importation of cheaper goods. That's that thing that Jalikoko talks about. Consequently, by 1979, inflation rate had fallen to 11.8%. Let me just stop there. So you can see that inflation rate rose. And Jalikoko always remembers when they unleashed cheap imports. When Munitala was importing cow, importing sardine, importing whatever. And that's why you see we've been in this perpetual vicious cycle.
No, hold on. Let me tell you what as far as I can remember. Now there were series.
No, this is not what you remember. This is academic. This is not
whatever academic you read it. I can tell you.
You're not rational alone. How old are you then? You are talking as if you are.
Now there were series of
events
that happened. Now you remember we're just coming out of a war. And go and check some.
This time I don't do the
Oh, I'm forgetting.
I don't know kerosene.
I all that way or something over soon here. Let me just quickly run through this. I'm sorry, guys, for the.
Yeah, go on.
Now there were a series of events that led to his overthrow, which some of them Adeliko mentioned. He promised to hand over in 1975, conduct an election. He never did, and that's one of the reasons. But now we're just coming out from a war. Now, what's his name? What's his name? Gowon. Gowon is a military technocrat. He's not a combatant. All the while, it was about just negotiation with the Biafran and whatever country that is able to help them to prosecute that war that time. That was what it was all about. Murtala, what's his name? Basanjo, is it Danjuma, Faju, is it Jadikule Faju, or was it? All of them, they were off in the forefront of the war. He was just in domicile in Lagos, doing the whole military politics and everything and all of that. That's on the one side. Now, they were massive because of that money, the boom that the prosperity that they experienced years before that war or during that war and even some years after that war. Now, there were much money that was pumped into the military, into the defense.
No. Rational man, just wait. I want to correct one thing. They saw all boom was 1971. It wasn't prior to 1971. All boom was 1971.
All right. But I know prior to 1971.
So it's not prior. There's nothing prior to that. Nigeria was not having money. It was 1971.
God. Hold on.
Let me ask you guys one question.
They were prosperous. I mean, Nigeria during that war, the Nigerian government was making money. They were still making money. That was why they were able to buy armament to prosecute that war. And the bulk of the money, there were a lot of corruption in the defense area. And why he was doing that was he was doing it just to placate the military boys so that they will not overthrow him. Gowon is very good when it comes to this military politics. He's very good. He's a very, very well-educated guy. He knows how to handle the military. But the only thing is that he was not a combatant. People like Murtala and Obasanjo and all of them, the likes of them, they were military combatants. And then that's on the one side. And then there were rising inflation. I would think that there were rising inflation that was due from that war. After the end of the war, they had to pay off so many things. They have to start rebuilding. They have to so many things. So
it was largely based on the Udoji committee increasing salary.
So you can't just say one thing.
Too much money in the system.
It's not just the inflation alone that brought it, because why they struck the military boy, Murtala was saying that he said he was going to hand over, but he never did it. He wasn't serious. That was all we had to take over for him, so we can usher in. But look at what happened after that. Murtala himself did not last, and then that was when Obasanjo brought Operation Feed the Nation. It was deviating from Murtala's policy of.
What actually influenced that Operation Feed the Nation? What was the background behind it? What was the reason why he instituted that policy?
Give us the background. You know.
It's austerity.
Austerity. No food, nothing.
Yes.
No. The importation. Oh no, that is see that you see.
Let me ask you guys one quick question.
We twist history.
All of us right now. I think we were relatively old enough. The time we had our highest inflation. We think we're in terrible shape right now. Guess what our inflation was in 19... Wait now. Guess what our inflation was in 1995? Because in 1995, everybody was grown. Well, I mean, most people were grown. In 1995, guess what our inflation was in 1995? 79.9%.
Wow.
79.9%. I did not even know. I knew things were bad then. 1995. That was when we were using all these terrible petrol that we'll be using to put inside our popsies.
But you factor in the drought.
Driving to school.
The drought that happened during that time. There was a drought.
Which I don't know whether it's drought, but this was under Abacha. I think this was the year. Wasn't this the year Abacha died?
Was it Abacha? Okay, all right.
1995 was.
No, Abacha. It was Abacha. No, Abacha died in 98.
Okay, died 98. So this was definitely under Abacha. 79.9% inflation.
Hold on. You see, you people have to. You see, what I'm saying is this: you people are just making stuff up in the sense because
we're not making stuff up. We keep saying this is the worst period. This is not the worst period. Look at. I knew that time that things were bad, but I was spending my daddy's money. So how did I know?
I just gave you the reason why Gowon was overthrown. It was the war. The war weighed heavily on the Nigerian government.
But
hold on.
The inflation then, as bad as it was then, 33.7%, is not compared to what we have today. What we have today is lower.
No. The inflation then was something beyond their control. Now, this one that happened under APC, it was something within their control. But we had a clueless.
How is it within your control after COVID just happened?
No, you see. And then we have other countries who went through the COVID like us too.
So they did not get, other countries did not get inflation. America did not get inflation. UK did not get inflation. Australia did not get inflation. What are you talking about?
Rational mind. Before COVID, hold on, please. Rational mind. Before COVID, I was paying 1,001 on my mortgage. Ask me how much I'm paying now.
I know.
It's doubled.
Hold on.
It's doubled now. What are you saying? There's inflation everywhere.
Not during Abacha's time, there were sanctions. That's the point.
That is it. Abacha's time was sanctions. That was what I was about saying.
But it was 80% inflation. But my point, the point I'm trying to make is we've had it much worse before. 1974 is an example.
It's not as worse as this. I'll tell you why.
No.
Number one thing is because we never had this kind of population.
No,
and not in the kind of situation that we had ourselves.
We've had it worse before. I don't even know how we survived 80% inflation.
Dude, we have never had it worse before.
We've had it worse before. And I'm quoting the numbers. Can you deny the numbers?
Hold on. Not as worse as what we're seeing right
Rational
now.
man, were you in Nigeria in 1995?
1995.
No,
I wasn't in Nigeria, but I came back.
Okay, that's okay. If you were not in Nigeria, then you will not know what we experienced.
And I came back. I think towards the end of
you did not. You definitely did not know what we experienced as students. Then you don't know what we experienced.
I was in Nigeria '93 during the June 12th, and then I think I left in '93. I came back. I think towards the end of '95.
You should have been around during Abacha's time.
I was there during Abacha's time.
There was one petrol like this that came into the country. The fumes of that thing could kill you.
Yeah, I know that petrol you're talking about. We were using diesel. The people were using diesel as kerosene, as sawdust.
Yes, people. I mean,
we get all of this. We get all of this thing you're trying to throw out there. We understand, but this is nothing within the control of Abacha as such, because they were sanctioned.
That's why COVID 2 was not really in anybody's control.
Kulata. If you look at the oil price that time also, the oil price was ridiculous low, below $10.
It was low. Yeah, it was low then. Oil price was low. Very low. Simba, so do you think the suffering then and the suffering now, which one is higher? Based on 80% inflation.
Well, from what I can see then, in fact, people are eating this cassava peel.
People
they were eating so many things. Exactly. Yes, the one that goats used to eat, people are eating it.
People, I argue blindly. Nigeria was under international sanctions. As a result of
sanction? They were still buying our oil. They were still buying our oil. Which sanction are we talking about?
Forget it. We have a kleptocrat who was, even the little money that we had should have been used on the people, but he was busy stealing it and investing it in moving it to Swiss bank and different banks all across Europe and here in North America. So what are you talking about?
Oil was low. It was $18. Right. Wow, it was $18 then.
It was low, but that money that we all see that our ancestor is giving to Nigerian government now that they keep getting every year. Every government that comes keep getting money from whatever bank that this guy stole. If that money were to be in Nigeria at that time, you know what $1 million was meant back in the 90s?
Yeah, but look, whether we talk the story back or forth, I'm looking. No, we're not justifying. Wait, let me land my point. My point is very simple. Suffering is suffering. There are many reasons for suffering. I'm just trying to say the level of pain felt in 1995 is way higher than the level of pain that we're feeling in 2023.
No. You cannot compare it.
Then you give me the numbers that back. Give me the numbers that back what you're saying.
Well, because of incompetent leaders in the person of Bubu and Tinubu.
Give me the numbers.
We're in the hands
so you want to tell what you are telling us now that the problem of Nigeria started with Tinubu, Abi?
Tinubu compounded it.
Don't tell us that. Don't tell us that. Even mismanagement, when we have mismanagement, I beg, don't use exchange rate. Exchange rate, you can't use exchange rate to determine the economy.
Now, 80% inflation.
With your kindergarten economy, you want to be talking about exchange rate every time.
What does that matter? Exchange rate, you can't make money.
Exchange rate will matter.
Well, I mean, how much money could people make that time? How much money could people make?
Hold on.
What was the salary of Nigerians then? Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look at our GDP PPP in 1995.
How much was flight ticket to London that time compared to how much?
How much were Nigerians earning that time? What was the minimum salary then?
Kulata, let me tell you, even in early 90s, let me tell you this. It doesn't know. It was not in Nigeria. Baba we just lied to you. It was not in Nigeria. It doesn't know. I will tell you that time, a graduate that time, it was 500 naira. It was 500 naira.
Somebody's coming in. Guess who is coming in? Economists. Just guess. Think.
Pansat.
No, economist. Pansat is a dickhead. Economist.
Ola
Who's
is
the
Ola is
economist?
here. Ola
Oh,
is here to tell you.
Professor Ekiti. Professor Ekiti. Ajale Koko, let me tell you something. The GDP in 1990. Rational mind, farabalẹ̀, rational mind.
You have all this idea. You can't tell your Tinubu.
Wait now, wait.
Vulture ni wọ́n ẹni tó máa pàjẹ́ lọ́wọ́.
Ajale Koko. The GDP in 1995 was $44 billion. Péré, $44 billion.
What was the population then?
108 million. That was the population then.
I beg you, forget that thing.
Oh, so I beg you. 108 million. So that means our GDP, if you do back of the napkin maths and say you get.
What was inflation?
We are like Kulata. We are like 5th or 6th in Africa then. We are like 5th or 6th in Africa then.
Then South Africa had a GDP of 171 billion. Egypt had 60 billion. We were 44 billion.
Even DR Congo GDP was higher than our own.
Why are you arguing with data? This is data. This is not plugged from heaven.
Data with this fake data. I know what data. Our tweak here. I want to tell economists. Tell the economists. I want to the economists. One man platform.
Hey, people here, my point is very simple. This is not. My point is very, very simple. This is not the worst. This is not the worst of times in Nigeria. This is not the worst of times.
This is not the worst.
This is not the worst of times now. Let's be objective. It's not the worst of times.
You are here in America, you are enjoying the best of life here in America, and you are wishing so many different ways. Come,
it is not the worst of times. What are you saying? Whatever you want to say.
I don't even know. I wonder if people are even human beings sometimes. Are you human being? You have a blood running of you.
Let's hear from Ola.
There's background noise.
Simba.
This one you want to put me on the spot. How can you be giving me the?
You are the economist now.
I'm just
the economist.
No, I'm just a student. I just learn small. I'm not an economist.
Ola, I want to assume you were in university in 1995.
For sure.
So how did we survive then? Inflation of 80%, GDP of 44. Who knows what our purchasing parity is? Does exchange rate even matter at that point in time? When we were suffering 80% inflation.
What is inflation? When you talk about inflation, what is your indices for?
Okay, so rational mind, you buy something, the price keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up. 80%.
By what
you take a basket of food, right? You keep checking the price.
Can I tell you how much bag of rice back then? Maybe like 30.
No, it does not even matter. Yeah,
it doesn't matter. How much were people earning?
36.
How much your income is what matters. See,
it's around 150, the minimum wage in time here.
Nigeria, 1970 chance. Nigeria,
so a
minimum wage in 1995.
A bag of rice may be 10 naira, and people will still find it difficult to buy. So, see,
exactly.
Rational mind is even the impact of inflation you see on exchange rate. Not that exchange rate goes up and inflation comes. No, it is inflation itself that makes your
economist. Inflation is, what are you talking about?
Did you get what I'm saying?
I don't even get what you're talking about. I don't even understand what you're talking about.
When you have inflation, your currency becomes weaker. Is it?
So what are the indices?
I just found one data. Ola, permit me. In 1995, please, 5 seconds. I jot you along. In 1995, the minimum wage in Nigeria was 5 naira 19 kobo per month. Continue.
So
5 naira 19 kobo.
5 naira.
Yes. Which was
1995 near Abi.
Igbo not
Hold
the
on, hold on,
naira ní Nigeria.
hold on. Sorry. It was equivalent to 20.
500 or
No,
something.
that is a typo. 519 naira. Sorry,
Yeah, because
519.
I know that a fresh teacher a fresh teacher in 1995 we earned about 1,520 something, nairas at that time. So what we are saying is this, rational mind. The problem with your point is this: you find a way to navigate back to Tinubu. That's where the issue is. Now, it is true.
You have problem with that?
Buhari,
You have problem with that?
Now. No. It's a fact that Buhari mismanaged the economy. No argument about that. Buhari typically destroy our monetary system. So when you destroy the monetary system, what do you expect? You expect the combination of the inflation that is coming from the external, externally influenced inflation, and the one you created yourself. Look at this from this angle. You will say, because of that exchange you are talking about, it was under Buhari that direct investment just was at the lowest in that country. Nobody was ready to trust the country with their forex. So that is understandable. But then the one you are blaming Tinubu for is where I find it difficult. Like an economist said, the like of Rewan and the like of Soludo, they will tell you that Tinubu met a dead economy that was at the point of bankruptcy. So coming and saying Tinubu is the one causing it, that's where the problem is. And 1995, that people used to praise other Abacha, people were using exchange rate to measure the performance of Abacha. I've said it several times here that all those things we were seeing that's good under Abacha were just fake. It was so terrible. But now we understand that we have inflation, but you can't have it as bad. Economically speaking, not the type of security and others say, you don't have it as bad as under Abacha. That's the fact. Whether you want to accept or you don't want to accept is another thing. It was a very terrible experience under Abacha, if you don't know. So maybe you were not in Nigeria at that time, but some of us we felt.
I wasn't only at the beginning. I mean, after he overthrew, he took overthrew Shireko. Around that time, that was when I left. In fact, after that election, listen. You can only pattern Abacha for me. I was off and on. I came to Nigeria and I came. So
it depends on the aspect of it you want to know. You only talk about what you understand. Then when you felt that the economy was better under Abacha.
Okay. Let me tell you something. Of course, it is true that Nigeria was at its lowest during Abacha. Up to that time, in the history of that time, up to that time. I'm not talking about now. I'm not comparing it to 1999 to this time. Up to that time, Nigeria was at the lowest. Because why? There were certain things that were beyond Abacha's ability. Because, though he is part of the part of the problem. The sanctions. Do you know how many sanctions that were imposed on Nigeria by the international community? The US, the EU, and some other countries imposed sanctions on Nigeria. And despite that, Nigeria was still making money, but the idiot, the kleptocrats, was stealing money that should have been used into the system. He was siphoning it through some back channel into these European countries and to America here. So if those money, those billions, you know how many billions that has been released so far from this guy's money that this guy stole? Back then, you talk about $7 billion then in the 90s. That thing would have built several schools, would have even funded some of, if not all our universities. If they were just pump all that money into all our universities would have been the world class today. $7 billion. You know more than $7 billion that guy stole in the Nigeria that is like bankrupt. That was really, you're right that we're importing some kind of fuel that was just smelling. All these Okada people went to buy Okada should vroom by the smell.
Hey, Rational Man, what is your point now? What is your point?
My point is this, that era is different from the era we're talking about now. The era we're talking about right now is that we're not under any imposition of any sanction. We're not having any problem. Every country is free to do business. But these leaders, especially from the time of Bubu, They've ruined the economy of that country. They were just printing money.
Let's ask you an objective question.
No, you're not asking me.
No.
Let me
A question that doesn't need any spinning. It doesn't need any spinning.
No, spin. Let me finish my thought. Then you can tell me I'm spinning. Now they kept printing money. People like that, but people like you were here. Some of them were defending him. Hey, Ronnie, can you forget it? Did you see the money they printed? And we saw Emefiele was saying when Edo State governor was telling them that they were printing money. This Bismarck, the one that you're talking about, the one that is in Anambra State, were they not part of the economic team of
Rational Mind.
Rational Mind, Ooni, you can sọ̀rọ̀ náà ní ìkúdẹ mọ́ pé gbogbo tó máa sọ pé it makes sense.
Farabalẹ̀, continue your narrative. My point is that these idiots, in the form of presidents that we have, the two of them that we have so far, you are asking me, how did he? You're asking the question. What did he do? Yeah, you do not just liberalize the dollar. I mean the foreign exchange when you have nothing to back it up. You don't have anything. Even your crude oil, you're not even making the quota, and you have something that is weighing on you like a millstone on your neck, which is in the form of subsidy. You cannot float your naira, your currency when you have nothing to back it up. You have nothing in place already, and then you're doing another countermeasure by also even removing.
Hold on there. No. We were talking about.
What I'm saying is,
you need
you
to
are doing policies, two policies that are butting heads that will crash it.
Can I ask the House? Can I ask the House a question? He messed up big time. Wait, Rational Minds, please. Can I ask the House a question? Go on. Objectively, when has been the worst year in Nigerian history? Forget about what cost it or one thing.
I'm not in Nigeria right now. I can't tell you that. But from what I'm the feeders I'm getting from Nigeria, Nigerians are painting.
Economically, it was Abacha era. Economically,
it was 1995 era.
Yeah,
so we cannot keep saying that now is the worst. This is not the worst time.
People. Abacha era was terror. No.
Let me take
apart from
you
the economic aspect of it,
it
was the terror aspect of it.
See,
let
me take you on solution. Let me take you on solution. Right now,
you remember Operation Sweep?
Now, mind.
Go on, please. Go on.
You said floating of naira was wrong. Now we didn't have enough forex, and the non-floating of naira was the reason for corruption around our forex then, right? What exactly would you have done to resolve that problem?
All right, thank you very much. You see, I want to float. I definitely at some point I will have to float the naira, but because you are going to send panic in the system. If only he did not float the naira, he removed the subsidy. That could still be understandable in some sense. But you did two policies that will butt head, because as soon as you float the naira, you're telling these people to go and look for these people that are importing this fuel into Nigeria. You're telling them to go and source their naira. However, and you are giving more room to the speculators to jack up the price because you've liberalized it, right? You can say, okay, everybody, we float it, anybody do your own price until one will find a way of normalizing it, but it's not going to normalize because now people are free to tag their own price to the dollar that people will come and source from them. They will jack it up. And that also will now pass on to the people that are buying this gas or this petrol, and invariably the drivers that will ferry all these things, all this food and everything, and also the farmers will put money on their food, everything will jack up. Maybe formerly they can from Zamfara to Lagos, they bring food from there. Maybe they use 1,000 naira to bring it. Now maybe it's another 10,000 naira now. They'll pass on the whole cost on the food, and people are paying more for that. So two things you did that are butting in on each other. Now hold on. Now for me, if I were to be the president, if really this guy was a strategist,
Rational Man, he failed in that liberalization of
the naira,
petroleum, this thing now. He failed. Marketers run away. They couldn't do it. And they ended up NNPC now back as a sole what do you call it?
Yeah.
Importer of the petrol of the product. And then they are doing the subsidy behind the scene.
But behind the scene, see, this is what I'm saying. He didn't take these things through. And then strategies, we don't need this.
The Ajale could just say petroleum subsidy was not removed. Wait, rational mind. We know you are the professor of economics.
No, we are not professor. It's a simple economics. It's a simple economics.
Wait now.
Olako answer a question right now.
But alone.
Wait, rational mind. With due respect, you didn't understand the principle of what we just analyzed now. Two things involved here. We have the monetary policy on one hand, on the other hand, we have the fiscal policy.
Okay.
The fiscal is the access of subsidy remover, and the monetary is that floating of naira you are talking about.
Naira, yes.
Now,
yeah.
So when we are talking of the current situation now, it's neither here nor there because the two were causing unhealthy arbitrage. That the word I'm using now is unhealthy, that people were taking advantage of the situation. Now, as at the point we have, Nigeria could not even service its debt. So if Nigeria could not service its debt, subsidy, don't forget that dollar you are talking, exchange rate you are that you see that they are suppressing without floating it was just a form of subsidy. And that subsidy was not even serving the poor people that you look at. It was actually feeding the fat cow, those people that are causing us problem. So you eliminate that.
We know all these things. Allah, we understand this.
Wait.
Where are you going with this topic? Where are you going with this? What you're talking about?
The same thing. The subsidy, what we call it? Okay, the subsidy that was removed. Now, all this in our long-term position. Okay, Pato is saying now, it's an economist. When I say economist, core one, degree, credentials. So now, what I'm saying in this situation is this. You don't have the solution. You were just dancing around it because I only asked you what would you have done.
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? You didn't allow me because
you didn't answer it for 4 minutes now. Okay, answer my question. What would you have done better? And tell us the impact.
Now, what I'm saying is this: is that I would not have done the two policies at the same time.
But why?
Hold on. This is the reason why I not do that, because it's going to, number one, it's going to send panic into the system. People that have no reason to be jittery about what is going to happen, what's going to be the after effect. No Nigerians.
Okay, which of the policy would now? Wait now. No, you are answering your question.
Okay,
which of the policy you would not have implemented at that time? Let us.
I will come to it. Just you are twin the haste.
Just pick one. I'm not.
No, I will not. Let me land my. Let me lay a bedrock.
Wait.
I'm not going to answer your question if you ask me. If you don't let me lay my bedrock.
Okay,
let me lay my. Now, what I would have done is I would not have implemented two of them at the same time. I would not do one and leave the other. Now,
which one are you doing first? Which one are you leaving?
That was the same thing I said to him. You will not push me. Let me lay my something. Now, what I'm trying to say. I'll explain to you. If I remove the monetary aspect of it, like okay, I float the naira. Now you're telling the people that are going to get their dollar. However, you're going to get a dollar, it's up to you. I'm not going to subsidize in the dollar for you anymore. The central bank should not give you dollar. Go and look for your dollar. Okay, I want to go and look for my dollar. Alhaji Ado Mohammed, can you give me a dollar there? Dollar is 1,000 naira now. From $700, maybe from 600 naira that you bought it from CBN. It's $700, $700 naira now. 700 naira, okay, give me. You went to buy fuel. You bring it to Nigeria, want to sell. You put another $200 naira on it, making it 1,100, and then you pass the driver that wants to go and get food or ferry people around or go and bring food from the north or whatever. He has to pass the cost on these people that are buying this thing from them. That is that. Because you float the naira, tell them, go on, I'm not giving you naira, I'm not giving you dollar anymore. What I would have done is that I would say, okay, I have removed the subsidy. Continue going to the CBN and get your dollar. Subsidize. But I've removed it. But at some point, I'm waiting. I will put my house in order and I'll ask them when they least expect. Now, how am I going to do that? Is that secretly, or maybe secretly or not secretly, I'll be building the refineries. I'll look for invest. Hold on. I will look for. You can whatever you like. If you just, it's up to you. I'll be building the refinery, or renovate the one we have, or go look for investors.
From the money you don't have. No, because you are not giving solution. That's the problem.
No, well, maybe it's not
solution.
solution. I'm telling you what I would do. This is what I would do. I'm telling you, this is my own solution.
But let us now.
I will not float
the
naira. And they say, listen, I will not float the naira and remove subsidy at the same time. I will not do that. I will not do that.
Okay,
I will let the naira regime the way it is from Emefiele.
Let's pick it one after the other so that we tell you the implication of what exactly.
You can poke holes. Let me land. You can poke holes at the end of it. So my point is this: finally, I will not float the naira, and if I have to float the naira, I will not remove the subsidy, but I have to weigh which one is weighing high on me more. If it is a naira that is weighing, if it's the fuel importation that is really taking much money from our coffers, I was okay. I've removed the what's it called? The subsidy. Go and look for your dollar. I mean, go and get dollar from central bank. She be central bank buying dollar number 4. And then I'll be working on building in the refineries or modular refineries so that at least we can get maybe if Nigeria is importing 30,000 barrels of the crude oil. I mean, refined crude oil back into Nigeria. I'll make sure that I can half it into half of that is made locally in Nigeria. I've already solved half of that problem, and then the many half they can go to see central bank and go and get the subsidy. And until I'll be able to ask them,
you've not solved any problem.
Okay, so what? So I've not solved the problem because
okay, you've not solved any problem. Let me tell you what you've just done now. You said you remove the fuel subsidy, right? And when you remove the fuel subsidy, you want to say, okay, the cost of fuel subsidy you are removing will be transferred to the populace, in the sense that the cost of petroleum products will be very high, and you know that petroleum products.
Is it not CI? Is it not CI? Is it not CI?
Oh my goodness! Now you know that's what I'm saying. You know that the petroleum cost will still be transferred to the populace, to the poor people, right? Either way, whether subsidy or no subsidy, poor people suffer. That's exactly what I'm telling you. That if not,
you're not
wait,
explain anything what you just said now.
Wait. By removing the first subsidy, you are doing two things in short term and in long term. Number one, you remove the first subsidy now. Yeah, the price will go up. You liberalize the economy in the sense that where there's no fair game, where there's a playing, because by removing subsidy, you are creating some kind of playing ground for the development of petroleum industry in the long term. People will never have any reason to frustrate the effort of developing even local refinery.
He said he will secretly build refinery. I don't know how you can secretly build refinery.
No, what I mean is
is there any secret in government?
Rational mind. Let us learn from ourselves. Wait now. When you remove the subsidy now, because for example, I will give you an example because
you've not fought anything here. You've not fought any console tongues in cheek.
Because open your mind now. You remove subsidy.
Mine will more open most.
Wait. You remove subsidy. You remove criminality in the sector. Then, when you remove criminality in the sector, number one, you don't use your money to subsidize for Cameroon, Ghana, Lome, and all those people.
And that's what I did by removing the subsidy.
Wait.
Now,
wait now. Okay, so when you remove that now, you now said, okay, you will now ask these people now to go back to where? To go back to CBN and be getting the dollar again at subsidized rate. What exactly have you just done?
Okay, now because when you invariably, if you don't even float the naira, I mean, if you float the naira, if you don't float the naira, and you ask them to, I mean, I don't even understand what I'm trying to say that right now. But what I'm saying is that
because
you're trying to confuse me because I know
Koye, he doesn't understand what he's saying.
Doctor Simba. What I'm saying is that I will remove the subsidy, and before I even do that, I'll make sure that I put some things in place. The people will be taken care of. Whatever subsidy will distribute the money so that they can be able to pay whatever however these people get the money from CBN, we'll be able to subsidize it for them so that they'll be able to pay whatever cost that comes from it. But that I will float both of them at the same time. I mean, I will do both of them as I will never do that. Because these are two policies that are butting head on each other. Because if you say go and look for money, go and look for the dollar that you have to go and import all this PMS or whatever they call it in Nigeria, invariably they have to go and look for it from Aladi Ado, Abu Mohammed, and it tells you that you are selling for 1,000 something naira for each dollar. That is just buying a dollar. How about the cost, the landing cost and everything? By the time they do all the whole calculation, it will be like
rational mind. You are still going in the cycle. In a cycle,
it's not a cycle. You don't want to understand it the way I said it because
I know.
You
understand
have your own view, and I respect
the question I will ask you: why was Naira floated, and why was subsidy?
It's because people hold on. People who have no business with dollars. I can tell you, I have friends that has quotas from the CBN. Once you're round tripping, on my log back because some of the importer, I want on my banning subsidized rates. People like Dangote that has no business with dollar, as long as he doesn't have anything to import or to buy for his construction.
Dangote don't have anything to do with dollar.
What do
you said Dangote don't have anything to do with dollar?
It's not every time ni $10 Dangote mama need the dollar. If you need dollar, hold on now.
Hold on. I have to push back.
Okay, go on.
They buy raw materials from abroad.
Okay.
To do their products. So they are making sugar, making all this. They buy raw material from abroad. They still need dollar every point in time. Isn't it?
It's not every point in time. Not every point in time. Because there are times they don't need it, but because of their status, they will go and get this dollar and do round tripping with it. And that is one of the things that messed up our narrative today.
Rational mind. That thing cannot be proven. So I think Thomas
you can tell me now it cannot be proven, right? And then he moved hold on, and he moved almost $50 billion. I mean, how many $1 billion into the American economy? They say he's coming to invest here in America. You know how many billions of dollars?
Rational mind. When you ask something from politicians, be very careful.
You know how much how much he was paying for adverts on CNN.
Rational mind. Wait now. When you ask something from the politician, you have to be very careful. The same politicians will tell you that Obasanjo spent 16 billion. This same way the Buhari arbitration on power.
No, wait now. Let me go and sleep. Because
don't go. I know. I was actually here to defend you, but unfortunately, you didn't get the point. So
you're defending me now. You're not defending me.
I was defending. No, I was about to defend you that it was true that we have a bad economy, but it was not caused by Tinubu. It was caused by Buhari. So that was why.
Buhari, and then this one make it worse. Buhari Pro Max to one bang.
It is not true. It is not true that made it worse. Yeah. No, just give me a minute. No, just give me a minute. Let me explain. You see one thing. The reason for our own type, and one of the way we can reduce our own type of inflation in Nigeria is to find a way to boost our productivity. And it's to find a way to protect our forex. And we should not be allowing our forex to leak. See one bad thing we do in Nigeria.
Is it protecting it now? Is it protecting it? Even with the floating?
So this guy just came here just less than a year. So he's still within a short time. You can't measure Tinubu in 2, 3, 4, 5.
That was how you said.
All I want to say something.
For Bubu. Yeah, give us time. Give 8 years. We said our years for 8 years of our life.
Let me learn my word. Let me learn my statement now so that Ekene can come in. You see what we are saying is this. Whatever Tinubu is doing now is a long-term thing because number one, you are removing the free, the stealing of our forests in the name of subsidy from petroleum forever if you stand by it. And what is it going to give? Is going to develop the local industry in that petroleum industry. And what does that development of petroleum industry mean? That it translates into job in the long term. Because we are talking of something that we have spiral effect on. Is thousands of jobs, if not directly in millions of jobs, because there are so many things that attach to the petroleum industry. And secondly, look at that floating naira that you are talking about. There's something we are doing bad in that country, even though some of us, we can see ourselves as beneficiary of that import. It is cleaning our economy. Now, when you say Dangote has no business with dollars, now many of our people are still flying out of the country to send their children overseas. And those are the people who are subsidizing naira for. People that just want to get out of your school in Nigeria, you now subsidize naira for them to send their world to out of the country. That's not production. That's not production. It's consumption. You can even produce education in Nigeria, but you are importing education, and you are using our dollars to get that. Those are the implications. So when you stop that, it's going to limit some people. It's not going to limit everybody. Some people still have that money. They still have that buffer, what they kept before. They will still send their children overseas. But some, now that, all of a sudden that Nigerian schools are no longer good to them, they will look inwardly, whether they want to go to private school or they still want to go to the public school. Those are the things that will happen. But are you going to see this thing in 5 months? No, it's not going to happen. Even when Obasanjo made that economy in 1999, we didn't start feeling the impact until sometime around 2002. So to me, it's unfair on Tinubu to use 8 years of Buhari now to be comparing him in 5-6 months. No, that's not the way to measure it. So
okay, Rolla, let me come in.
Okay.
Quite all right. You cannot use the few months of Tinubu to measure the 8 years of Buhari. That is a first statement. I also believe that. But in terms of the policies and all that, for me, honestly, I'm not seeing any impact they're going to make in the future, because even your budget, when your budget have a lot of expenses in it, there is no way of productivity. Your budget is filled with just check the budget, the travel expenses, the rebuilding of VP house, all that and all that is even more than the loan, student loan, more than high more than. So what are we still? The government is still into consuming whatever we earn as a nation without thinking of production.
Should I comment briefly on? Should I comment briefly on that house you are building? See, let me tell you.
Not only I'm not talking only that. Their travel expenses is, if you check the billions in their travel expenses, you check the ones that are going to inject even in the life of the people. You compare it, you know that they are not making any progress, and they are not ready to make progress.
Can I look at it from this angle? You understand? The travel expenses, I don't want to say much, because I know sometimes when you travel, the authorities are followed too. Some of them find their way there. Not necessarily they are sponsored by the government. Just because they want to look nice to Tinubu. We saw that one other, we experienced that one other Buhari. So I won't talk so much about that. But look at that VP house they want to build. See, I understand that you say VP want to live a very large life or whatever. But the thing is this, is it the state house they are going to build? When you are doing project of that massive, that we command massive expenditure, the way you are looking at, what does it tell you? It's going to create job. Assuming Dangote is the one that is going to supply the cement, assuming you are going to have some labor from within the Nigerian economy. No, see, sometimes you can look at it. It's still a project. You can say maybe this is not the best project. Maybe we will have spent it on another project. But where we are failing here is that we are not suggesting the type of project the government should have spent on.
We're talking about timing here. We're talking about timing.
I understand. See,
even the project you don't even need it. You see, let me tell you, we are wasteful nation, and we don't want to believe it. We don't want to hold our governors and our president accountable in that aspect. We are too wasteful. We are wasting a lot in this country. So let us not stop giving them excuses and all that. There is even that I can tell you categorically that we don't need that VP house. Even if we're in a buoyant situation as a nation, we don't need it.
Okay, what
You think you are having a your reserve is nothing to show about. You're not even thinking of building your reserve. That reserve, your reserve is the engine room of your success as a nation.
Ekene, let me ask you, what will you have done with the money that they are using to build the VPLs? What would they tell me? What should they have done with
More money has to go into education, security, health.
Okay.
More money. Those things are the things that are supposed to take even agriculture to take major impact in our.
Wait now. When you spend
Let me
money,
finish.
when you spend money on those
you see when you use the budget of almost more than 1 million people to service a single individual that calls himself a VP. What are you doing as a nation?
Let's forget about wasteful expenditure. I keep saying something here that wasteful expenditure, they have impact on our economy, but it is not the major reason.
It has a lot of impact. Listen to me, Ola. If you are a businessman, you will know that it has a lot of impact. Expenses has to do a lot with your growth.
Okay.
See, how can you grow a business? How can you let me ask you this question. If you are into business now, and your daily income is maybe 5,000 naira, and you are spending every day in your expenses like let me say 7,000 naira or 8,000 naira every day. Maybe you started that business with 1 million naira. How are you going to grow that 1 million naira? It's a simple logic.
Your business will back off.
That is what we are doing as a nation.
Let me respond.
That's what you are doing as a nation.
Wait now, your business is micro. We are talking of macro. And
no,
not only that,
everything, whether my business is micro or anything.
About macro. What are you talking about?
It doesn't mean anything. Business is business. To build a nation, listen to me. To build a nation, to build our economy, first of all, you have to look into our reserve. We don't have anything to put into the reserve. So we don't say we don't have capital. What it means is that we don't have any backup as a nation. When you don't have reserve, you don't have capital, you don't have anything to back your economy up.
You don't have reserve. Don't get me wrong.
So that is what the government is doing. The only thing government is doing is this: that you make a budget, you put it on borrowing, then you are trying to think you are going to sell much crude oil in the future. You borrow money, you service those money you borrow. You just spend. Without critical thinking on how to reserve your economy. See, we are not our leaders are not thinking, but you people don't want to believe it. If you can continue to argue it. If this government finish, if they really want to achieve a lot, see, let me tell you, Allah, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if you make billions or trillions of naira a month. If you don't stream your expenses, if you make trillions of naira a month and spend everything in a month, you are not doing anything as a nation.
Okay.
Some nations are not. My point is this: many nations are not even earning quarters of what we are earning. But go and look at their HDI. Go and look at the impact they're having in their citizens.
Just wait. Let someone respond to what you are saying. Now, when you are still saying the same thing over. Okay, you said okay, they should have put more money. They want to use some VPLs. They put it to the defense budget. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but you have to look at some things. How do you look at it? If you have 10 sectors, you say a sector is not important, and you focus too much on a particular sector, right? Don't forget that the one sector you are focusing on, there will be a capacity for that even by the time you even put more, now you will start experiencing decline. Even though the more you put, you start experiencing decline because it's no longer making impact. But now, the impact I'm talking about is that maybe opportunity creation, job creation, you put money in education alone, it is its own capacity. But now, if you spread the money across 20, you are building capacity and buffer across 20 different sectors. That means that you are creating jobs across those sectors, because across those 20, you have various capacity, various proficiency for you to spread. Now, I just told you that the VPS edifice may just look like, oh, they are wasting money. don't forget that Shetima will not be there forever. Even they may not even finish that thing before Shetima will even leave that.
But Ola, why are we even objecting? The house is not personal for it's not going to take it home. It's for Nigeria.
They don't understand that when government spend, they spend just to boost the economy. Sometimes they think, oh, it's just all about, oh, they are enjoying. If they are importing the VP residents from America, oh, we say, oh, they are bidding for America. But if they are using at least 70% local content.
Ola, this your reasoning is flawed. That they are using.
I hear you. Of course.
Hold on. Give me an example. Let me give you an example. They went to Dubai. No doubt they must have spent more than 40 million.
I'm not concentrating on Dubai. I told you I'm not commenting on that. You are just let me talk about something that is meaningful to
No. You just said something now.
I don't want. No. Don't drive me to Dubai.
They are boosting the economy.
Don't drive me to Dubai.
When they are moving all this money to abroad to go and spend in Dubai, how are they?
I say I'm not going to that. Let me engage.
You said that now. You just said
let me engage.
They are boosting the economy. Are they boosting the economy from spending?
I said I'm not talking about that traveling. Because I don't want to concentrate on the fault you want to find. Let me talk about these edifices we are mistaken. Now the question is this: assuming you are going to get, let's say, let me just give an example. Let me you are going to spend like 300 metric tons of cement to build that presidential edifice. You are going to construct road. You are going to do all those things. Those are jobs. Those are skills that you are going to engage. You are patronizing Dangote. You are patronizing local cement. And what will happen in this if you don't have enough people to produce? They will employ more. So you look at the presidential edifices as job creation for the people. And all this job creation in one particular sector, there is a way that is escalate to other sector of that economy. That's where you are going to look at it. So instead of concentrate everything on education, do that. No, it doesn't work because when you
Ola, how can you build how can you tell me you are building a nation when you are not building the people? So, see, investing and building the people is very more important than that house you are talking about to me.
No.
You can take that house. Let me finish. If you present those things to me, you can take the house. Me, I will take building the people. Because you don't really see, I don't really know. You people don't know what it takes to educate a nation, to build people. You think it's just a way? It's just because the way. Let me finish. Let me respond to what you said. You think just building a nation is just building houses, building roads, building all those things. They are good, but there is nothing more important than building people. See, why we are not productive is because of our mindset as a nation, and the government are not thinking towards that direction. What are we going to do to educate these people, build them, empower them, so that number one, we can build our roads. If not our internal roads, we don't have the people that are doing it today in the nation. What are we lacking? We are lacking a lot in that regard. So we are not doing anything. Let me finish. Let me finish, Ola. We are not doing anything as a nation to train the minds of this youth, so that at least we can build our roads, our internal roads. We can build our housing. We can do a lot of our projects for ourselves. Because when we build these things and we can do all these things for ourselves, you are saving a lot, and you are reducing crime in the minds of the youth.
All this beautiful analysis you are doing is still just to limit this thing to say, okay, they are not doing the right thing. I'm not saying they are not doing the right thing, absolutely. I'm not saying they are doing the right thing, absolutely. But I just want you to see the impact of what they are doing. If we change our perspective to the impact, then we have different opinion on what they are doing. Now, you talk of human capital. Human capital development is not only when you put someone in the four wall of the classroom. Some people will be developing while you are doing construction. You have hands-on training too, when you have the basic. I'm assuming that most of those materials that will go into that presidential building, whatever they call it, presidential this thing, will come locally. They come from the local investment, and they will use local human capital to develop all those things. And some of these people, even for example, someone in this construction company, they will still train some of those people that will still work within our economy. It's just like you want to work for a textile company in Nigeria. We didn't just go and carry you and put you to stand by the boiler without being trained. They are not likely to do that. That's the point I'm telling you. So it's not about putting money. And a man in a house, you won't say, okay, because you want to give your child or your children the best of education, all of a sudden you will not do something on your house. You won't do other things. Everything will now be okay. You put everything go and school as if you are not going to exist again. No, you do a lot of things simultaneously. It's just because of the lifestyle of our politicians. That is why you are not looking at the merits and what that particular thing can do. See, there are ways government can boost economy whenever people are not investing. It's either they start handing you cash, that okay, take this cash, go and cause the effect, right? But if they hand you cash and you don't have productivity, what exactly are you going to cause within the society? You are going to create crisis because people are not productive.
Let me tell you.
Wait, just wait. You are telling me the same thing, but you are not seeing the merit of what I'm analyzing.
I know what you are talking about, but I don't see much because in a nation today, when we are losing a lot of companies and our government are not looking into that, what is the cause? You are just going to build a VP house. There is a company called P&G. Go and Google it. They have already yesterday they concluded to leave Nigeria. And if not for any, I enjoy one of their products, which is Oral-B, that toothpaste we used to brush my family used to brush teeth. So I'm going to miss that product. There are two other things like
go and buy another one. Now what is it? That one? Go and buy another one. Is it the best one?
You see our mindset. You see our mindset. You see, I should go and buy another one.
Peter Obi, we import another one.
No, Thomas, we don't want to really see. Sometimes when we come here and say we are patriotic, I don't see the patriotism in us. See, it's not all about Peter Obi. It's not all about anyone. It's all about government doing the right thing. It's not a good thing that a product you have enjoyed you have enjoyed many years. You have enjoyed many years.
Companies are closing.
You wake up tomorrow.
There was a time where I don't know your age. There was a time where I enjoyed McLean. It disappeared. We did not die. So what is it? So what are you talking about?
It's not only McLean. Go and check the products, all these women stuff and all that, Pampers and all that, and the women products. They are producing a lot of things in Nigeria. So when many people are crying, we are going to lose a lot. We're already losing a lot. So if these guys leave, we are talking about those pharmacy, those people that produce drugs that left. We are talking about that one. Then these people is about to leave. We are losing a lot.
You see the reason why the exchange rate we're talking about matters the other time. You see, when your currency is weaker than it used to be, what's supposed to be? It's supposed to be an advantage for you. An advantage in the sense of that the foreign goods becomes too expensive for you to consume. Then you look locally. Even when we have the populace, at least we have those people that can do something in our country, for example. Now you have the local populace now that will start becoming creative. For example, if Ekene now decide to say, okay, because the exchange rate is high, people can no longer buy maybe vegetable oil from Turkey. Ekene now went to
guys, good night. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Don't go. When you scatter everything,
scatter
everything, finish.
Where they go now?
Because he has no point again. That's why he's running away.
No. I'm just sick and tired of this Agbado narrative that you people are
you are praising someone that just started JSS1 in a term.
No, I trust my brother here. I cannot to deal with all of you. I mean, I know it's up to
you. Can't wait. No,
see, deal with all of you. You and this Agbado narrative that you people come.
No, I cannot
always want to justify people's failure and
comparing
1975, 1970, whatever to failures.
No, Ekene, when we tell Ekene something over time, Ekene will agree with you if your point is valid, but it's you that you you won't agree like that. So
I will never agree because I mean, Tinubu, all of them, they're all criminals. So I don't expect them to do anything good.
It's not about the characters we are talking about.
Nothing good can come from Galilee.
Ola, don't mind Rational.
It's not about
Everybody
the
is a criminal
characters.
except him. Everybody is a criminal except him.
Well,
Rational mind, the Thomas, I leave the stage for you. So where are you going to?
No, I'm going. I can't do it. I just have to. I have to go to bed.
But Thomas, I leave the stage for you now. Are you going to leave when Thomas is not here?
Ekene, you know they sleep. Ekene, you know they sleep. No be Nigeria you dey. You know they sleep.
I just wake up. I wake up around 5 now. I join you people now. I sleep till 5. Now why going to still sleep all the day?
They don't want you here because so that they can have the floor and they can continue spewing their narrative here.
No, I don't want to come in, but when I was listening to the conversation and the argument, the thing is just tiring to me. When I was listening, I just decided to jump in.
It's normal. It's normal that you will not feel the effect of Tinubu in the short term because during the Obasanjo too, it happened like that. So I experienced it. It's not that
if you remember, Obasanjo first term was a disaster.
I'm telling you,
first tenure, it was a disaster. No, believe me, the economy was not good that time. It was from 2004. It was 2004 that we started having all this oil price increase.
Simba, I agree that more time have to be given to him, and we are giving him that time.
No,
we're not going to die. We're not there. See, my point is this. Let me finish. My point is this. Well, as we are giving him that time, more things are not going the way it's supposed to go. Like this company that just left yesterday, man, it's very bad.
Don't worry, more will come. More will come. Don't worry yourself.
You are in Saudi Arabia, there you're telling more will come. You are enjoying Saudi Arabia. You enjoy constant life.
But you know, if it is a company that I don't enjoy their product, I will not be saddened.
You see all these hypocrites like Simba and Ola.
You can Google it. Oral B is the first in Nigeria. Oral B.
Target and so many companies left Canada. It's not
I understand. Listen, good. Can I go? I just leave these people. They always
no. Rational mind. You are looking at the wrong. You are using wrong analogy. Wait,
you come every time. You tell us things that don't exist. This is December. We have not seen any refinery. But you beat all your chest on national TV. You beat all your chest on national TV that the refinery is going to come in December. This is December.
You are talking of commodity.
If you know that will not happen.
December has not ended.
Instead of dribbling, you are dribbling the whole nation. You are dribbling the whole nation.
No, I'm just being fair in my analysis. So it's only that if you want to listen to me,
there's nothing fair about your analysis.
See, as we speak today, wait now. No, I'm serious. As we speak now, Patoski is here and bear me witness. Companies are folding up in Canada. You understand? Now, are we saying? Are we saying? It's just because of what is happening. It's just because number one, interest rate is too high for investors. And you know, when interest rate is on the high side, people tend two things you can do. If you see a personal person, you keep your money, you invest. So you don't spend when you don't spend during that time. And company will no longer have money to do business too. When you don't have money to do business, what happens?
Then why do you go abroad to war them when you know that your currency is too high for them?
Don't mind them.
You still go abroad to war them. But the ones you have is going, and you know your currency is too high to sustain them. But you still go abroad to tell them everything is okay, this and all that. Come and invest. See, let us talk about. We know the first. I told you people here that the impression matters a lot. If you cannot build your house, there is no way going to other people to come and tell them to come and build it. Even if you want people to help you, you need to put your foundation. You put your foundation. Then you say, yes, I'm building. You people should come and help me to build. This thing is too high for me. But you have not put any foundation. You are going to tell them to come and help you to build.
Hold on. What foundation should they put? What do you mean by foundation?
You are asking for money for climate change, and you pack almost 400 something people there You know how much that is in dollars. If you're asking for UAE to give you $100 million for your climate change, do you know how much they paid for just the ESTA code and all those things that they spend just to carry 400 people to go to you see Tinubu
Hey guys, let me share me at the go.
Personality is what you are looking at.
I said me I'm going I did work.
Okay. Have a nice time.
So now that rationality will look so we carry incompetent Buhari to come and lead us. Don't look at personality. I keep saying that alone. Look at what they are doing. If it's
what are they doing? What are they doing? That's what I was saying. What are they doing? Look at what I just give an example. You are looking for money. You are looking for donors to give you money.
And I've told you when you drag me to that traveling issue, I say I don't want to talk too much, and I said my reason. When president is traveling like that, some people will follow, not necessarily from the state pocket.
But they said they said there were 400 people that.
Do you know how many travel that he have embarked on in these few months?
Forget it.
Not necessarily him. See,
don't go about that traveling. Obasanjo did traveling and is traveling.
Okay, let me not go there. Let me not go there. But if you believe that this is good for our nation, I will leave it in your hand. I will still come back. I will still come back and tell you. Let me because I don't want us to be arguing unnecessarily. I will still come back in a few months' time for you to explain the impact of both the travel and the budget.
We'll give you another story. Don't worry.
So today you have given me another story of what they are doing. The day we talk about the refinery, you people were praising him here. But today nobody is talking about that. They are not competent enough to put a refinery. They gave us date. They gave us December dates. No problem. I will still come back, Ola. You give me explanation of everything you defended here.
We will die. We will leave. One of us will leave to see all this time.
Except, let me tell you, Ola. Except our thinking, our governors and the president, they are thinking changes. They don't. If you think they are taking production, they're not taking production. Their budget is not productive. It's all about consumption. You can go and read it. You check it very well.
All the money for this is their budget. They are borrowing it now. Is it not?
And they are borrowing most of the thing. Okay, I'm not against that borrowing. I'm not against. Ola, let me finish. I can never be against borrowing. I don't think about the borrowing. I think about what to do with the money you borrow. What are you doing with the money you borrow?
Rational mind don't catch himself. When you are talking of subsidy and floating of naira, you understand? When we said it before that government was borrowing to even pay for a subsidy. You are removing the fuel subsidy. What exactly are you doing? You are removing that borrowing. Now, our exchange rate that we subsidize so much is coming to us at cost. We are freeing it. Now, the difference between the borrowing you are having now and the borrowing you were having the other time is this. You were using the borrowing you were having the other time to feed the fat cow. But you are
there are not much fat cow in this government. We will have many fat cow in this government. Even you are the fat cow you are talking about. This government have the highest fat cow.
You cannot eliminate all those stuff. That's what I'm saying.
Then what if you cannot eliminate them? You are thinking about remove the fuel subsidy and use it to add up ministers and people that will help you to win election in the next cycle. And you are feeding them. You are telling me there is no fat cow.
Can I wait now? You will not like this example I want to give you. Now, the example again, I will still go back to what Tinubu did in Lagos State. Lagos State was unable to make more than 600 million a month in revenue when Tinubu got to that place. Not that the money was not there. It's just because the corruption there fragmented everybody just sharing their home. He put a system to now concentrate the revenue to see what happened. What happened in Lagos? He started seeing revenue because he managed to plug the holes there. You understand? Now, going back to subsidy and all those stuff, some people were benefiting from.
I want to ask a question. What is the major revenue
Let him land. Let him land.
Okay.
Every time I talk, you don't let me land, and you still come back to the same point over and over.
Okay, talk. I wanted to put a position about that revenue. I wanted to understand the way they regenerate that revenue.
Now, when you remove subsidy, and you float our currency, a lot of things comes with it. Number one, you are no longer using that subsidy to feed the criminals that we want to talk about. We are not using the subsidy you've removed from our forex to feed those people that don't really need it, because everybody now is on the plain level ground. You understand? To the point that investor, if they come with their currency, they'll be able to repatriate their profit whenever they have it. That's the advantage of what we are doing there. Now, will you see the impact immediately? Is what I'm saying. Now, tomorrow, if an investor say, okay, this is the forex exchange, this is how forex exchange run in the country, an investor can plan for 10 years that, okay, if I'm bringing my money, since nobody is going to have an advantage over my forex, I come and invest in the country, because you are sending signal of stability to people around our monetary policy when you remove that, when you plug all those holes. Then, when you come to this other thing you are talking about, when you come to the subsidy you are removing from some businesses, you are telling people that, okay, you can come here to have your business. Nobody is going to subsidize anything for you. Nobody will have advantage of getting subsidy for ship and be importing to Republic of Benin. Everybody will have fair playing ground. That's just the signal that all those things say. But you don't expect the impact immediately, because foreign investor will not come and be bringing direct investment immediately. They will be watching. They will watch you for like maybe a year, 2 years. Okay, it be like say this guy is yarn the truth. Then they start coming with their businesses, because they can see the stability. Oh, they look at subsidy. Okay, a year gone. Oh, government is not backing. It's not having policy somersault around subsidy. Oh, the second year go. Oh, no policy somersault. The third, fourth year, because they know that the government is stable now, they start bringing the investment within the petroleum industry. You will never know the impact of what Tinubu is doing today until a few years later. That's exactly what I'm saying. I will never see the impact of I will never experience the impact. Wait, rational mind. Because I have my model that I use there for you to know.
What model?
The impact of telecom was not felt in Nigeria until around 2004, 2005, when people started coming home even to get job in Nigeria. So the impact of our the impact of what is happening in our entertainment was not felt immediately the policy started. It took years before we start having it. So you can't have a policy position now. A policy position like that subsidy remover in both forex and our petroleum is not what you feel the impact in the short term. It's different from when you are handing over to people. It's just like
can I say something?
No, this one point I will keep quiet after this one. When you take a student to school today and you train them, you don't expect their impact immediately, maybe tomorrow. No, it takes a year, because it takes time to develop woman, and you start having the impact. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Thank you.
Okay, the impact. I want to really see that impact. I want to really see that impact. I'm not saying that we're not going to see the impact. No, I want to see it too. I want to see it. It's just that what is happening now on ground today doesn't show me that the impact will come. Because when even more companies are still living in Nigeria today, when more companies are leaving, the people that are supposed to stay and build so that impact will be felt are even leaving as of today. So that is my only fear. So, and I'm not saying that he will not do anything as a president. I'm not saying that. But the optic, the narrative and everything they're giving me, I'm not comfortable with it. Honestly speaking, I'm not comfortable with the budget. The budget is not productive. I'm not comfortable with their expensive lifestyle. I'm not comfortable with it. Because if you say that reducing cost of governance is not part of building a nation, then we are not helping any matters. We're not helping any matters. You see, we don't have much money to.
What are
We
you
don't.
using a course of governance? That's what you look at. Okay, number one, in the office of the ministers now.
You already you see you talk about
Wait now. Wait.
No, let me finish now. You made your point. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. You talk about removing the fuel subsidy so that the other people don't feed fat. You replace them with a lot of ministers and feed those ministers very fat. You feed them with a lot of aid, with a lot of unnecessary appointment.
That is
those appointments are unnecessary to me. The way I see them, those guys, because the only thing I see there is politics. Apart just from two people, just like 2 or 3 people that are in that government. Other people are just there for politics.
From my wife's side, and from my brother, and from my in-law side, from my wife's side, we have government aid there. Then from the person that my brother got married to, the sister to that person too, is in that government, is in that one of those states. Do you know what? Those people, they had no job before that. Now, the office they are creating that you are seeing, that you just look at it, though this doesn't mean all those office of ministers, they are, you look at, people are employed there. So you look at it, they employ people there. That employment is what you should focus on. I'm not saying it's the best, but at least you still look at the merit. While you look at the merit, you don't just go on the negative side of it.
All and here we did. The only thing I know is that now here for this Nigeria, I know they run. You people can stay abroad and be giving us narration and directing. We are the people on ground. Let me tell you, we know what is happening.
Pressure plenty on us more than you at home too. Pressure plenty. Do you know those people that will become your enemy just because we are not sending them just $100? They will make you enemy. Some of them can even go to afar. They can even go to traditionalists to be praying that everything to capture your mind just to send it to them. See, we feel the pressure. See, don't use all those emotional blackmail that some of us are saying overseas.
No, it's not emotional blackmail. It's not emotional blackmail. For me, I don't think that way. But my problem is that if I don't believe in Nigeria, if I don't believe in Nigeria, for now I'll be thinking of following people to Japa. It's not that I cannot Japa. But
because you make your money from Nigeria.
Sorry, Ekene, sorry to interject. Sorry, Ola. Ekene, please, I want you to go and watch YouTube, and then you see the state of completion of the Port Harcourt refinery.
Here we go again.
Let's go there. Go and
go where?
Go to Google now. Go to YouTube.
Go
and put
another propaganda.
Refinery, state of refinery. You will see what they are doing.
Remy, I'm not saying that they will not. I'm not saying that they will not complete the refinery. But I know that is making it work. At least Dangote is there. Dangote has been completed and they continue to give us deadline. This one they give us December. They give us December deadline. We are now in December. We are waiting for them.
Listen carefully. December this year, they will complete the first phase of their.
And there is
a chance. Listen first. There's a chance that they will start refinery.
First phase,
crude oil.
It won't work in December.
You people like Rational Mind.
Okay.
All what Rational Mind I want to advise. I'm not advising. I just want to say this.
Yes, don't advise me.
I can see your position every time is out of hatred. It is not objective.
Remy, don't say that. It's not all about hatred. How can I hate a president that will make my life that I know?
Listen. You have been talking for a long time. I can tell you categorically that all this and fiscal policy Ola have been explaining, you cannot grab 35% of it very well. When you don't understand things,
my goodness, what is there to understand? Is it rocket science?
No, rocket science. Rational Mind, can you please be quiet?
Is it rocket science? What is it to understand? Can you
please be quiet for a while? I will.
Okay, let me just go to bed.
I just want to advise Ekene. You calm down. Let him explain vividly for you.
What is he explaining?
And then you can come again.
What is he explaining? We're all here. We had it.
Remy, I have knowledge of my own. All I have is knowledge of his own. Me, I have knowledge of my own. And
not
me,
saying you not have knowledge of
yes,
your own.
yes.
But what
So
you don't know,
if he's
what
giving
you
his own
don't,
explanation, he's giving it maybe to
you
impart
don't
my own knowledge.
understand it. You don't
But if
understand it.
I'm not buying it, it doesn't mean that because me, I
No,
know what I'm saying in my own aspect.
Ekene, you don't
So
understand it very well. You don't. If I don't understand something, I will listen clearly, and I will ask questions.
But
to
do
make me
you understand
understand.
my own? Do you understand what I said? Do you understand what I said?
You, unfortunately, rational mind.
bro,
Most times, your position is out of hatred, so nobody listens to you.
This
To
guy,
be frank,
you people are just so full of hypocrisy. So,
It's-
so
it's-
you
it's
want
not-
me to
and I
understand
told
him,
you
but you
the
don't
first
understand
time
me, right?
I came on this platform, I told you are too fixated. You are too fixated, born out of hatred for
You said
Tinubu.
that on what?
So
On what?
nobody will listen to you. So you have to
You will not listen.
you yourself, you do
will
not
not
even
listen
understand both
because
fiscal and monetary
I don't
policy
say
very well.
what
You
you
don't
want to
understand it.
hear.
You don't
I'm not
understand.
tickling your ear.
So I will
Remy,
leave the
don't
floor
send
for
me
now
this
for other
BS.
people
Send me
to
this
talk.
Remy, are you impressed with the present outing in that COP 2020 COP 28? Are you impressed with the speech he
Yes,
gave?
I am impressed because you
You
guys
are
don't
impressed.
understand what
You are
because
impressed
you
that you
don't
stay in
you guys
Finland, right?
you don't
Give me
understand.
a small explanation of that speech that he gave, because I've been wanting an
Are you
explanation of
talking
that.
about the speech or are you talking about the outcome? Or are you
The
talking about
speech. I want an explanation of that
before
speech.
I give you the speech, I will ask you some simple questions. If you can answer that question, then I'll go ahead with mine. First question for you. Do you understand the theme of this COP28? Do you understand what they are going to do there?
I don't understand though, because I also asked about because I asked about the economic benefits here on this platform. Nobody was able to give me the explanation.
Economic benefit or no
Can
economic
you hear me? Let me know if you
do
can
you
hear me.
understand exactly
I can hear you, Adewale. I can hear you, Adewale.
Cool.
Adewale, go ahead, please. Because it doesn't
Okay. Ekene and rational mind. I can understand the bias of rational mind. Ekene, you live in Nigeria. If there's anybody who have a first-hand experience of what is happening in terms of economic impact in Nigeria, it is you. But you see, let us educate ourselves on something. You know, when it comes to government, bureaucracy make things look so difficult. But for people like you and I, we expect some things to work really quick. But you see, the wheel of governance is very slow because of bureaucracy. Yes, you expect that we should start having answers by now. It doesn't work that way. I could remember very well in 2008 when American economic tanked. Guess what? When the new administration came in 2009, plans were already in place. By the time Obama released the first stimulus to the public, bailed out the bigger companies so that they would trickle down to the lowest of the lowest. Guess what? It did not work the way they thought. But because government had, a lot of stringent condition, and then they gave people money, people that had mortgages, people that have credit cards and all that, they were able to help them, to bounce back. But despite that, there was inflation. What am I saying is this? It may look as if government is not doing anything right now, but give it some just few months and begin to see the effect of what they are trying to. I can bet you, okay, when the government make decision, we are not living in an autocratic system where one single individual can say, you know what, this is what I'm going to do, and it's the law, and everybody must abide by it. No, everything presidency wants, guess what, is still subject to the National Assembly's approval, and you know how things roll, politics, ethnics, everything you can think of. But Nigerians right now want quick answer, just like you do, just like I do. But the point is that it's going to take a while before all this jamboree, what we term jamboree, the traveling abroad and all that, before it starts making impact on Nigeria. What you see happening in Nigeria right now is that Nigeria is beginning to function the way it's supposed to function. Some of the things we are spending money on before, as a matter of fact, the money was going into the pocket of individuals, just few. Just few. You can imagine the money go into the pocket of marketers and all these people in charge of petroleum. So give it a little, just a few break and see what will happen. If after 1 year plus, just one single sector of the economy or one single sector of in Nigeria is not functioning, you can begin to throw stones and bricks. Right now, they are trying to revive the economy, but it seems security is stable a little bit. You can imagine if the country is thrown into chaos, there's panic, there's fighting, there's war, there's kidnapping, and then you have economy that is already tanked. So all this junketing across the globe that you're saying is not for fun. Every now and then he had bilateral talks with, principals of each countries, high level delegation deliberations. All these things, it's going to take a while. You see, if I'm a Germany or an American or British, and I'm trying to commit because the government is assuring me, do you think I'm going to throw my money on the table just like that? I'm going to assess situations, then sign a bilateral agreement that okay, I will, this and that. If you provide this, I'll provide this, right? But before you start seeing the effect, we are beginning to live the way we should be living. You can't live beyond your means. Nigerians were living beyond their means. I mean, the country was living beyond their means before, servicing things that they're not supposed to service. Can you imagine federal government subsidizing exchange rate? How absurd could that be? Simply because we want to live up to the standard, we want to be importing. See, Ekene, and I think somebody explained on this show before. You see all these pharmaceutical companies folding up. I don't know if you pay attention globally. It's a trend now. Some of these pharmaceutical companies do not want to domicile in some of these third world countries anymore. Even the Procter and Gamble here in America, I can count on my finger how many factories they have. Majority of their products were imported into this country called United States of America, and it's an indigenous
From
company
China.
here in America. Okay, because what they are trying to do is to maximize the profit by making sure they outsource the production of this company to where they can actually produce it at the lowest cost. Look, majority of items imported into we find in American store now, they are either from Bangladesh, Bangladesh,
I want to respond to a
China.
few things because I want to go.
Hold on, Ekene, hold on, because globally we are beginning to become a consuming global economy. If the likes of Amazon is trying to even they dwell much on that by making sure that the entire globe becomes a village. So what you see them doing is this. I'm not saying the impact of the currency does not have much to say about the reason why they are falling up. It's also dictates the reason why they decided okay, they need to pack up and move. They cannot sustain by the global trend. They cannot compete. So what they need to do, what they're trying to do is to look, we would rather cut our losses and try decided to become a marketing, more or less like what we are going to be producing while we are selling it to this market. Yes, job will be lost, but to them, they are maximizing profit because they're making a decision. If I tell you today, if Nigeria,
that is where I want us to pay attention to.
If Nigeria, if
now, I would knock them with serious policy that
the American company, all they are not even producing in America. They are shipping all their products to America.
Adewale, can I say a few things before I go? You've made your point very clear. The only thing I understand,
so just give it some
there
time.
There are a few things I understand in what you said. Other things which I want to compare it with what is happening in Nigeria. First, you give an explanation of what happened in America before they pick up. You gave me a clear explanation. They put money in the hand of many manufacturers to rebuild their economy back. You said it now. In our policy today, we are not seeing such thing. You talk about consumption. We are consuming too much as a nation. In our budget today, is filled with
No,
consumption.
I'm talking
You can go and study it.
globally. That's become the trend. That has become the
Okay,
trend.
okay, that's become the trend. Okay, no, that becomes the trend. But even in the budget, go and look at the expenses of that budget. It is more than the productive aspect of it in terms of human capital development.
Yeah, but
Go and
Ekene,
study the
you
budget very well.
can't spend
But
less
that
and
is
expect
that
results.
is my that is only my fear when I'm not seeing that in our budget system. That's the only fear I have. It's not that the government will not give them time. At least you have to give them time to run that budget for a few months to know how it will work for them. Because for me, I'm not seeing the durability of it. But if they say that it is doable, they can run with it. Let them run it for 6 months, 7 months. Let's see the impact. But me, in my own narrative, I'm just telling you how I feel about the budget.
You know that woman read it tonight that
You should ask
the
again,
not
do you know the breakdown of the budget? Apart
no
from you listening to Tinubu in the National Assembly, that's all.
Ekene, did you listen to woman this evening?
No.
I didn't come earlier.
Oh, he read a
One man
story
has
where
already left when I came.
he read a story where Shosani was accusing Tinubu of prioritizing economy over security. Now, when you have economy that is stable, that is robust, you know this is going to have impact on security, correct? Right? So when people are well fed and they are living
Yeah,
okay.
economy can impact in security. Me, I'm not even talking about
No. I'm
talking on my own narrative. Anybody can have his own narrative. Yeah.
I'm telling you that when you prioritize, there's some things that take precedence over others, right? Right now, Nigerians need to put food on their table to feed themselves and their families, correct? Now, when you have a government that is prioritizing that, I've heard this so many times on this show that people say, oh, we need to, minimize the way we spend money. You see, you cannot expect to live austerity in an austerity situation and expect you to build on something. You have to spend big for you to earn big. And what do I mean by that? You guys were saying, oh, the number of delegates going to United Arab Emirates were so many. Look, I don't know the condition of the reason, how they were invited in the first place. But some cases, because we're talking about how government functions, okay, you would need people. You see all this overhead costs we are trying to cut, it's not going to cut it. No, it's sometimes you need to spend big, okay? But when I hear people saying, "Oh, we spend money so rationally, domestically, and we need to cut our costs," but sometimes you need to spend big. What am I saying in essence is this: some of the things we are trying to say we should cut back. Sometimes it's just an optic; it doesn't really cut it. It doesn't really. It's like when you drop a drop of water in an ocean like this. Okay. I like the projects
Adewale, let me go. I want to go. Thank you very much.
Okay.
But
All right,
I still have a problem. My best company is leaving Nigeria.
No, it's good to have problems because
it hurts me a lot.
Is it only Colgate
It's hurting me. It's hurting me. They are leaving, but we are looking for investors. The one we have, we cannot maintain.
Okay,
these guys are not importers. They are producing a lot of things.
In the first place, we're not even supposed to have Procter and Gamble in Nigeria. Why should we have a foreign company producing something that we are?
But you are still inviting them now. Is that not hypocrisy?
Because
you are inviting them.
Even
this, they are not importing. These guys are producing a lot of here. A lot.
Leave these people.
What will it
they go look for any excuse in the book just to let you just.
The thing is, waking up today to hear that news, I'm not happy about it.
Come and invest in your country.
Rational minded. You see, why would you for something that can easily be produced in your country? Toothpaste is cheaper to produce. Fluoride. Some of the chemicals you need. Hold on now. You see, the Colgate. As at the time, hold on, woman. As at the time I left Nigeria, there was no Colgate in Nigeria. Colgate was imported into Nigeria.
Okay.
Colgate was imported, the toothpaste.
So how about now?
Because that product has saturated Nigeria market. Nigeria Nigeria doesn't use. I mean, Nigerians said they want McLean anymore.
No, they are still using the other one, the red one. What's the name?
Close up.
Close up.
They are still producing in Nigeria.
When you have Colgate from America, who is going to use
close up? Close up. A lot of people don't use close up in Nigeria because Arabi is very suitable for the teeth. You know, if you know Arabi very well, it's the highest.
There's Dabo. Dabo, the Abba toothpaste. That one.
I know there are a lot of them, but people that use Arabi knows the benefit of it.
It's imported, right? Because you guys that continue to import it sometimes.
Okay, whether I don't know, but if they are not producing only Arabi, you can just go them and sell their product. Both women use and others. They have a lot of women use.
Even they are producing here. You, Ekene, can produce that toothpaste.
Yeah, but what the point is?
Give me money now. Let the government support me now. Where did I see the money? Do you think anybody wants to do production? Let the government support me. Am I going to thief to start production? I'm not going to thief. I still have to hustle small. They still have to make the environment conducive for me to gather a lot of capital.
If you do your due diligence now to find out how this thing is being produced, you'll be amazed at how simple and easy it will be.
Then, guys, what's this argument all about? You people are
it's you. It's you because you are the one hedging him.
Remy, if you have the connection, connect me. If you connect me, I see the money. If I don't go into production, you know what I mean?
That does not even compare to what we're expressing in that country. And you're saying
you are the one hedging him and so enabling him, saying that the government is not on the right path. And we're telling you that the wheel of governance, the wheel of governance is slow.
Your Tinubu is the right path. Is that what you're saying?
Of course.
Everybody, everybody. I mean, this
anyway.
You
see, good night. Rational man, you need to be optimistic. I'm a kind of a person optimistic about the country. You don't have to
stop the hatred.
No, this is not hatred.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be in rational mind.
When you are arguing on points, you just argue.
Yes. You heard somebody on this show saying that when Obasanjo became president, his first time was shaky. Second time was when we started reaping, the effect of his traveling around and all that, right?
But you see, first time was shaky as a result of what?
Because people committed their money as to ensure that there's a political stability in the country.
I just asked you a question. You're not answering my question. You said his first time was shaky as a result of what?
Because we're just transitioning from a military.
Thank you.
But not just that. People were skeptical. Hold on. People are, cynicism was as strive as you are right now. People were skeptical. People are not even sure if the military
will just justify your failure.
It's not about failure. It's easier to throw stone where you are outside the glass house.
Around.
That's not mine.
Now you said he went to bring in foreign investors. The ones already we have, like Procter and Gamble.
It doesn't. Glasso just folded up not quite long ago. Do you think it was only Nigeria?
Can I just land? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where you live. You're saying the Procter and Gamble. I go to stores here. I still buy stuff made by Procter and Gamble.
Look at where it was produced.
Hold on. I'll put it to you that most of these companies they manufacture things in China because it's cheaper. Hold on now. Land. Now that analogy, that example you are bringing does not cohere. It does not work in the Nigerian environment. Because why? For many years, most of our stuff, and let me not say most of our stuff until some really recent years, we've been seeing that some of these Lever Brothers, Tate and Line, it's Tate and Line, those are old companies. Lever Brothers, Unilever, whatever, back then, they used to produce all these things locally. We have SmithKline Beecham, or SmithKline, whatever they call themselves now. We have Procter and Gamble, they came later. We have all of these companies. Some of them.
Do you know Glasso has been into marketing way before? Some of their products were just imported.
What I'm saying is this: a lot of them gradually they folded up. They started producing things outside Nigeria. Now, Tinubu is going to bring all these ones back. How about those ones that are leaving? What is it that you're doing that are making them
that sometimes you can't save every situation. That sometimes that you
and so
want to
you
live.
want to ask for more people to come in when you are not
No.
trying to save money.
No. At that moment, at this well, it may not.
Very, very, very.
I can understand that you are not patient to hear my argument.
What is patient?
Sometimes they are looking at the bottom. I mean, what matters to them is maximizing their own profit. But Nigeria is not going to look at just only one sector of the economy. I'm talking about pharmaceutical.
Yeah, prove to the world that you have what
no,
it takes.
No. See, you can't save. You cannot save. I remember very well. No, I could remember very well. In 19, and I started that example before earlier. In 2008, when American economic time, it first started from housing sector, right? Then insurance folded up. We have the IGI, but every other companies were folding up, small, medium, but American has to prioritize for stability purpose. And if you want to save everything, American government devoted certain amount of money to save the economy by injecting into critical sector of the economy, right? Banking, insurance, and all that. Now, other smaller ones will fold up, just like what happens during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. Small scale businesses, private businesses, other multinational companies folded up because of the impact of the.
No, that's not exactly what happened.
Hold on. Now I'm still landing. I'm still coming. You know, hold on. If I'm the helm of affair of Nigeria today, all right, I will not even pay attention to the pharmaceutical company. I would not. For now, that will not be my priority. I'm telling you the fact.
All the drugs, they should be importing them from China, from other countries.
Haven't we been importing drugs? Haven't we been importing?
You see, you don't even understand what you're
talking about. Is the fact, rational mind.
And you are asking people to come and invest in your country when even the ones you can even protect, give them policy. You just said it now. Hold on. Hear yourself. You said now that the United States government gave money to big corporations so that they will not fold up.
It's not just big corporations.
They make laws so that they will not fold up. Why can't you do
that? Hear me out.
So
they prioritize
what? What did they
where
prioritize?
they will commit
the small business you're talking about.
Bailout money.
A lot of them got money. A lot of the small businesses got money.
I'm not saying not.
How many small businesses has the Nigerian government giving money?
We haven't gotten to that point. This is not a matter of doing. Well, fine. Leave it for us. We argued on your absence.
You've been saying you are going to bed since 2 hours
ago. I can't stand lies. And all.
It's not about lie. It's about being objective. Okay. When America committed,
can I interject for 1 minute?
You know, sometimes you are biased in your narrative. You even always say it yourself that sometimes you have your own bias.
It's not sometimes. It's almost all the time.
Rational man does not believe. Right? He doesn't believe in Nigerian project.
No. When it's come to Tinubu, you are always biased.
Thank you very much.
I'm not even talking about Tinubu now. I'm looking at the entire body, the government body together, not Tinubu or whatever. But you know. We are quick to, you know, instead of you bath a baby and you throw the baby with the bath water at the same time. If you look at it objectively, all right, no problem. You can't save everybody. Just like when you are in all right. When you are in an aircraft and there's a distress call and everybody has to save their life and oxygen mask come down, you first have to save yourself. You just have to save yourself first. But okay, good. You just have to save yourself first before you save your baby. You can't save everybody at the same time. What we have government doing right now is that you've been living fake life before. Now you are living the true picture of your economy or the true picture of your pulse. And you can't live beyond what you earn. Yes, sometimes you might need to borrow against what you're projecting and what you are envisaging is going to happen in the future. But this time around, we have money going down the drain, going into the hands of few Nigerians, and it has stopped. So what the government is trying to do, look, we have to prioritize, we have to, you know, build the economy back. They will start looking at the other sector of the country. And Number one is to inject more foreign investment, whether direct or indirect money, into the economy so that at least we can boost. When on a micro level, you have money in your pocket. Don't you feel good when you have money in your bank account and you open your bank account and you look at it and say, well, I still got like 40,000, 50,000 there. You kind of feel good yourself that okay, I can go out there and buy amala, right? So you can apply that on a micro level and look at macro level and look at what you be when government have more money, when you have more money in the circulation. Then small scale businesses will thrive, money will exchange, and you will have distribution of not equally distribution of wealth, but at least money will circulate. There will be business to business factor, and there will be prosperity. But when you have the money on one sector or in few hands, and other people are saying that there's no money, that is when you have this. But when you have enough in the system, people will be employed, right? Even people that have businesses will be able to employ more people. So people that are worked up about what is happening right now, they should be patient, because if you don't have patience, you will have high blood pressure. I can understand you don't like the person in charge of the affair. I get it, but sometimes people today are saying that Trump did well more than Obama and his predecessor combined, right? Why do they say so? Because of the uh, different way Trump does his things, right? He put his foot down, send jitter down the spine of all people, and they want to toe the line. I get it. That is his style, right? But by and large, people are saying the economy was okay. I can say that he inherited a good economy in the first place anyway. But you can look at that. If government is showing an optic that they are working towards something, people expect that if the president come to the office today and the electricity will be stable in Nigeria, you can switch off your light in your house and light will be there. It takes a while. Look at the Siemens project. That agreement already in the trash before Tinubu came, and he went and revived it. The chancellor of Germany has to come to Nigeria. Then he visited, and then again had a meeting with him again, in Dubai. So I think the government is on overdrive, and sometimes they might need to take stock of what they're doing to realize if they are actually shooting blank or they are on the right track. Because if you don't evaluate what you're doing, to people like rational mind and Canadians will look as if the government is not doing anything much. So to me, that is what people should take a look at. Patience. It's going to take a while. I don't expect magic. I understand that the government is saying that we have a short-term project. Handing money over to people has proven before, and now that it's never going to work. Look at it. Money was handed over to Nigerians. I don't know if they do that in Canada, but transfer Nigeria to Americans. And look at it now. We have so much money in circulation, and now we have inflation in our economy in America, right? So when you have money and with less value, that is what you get, right? And people predicted it, and it's happening now. So, but at that moment, that was what was needed.
Because what people don't understand about the inflation in the Western world today is this: they don't know that if the government is not taking the necessary action, that will crash the economy. Just see this post-COVID economy boom, and what is responsible for the such economic boom? People sitting at home doing 2 or 3 jobs, have so much money because they do not go to the office. People were buying houses. Now, those houses they were buying, what were they using it for? Airbnb,
Less expenses. Yeah, you're right.
So the thing is that you just have things everywhere, and before you know, some people have that money, some people don't have. Because of competition for Airbnb, the house of rent, the price of rent will go up. And so now it's just the thing creating some kind of chaos that the government will have to step in. Because if they don't step in, before you know it, all those boom they see will just be reversed, and in fact, in a very catastrophic way, just over time. So those are the things. People think I don't know. Economics is more complex than People think economics is arithmetic.
Ola, sorry to interject. A rational mind at Ekene, first they did not know that the country does not have money. And the revenue we are generating, we are using it to service our debt. And once they remove the oil subsidy, there is more money for the federal government to allocate to the state. It has improved by as much as 40% or 50% of what they used to get. And these people, they fail to realize and to research themselves. Because what I see from
Remy,
yeah.
do you think that the money saved from the removal of the subsidy should have been targeted at a specific project as opposed to just given to the state?
At this particular moment, they should give more money to the state because the state also, because majority of our people live in the state. They don't live in
but it has been proven before that the state will squander the money.
Let me even tell Babati something. See, Babati. The federal government has no option that to give the money to the state because it's a legal requirement that you share the money between the federal government and the state. So the state cannot hold on to the money.
But Ola, we've had it in the past that state government has become a pipe. What you call it now? Open basket.
Dream pipe, right?
Yeah, dream pipe, where money is just going into only God knows where, into the thin hand. I mean, look at
Adewale, you see one thing is this: Obasanjo used force to do it, right?
And
but
even when federal government resisted the urge of giving state more money, the state government took federal government to the court.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That is a matter of legal.
And people won't hold their state government official responsible. How many people make calling on their state governor to find out what they've done with the federal government allocation given to them? Even the oil producing state that was given 30% derivative fund, what have they done with it? Delta State used its own for election, right? Wiki exposed everybody. So it has proven that the state won't do much with it.
Adewale, politics is a very complex thing. That's why for liberalization of the economy, and you allow the private people to take initiative to invest. Because if you want to depend on the government, whether state or the federal, they are going to pay you. And the reason we should concentrate on most, government focus on policy. You see, in Nigeria now, if we had the right policy around petroleum and all that, if we have complaint, our complaint will reduce. Just like I will still go back to telecom again. Just look at those people employed around telecommunication sector. Computer village boys, people working directly, recharge card boys, those people digging the hole for fiber optic cable, those people doing all those stuff. So the thing is, if there was no right policy right from the beginning, those jobs will not come there. So where our government has failed, whether the state or the federal, is the area of policy. Now, I don't expect federal government to create electricity for me if I have my way. But why electricity investors were not coming to the country before is this. When you say, okay, like that of Enron, you say, I should put my power plant down. Oh, you now send to the federal government. You don't want the investor to reap the money. I won't even see. Let me tell you, even if that thing is not my money, if I'm just it's a consultant, I will not recommend anybody to do that within Nigeria. Is it not Nigeria that the barracks, the police and the military will never pay your this thing, will never pay your bill, and some other thing. So your money will be going to the hand of the federal government. They will never pay you back.
You forgot to acknowledge the influence of the generator importers too. Their influence on this.
No. Adewale, if the federal government say individual can go and build a plant and sell the electricity on their own.
But they've said it already.
Yeah, but you won't see the impact immediately.
Of course.
Telecommunication was deregulated by IBB in 1992 or thereabout, 92. The same time, almost the same time, they regulated the broadcasting. But we did not see the impact until Obasanjo formalized it with Efcc Act. And they now sold the broadband, they sold the license, all those things. So the thing is, those power investors will still be washing. They want to know if you are going to somersault. Ask yourself, why did it take Dangote almost a decade after Yadua did policy somersault on those refinery before he decided to build the Dangote refinery? Even the like of $10, they are not even looking at it because they will be watchful. They don't want to be in the middle of their project, and all of a sudden they will be just policy reversal. How did Obasanjo create Dangote and those people that say he made billionaire? Because he created them within the period he was in power. So because they could get that. So by the time another government arrived, they could not change it. So it is normal. In an investor will watch. They want to see what is happening. Because you now have policy around the forex today that, okay, you float Naira and you remove subsidy. People think, oh, all of a sudden they will come. No, you might not feel in part of this until like 6 years time, because those people that will come and invest in that industry, they won't come immediately. They be watchful. They want to see whether another.
They want to see stability now.
Exactly. So the thing is, people should be thinking about 10 years. People that will come after. The problem we are having today, they created that problem in the 80s. The problem we are facing today, the thing didn't degenerate this way. Now, for you to rebuild to, for investor to know where you are going to, they want to see some kind of form of consistency. So when they're saying that people are building a vice president edifices, you just like you wonder that maybe they don't get it.
No, if
you focus on security,
Olani, speaking of that vice president residence, is it ignorance? I've heard so many arguments about how government is wasting money building it as if what we have before. Originally, Aguda House was not meant for vice president, so it was meant for
not be where the cash of Shagari be the presidential villa now.
It was meant for hosting a foreign dignity, just like where you have here in America the vice president house, the one here in forgot what is the name. So every time we host foreign dignity, guess where we put them? Transcorp.
Do you even know what is annoying to me? All these Obi fools. We should be saving more. Idiot, you spend your way out of research. That's the way it works. You must spend more money. It's just common sense. Why are you spending money for this? Why? No, you have to spend your way out of it. That's the way it works. So this idea of saving this, saving that, saving that, I need easy money.
No, people don't understand the concept of saving.
I don't know. What kind of governor saves money? So already, I say
in a developing
billion.
economy.
Who does that?
In a developing economy, you have to spend. You
save money. If you save the money for the state, it would have been better. You go and save it in no personal account. What do you mean? What are we talking here? Your state government money. You go and put it in your own.
Look at Remy. Yesterday, I was arguing about the conference center, the Abuja City Center, where they signed a contract since OBJ the presidency, and pretty much you must finish that project because you already signed the deal. And the job opportunities, that is a landmark for Abuja, for Nigeria, where people can travel across the world to see that edifice, to see that design. You have hotels around it, you have conference centers. These are jobs right there. But we should not get stuff right now. So I don't get this mentality of, this is my thing, Remy. If you want to be an opposition, it is not enough to criticize government. You must come up with a sensible alternative.
That's the point.
You can compare and contrast.
They are not opposition.
All they do is just say it's bad, it's bad. Okay, what would you do? I don't know. So then shut up.
That's why I keep asking, what will you do better? I asked Rational Mind that what will you have done better?
It won't.
You are not eating the point. Because the thing is this: when you focus too much on the character, you are not looking at the issue on ground. Okay, we focus so much on what we believe character of Buhari then, and we forget that we don't look at what he's even doing. The only thing we want to know is this guy doesn't see money. And look at that. Obasanjo said, "Oh, this man is not good when it comes to economy." People said, "Obasanjo, you shut up. You are corrupt. You are this." Now you know now.
You can't blame people for saying that because Obasanjo too is also egoistic. He has his own problem.
Remy, what we are doing exactly now is what we are doing. I'm telling you why some people
doubted him that time.
It's not a function of why some people. You don't focus on character. We are still repeating the same mistake. You don't
so
focus
what I'm trying
on
to
character.
say is that people also have a reason to doubt where is the message is coming from. So you cannot just generalize
exactly
it.
The same way obedient have the reason to doubt Tinubu too. And I'm saying that approach is wrong. If you follow on what they are doing,
I'm not saying they should not
criticize. Okay, look at that Obasanjo we were blaming that time, for example. Now it's egoistic. He's the one that equipped Nigerian shipping line the most, Nigerian Airways the most. He built a lot of infrastructure in that country in his first term as a military administrator. But when he came back as the civilian administrator, he regulated a lot of things. I know he got most things wrong, especially the power sector.
Even the Buhari that you guys said he failed economically, he also did a lot of things in Nigeria too during his 8 years.
Remy, what you are saying?
He did his own part, not that he failed in
everything. Now that's the problem. That's the problem I have now when we don't analyze this thing critically. What you are calling his own part is because he built some infrastructure that you can see. But you are not looking at how
militarily. He used to equip the Nigerian military, the Navy.
And some of those equipment were even the contract were even there under Jonathan. And APC were the one that were even fighting against Jonathan, that they fought so that he would not get the equipment. So they used politics to even destroy Jonathan, even though Jonathan was corrupt.
No, I disagree with you on that one.
I'm not saying you should not disagree. You are doing exactly what obedient are doing. That's what I say. We don't look at things, at other things critically, but we look at character, the personality we are interested in, but we are not even looking at what they are doing. These guys, they were campaigning. Wait. These guys, they were campaigning against Jonathan to make him unpopular so that they would hijack power from him. They were not even looking at the welfare and what was going to happen. They were looking after themselves. And when Buhari got to power too, he was looking after his kinsmen. They used that monetary policy, they destroyed our monetary policy to enrich themselves. They look at the loopholes within their forex. They were they were subsidizing our dollar for themselves and ran cheap the market. And now, at the detriment of the poacher and gamble that are getting out of the country today, at the detriment of Emirates Airlines that don't want to come to Nigeria because they cannot repatriate their dollars. Foreign investment, direct foreign investment in Nigeria was the lowest in the history of Nigeria. It came under Buhari. It happened
before. Can I ask you a question?
Please go ahead.
Isn't it more reasonable to put your house in order to attract the investment as opposed to jumping up and down, flying up across the world? Because I believe that if you do what you're supposed to do in your own country, they will come. They will come.
No, people won't come.
Example, example.
You sell yourself.
Talking about the old diplomatic policy, or what do you say?
You will.
No, you can sell yourself all you want.
Why is the American
You can listen to what I'm saying here. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are some things you need to get in place first. So if I go say, I come and invest, come and do A, B, C, and D, it will be better for me to get those things in order or have some policies or state to direction before I start blabbing about investment. It makes you look more serious.
Let Babati put his question in and let's listen to him.
So my point is, so far, we've done the marketing outside of Nigeria. But the question is, have we done enough in Nigeria for the last 6 months to assure the investors that what we're saying to them when we visit India, Japan, UAE, that we are also backing it up? Are you seeing a serious policy? Forget the outside talk
The
now.
person that will make that will issue the executive order that will make the country economy come to you and say, look, I got you, right? The chief marketer himself. So what else do you need?
Can I also, in addition to that, the first thing that president did which give him that confidence to go around. Remove that subsidy. Float a single currency. Now, that is a good move for every nation. Secondly, just few months ago, we got a lot of money. We are able to offset some of our debt to this, our international, like airline or the rest. They are getting their money now. So, and
it's clearing the backlog. The backlog is clearing, is sending a good signal. And those backlog is what Buhari meant. They were saying, go and source your this thing everywhere, and they were pocketing
that is exactly what I want to say. Do you know, I was checking some information recently, and I was shocked that they are building one water amusement park in Lagos that is so big and massive. It's being handled by Ashimolo and some Germans and some, I think some German.
You mean Pastor Matthew Ashimolo?
Oh my God, it's so huge, and a lot of people are working on that project, and it's still going to come upstream. I deliberately go and check on Port Harcourt Refinery by myself, and they are nearly completion, and they are sure they will meet the deadline. It's a video, it's about 15 minutes. They show every part, everything they need to get. They even get some part they have to put in their warehouse. People don't do their research. They just want to condemn and condemn and condemn. This Nigeria has been bastardized for years. It will take time. And Babati, I want to assure you, nowadays, if you want investors to come to your country, you also have to move out. You have to go to different leaders of different nations, telling them what you have. So, and we don't want to rely on oil alone. We want to think about other diversified, other things. I think what the president is doing is fine.
Okay. Let me have my own. You see, I learned something from someone very close to me here, what he has achieved within the past 6 months. You know, the same thing, you know, there are some businesses that I try my hands upon, like between 2015 and 2017. You know what I did with those businesses? I put the businesses in place and then go online, drop put things there without going out to the customer to tell them that this is the product I have, all those stuff. You know what happened? Those businesses, they didn't move. Now, as someone now did the same thing, he was not staying at home like me, putting things and expecting things to flow around. He actually went out, distribute flyers, go to the market, talk to customer one-on-one, all those stuff. You know what? He moved ground. He moved ground even more than those people that call themselves professionals that have been there for like 4 or 5 years, that will be saying, because what he gained within that period of time alone was how Babati has left the screen. Was very significant thing that he gained within that period. What am I saying is this: when you produce, you have to market yourself, you have to do publicity. People will be looking at what you are doing from far distance, but they will not understand. Not everyone will understand until you tell them. So people prefer to speak with you and see you face to face so that they can have that confidence. They can gauge you whether by just doing some kind of thing that's for the optics. But when you go to them and explain to them, they tend to understand. So for Babati, I think like Remy just said, that fiscal policy, that fiscal and monetary policy alone is enough signal to tell people that, okay, now you are going to have stability in our forex, because it takes time. Okay, maybe in the next 2-3 years, when people say no, that the federal government will no longer subsidize our currency, the volatility in our exchange will just decrease. Let's say a forex market will decrease, because whatever you are doing, you can easily predict the margin. You can predict the shift in the exchange. And then when you remove the subsidy from the petroleum, you are not consuming the forex you are earning again, because 2 things you can do with your forex. You can use your forex to build your reserve. So when you start building your reserve, you are sending positive signal to the international community. So with time, when people now realize that, okay, we can bring our money to Nigeria, and plus 2, 2% or minus 2% because the market forces dictate the currency, forex exchange. This amount we are going to move our money. So they'll be able to do their markup to create value. Okay, they'll be able to create their markup because they know, okay, in the next 2 years, the forex will be like, okay, this is what the forex is going to be. Not that your forex will just sink and someone will be using your forex to turn themselves to billionaire and say, okay, you will tell them, go and source your currency somewhere. Go and they say, when you were making money from that. So the thing is, all those foreign direct investors, they will know, they'll be able to speculate, they'll be able to calculate and forecast what the situation is going to be. That's stability. Like I said, you may not see direct foreign investment in the next 1 or 2 years. But by the time they start coming, people will just notice that, we just notice how things are moving positively. But at least now you want immediate result 2 days, 3 days. No economy. If economy work like that, they run away from that economy because that means that something is fundamentally wrong within that economy. You understand? Because now, if the foreign goods become okay, look at the student loan now. The impact of that student loan you see is this. Maybe Remy and Adewale, you want to invest in the education sector in Nigeria. You want to borrow dollars from America or from Finland to go and build in Nigeria. You are rest assured that, okay, you can even create some kind of product for students. Okay, since there are student loans, you look for the brilliant one. You go and accept that student loan from the government to come and school. So you are creating schools in Nigeria. You are creating class of schools that, okay, if someone even, okay, look at many people in Covenant University today, landmark universities and private universities. Some of those guys, they have money to send their children overseas. Maybe some of them are afraid that, oh, if I send my children overseas, now I won't be able to take care. Many people that are sending their children overseas today, just because some of them, they don't have alternative in Nigeria. They don't trust it. So if you create some kind of policy around education now that people can even invest more and do some things, what will happen too? You can see more private schools that start coming up. So all these protein and gambling that are going today, you understand, some of them will regret it tomorrow. Because why am I saying this? Because we will see some people that will replace them.
Oh, they will come back. They will find their way back in. It's all about money.
Adewale, as of 2017, the only reason I didn't put mechanical workshop in Ibadan was just because of monetary. I said that in a private chat that, oh, I was going to put camera out those things. Some smart people, I say, look at you, think say you're wise. The people will come to your store, they will use your equipment to diagnose. They won't take anything away from your store. They will just know that they have the customer number. You won't even know where they get it. They will cost the customer by say, okay, that thing you are doing for 20,000, I do it for you for 5,000. All those kind of things. That's what. But now what am I saying this time around? Is a person like me now, if I see opportunity in Nigeria that, okay, maybe I want to concentrate on tomato paste, just because the cost of importing tomato paste to Nigeria is very high, and I can produce it better in Nigeria. You understand? If you know that sometimes you don't even need more than 50 million, you may not even need up to 50 million to even set a small tomato paste business. You understand? So you will see all those things. When you have that market, people will start taking advantage. And one thing about Nigeria is this: it took someone to do pure water before you see some people move into that. It will take someone and why did people move to pure water at that time too? I'm just using pure water as an example. He said that out of creativity, or you need something to take care of that water market in Nigeria. So some people created products in Nigeria because the foreign products were not accessible. All of a sudden, they started looking for things. So you will see some people now that will buy Semonto just because the foreign one is too expensive for them and they want to use new car. So over time, in 2-3 years, if someone can show to people that, oh, by putting tomato paste industry in place, I can make money. Before you know, some people that are better than you will enter into that market, and you may even become irrelevant. Before you see, there will be competition. So that's the environment we are creating. But environment whereby you are subsidizing the powerful one that can easily crush the other ones. Nobody wants to come to the environment. So I don't really, to me, I think it's unfair to just criticize this man for nothing. People are saying, oh, foreign exchange. We should not, a Nigerian manufacturer, a Nigerian service provider should not be talking about foreign exchange as it is. Not that they should not talk at all, because some of those producers maybe they deal with importation of intermediate products, intermediate mobile product. Okay, I understand those people that okay, they will still import some of their raw materials, you sow to Nigeria to manufacture. It's understandable, but there are some I thought that they should not be talking. If you are into garment industry now and you are complaining of foreign exchange, as a matter of fact, I will look at you as an enemy of Nigeria, because there's a way you can still establish small garment industry in Nigeria. But what we don't do is what the Indian people are doing. Some of those Indian people today, even though they will import the intermediate materials, for example, to Nigeria, they are still the one you see in the corrugation industry. They are cutting all those things. Nothing stopping for Nigerians from doing all those things. If you know that, if I told you that in Nigeria today, you can even manufacture ties in Nigeria as a small scale business. You can manufacture carpets in Nigeria as a small to medium scale business. Why is it that people are not doing all those stuff? Because number one, they are importing goods, and imported goods make people feel okay and create some kind of class. But if you don't have alternative at all because of foreign exchange, you don't have the money, and some people go to Ibadan and put those factories there, you will have no option than to patronize. And you know what? If the person that is manufacturing is a kind of person that like a yo-yo style, and you start seeing the person using big car, people will look at, okay, this guy's manufacturing ties. In the next 15 to 20 years, because people, we are not even talking of 5 years, because people are thinking that the economy is all about 2, 3, 4 years. We will have progressive, not because of Buhari. Buhari is a catastrophe to that economy country, but people don't want to agree. So the thing is, when you have such kind of projection, why is Lagos moving forward? Because there's a consistency. Even some people don't want to believe that Lagos is moving forward, but that they are aware of it. Lagos is moving forward. If Buhari has not come to become our president, Nigeria will have even moved ahead a little bit despite Jonathan's weaknesses. So all this policy we are looking at today is not a policy for a year or 2 years. You may start seeing some of the impacts like in after a year though, but some people will never understand this until after 5 years. Like I like to, before I even talk anything again, I will still go back to the broadcasting industry. The broadcasting industry is what developed our entertainment industry. The telecom industry is what developed the fintech. No, although the fintech, even to some extent, the banking, because when you have that telecom industry, you'll be able to put infrastructure in place to drive some kind of banking application. And the development in the banking application has grown some businesses in Nigeria today. How did they get policies? And it didn't start in one day. So we should be querying our governors, I agree. But to me, I look at more at, there are so many things that federal government is grabbing. Federal government should release their hand there to liberate the economy.
You're right.
Federal government should not, Federal Road Safety Corps is rubbish. Let every state have their own, and you can have some kind of framework. They say when we go to registry here that some people will be the road tester, you will write exam. All those things create job for people. How many downfall driver in Nigeria has ever done a knowledge test of driving? Who are those people taking them through road? Those are the kind of things that the federal government, out of how they grab everything, they destroy things. The only reason we are not having refinery in Nigeria today is just because the federal government decided to say, "Oh, I'm going to control the petroleum industry." They did that to United. It failed to the extent that Mark is saying, "No, poor people cannot use telephone until with the regulated telecommunication sector." So as many things as possible, the federal government should answer up. So if we have power today, the like of Lever Brothers, the like of P&G, they will regret. Because it might become difficult for them to come back. You may ask some people like Dangote that will just concentrate the market and will start shouting that, oh, these people, they are monopolizing the market. You understand? Because they will no longer have way of coming in again.
Correct.
So if anybody want to be marketing his product, be imported to my country, okay. If I were the president, I'd be looking at that person. I will raise people like Dangote locally. I will use that person to put them into the shape, to do like what Lafarge is doing. You know, Lafarge was not up to the race until the like of Dangote started giving them headache. So that is what will happen eventually. An automobile bill industry that Jonathan introduced. People don't know that thing is working now. But just because you are not seeing the big impacts, or people think it's not working. Dangote is assembling car in Nigeria now. It just Dangote. Of course, that is so he has a car assembly in Nigeria. He's the one that bought Peugeot now.
Are you kidding me?
Dangote is assembling car in Nigeria. Yeah.
Wow.
Because the thing is not that because the thing is just to cross the chasm to the maturity. People we don't know. You know, some of this kind of thing like okay, Innocent has been producing motors since how long? When did we start even learning about that? When this guy, Obi made him popular. It's not as if Innocent Motor was not there before. What about these guys that at Ikorodu that produce armor personnel carrier? That
actually there's somebody from my hometown is also producing armored vehicle as well.
Exactly. Those things have been done in Nigeria just because we don't promote them and because people have access to cheap forex to bring all those things. But if we reprioritize our forex, people will go for substitution. You know, they will substitute their foreign taste. Like I said, Nigeria has no business of importing education. Education we are importing today is one of those things that is killing our schools. When I tell people that we import education, people will laugh and think that it's joking. We are importing education because people, when you send people to that context, they don't understand that sending people overseas to study is like you are importing education.
Ola, this education you just mentioned now, you know, sometimes it just baffled me when I see the rate of dollar now, and we still have some Nigeria that will change naira to dollar and send it to their children abroad. Can you imagine how much they will be spending on accommodation, on tuition fee, on pocket money, on books, or you just life generally?
Thomas, that is one of the things that is killing me now.
Oh my God!
It's not easy, man. It's not easy.
But
when you look at the opportunity, studying abroad for these our young folks all around the world, they can maneuver their way to any good country, Canada, Australia, America, and the rest. And this kind of people, if they can manage themselves very well, they are those ones that are becoming governors in the future, ministers, commissioners.
No, Remy. The immediate impact that is this. These are the people. People are saying, "Oh, we should not fold naira and we should be subsidizing naira." Just imagine the government of Canada subsidizing United States of America dollar for me to go and study in America.
Those are people that does not know nothing now.
You understand?
And what they are thinking
I won't say they don't know anything. I won't say they know nothing. It's just a part of politics.
Because what they are thinking about every time is common man. Tell me which country does not have common man. Tell me which country that every citizen of the country.
So Remy, just look at the situation now. People now want to go and do software training, even what they can even learn on YouTube today. They go to India, they go to Dubai. Why?
See,
people will go to Dubai. People will go to Dubai and go and buy jeans and go and buy wares to come and sell in Nigeria. Why? Why would you give dollars to go and buy goods from Dubai?
Remy, yes, Ola, please. It reminds me of yesterday when we were talking of poverty. When my pastor just told us that there are homeless somewhere in the city, that the people don't even have house, they don't have food. I say, wow, in this Australia, so that we think is Eldorado, people are enjoying, no homeless people on the street, my brother, sleeping on the floor
Do you know what they
with blankets.
Thomas, do you know what they do for them here?
Oh my God.
Every day they will line up, they will give them money. The money is supposed to give them monthly, they are giving them every day. Because they are homeless people here, they want to get the money, they use it to go and buy booze and get drunk and foment trouble. The police will be begging them because they are already tired of them. They give them free house, they give them money every day. They don't want to give them money, a big money at chunk because they just
because the money of one day one month they will spend it one day.
And Thomas, I don't know whether you are paying that one. Here we are paying what we call unemployment support. They will remove it.
Yes, yeah, of course. Hey, you will not do it here. We call it center.
So when I look at the whole system here, if they introduce this kind of system in Nigeria, Nigerian people will party, they will kill that president immediately. Telling Nigeria that when you work, even if you earn 30,000, we are still going to remove some part of your money to pay for people who does not have work or who are disabled or whatever. So when you look at the system in this country, you will see that you pay a lot of bills, a lot of tax.
If you see how much my money tax is going to all these people that is not working, sometimes if they pay me wages at the end of the week, I'll say, oh my God.
Oh, the person there.
Amount, you remain $800 in
and then
one
when
payment.
you to now share the bills, you have not even you have been sharing the bills, and then Nigeria people will come with their own problem. Then
my God. My wife told me sometimes, don't work too much because of tax. Yes. I said, I have to still work because the money coming to my account, that's what I'm looking. I don't look at the money because if you don't work, there is no tax, isn't it? Yes. Here it's not that 30 days that I'll cross my leg, that salary is coming in my account like Nigeria. It's work, is pay as you go.
Yes. And if you don't work, how are you going to pay for your rent? How are you going to buy gas? How are you
mortgage
going to...
is there. The family is there. But the tax, my brother, the tax.
Sometimes when I can come here and be telling me, he's on ground. What do you mean you're on ground? We don't have people in Nigeria. Are you the only one in Nigeria? We don't have people. We don't have a
They don't even pay tax. They don't pay jack.
They don't pay tax in Nigeria. Do they pay tax in Nigeria? It's only civil servant that is making tax in Nigeria.
Thank you.
Because they don't even have choice, because they remove it before they pay them salary. If they can evade tax to civil servant, they will evade tax.
And they can jack up their price anyhow they like. Today you can sell for 20 naira. Tomorrow you say it's 25 naira. Who will stop it?
Nobody.
So they make up, and the problem about Nigeria is that they must make import less attractive. Because a lot of our people ask them, as an average Nigerian question, if you have 5 million, what will you do? Next thing is that I'll go to China, go and buy a lot of stuff. I'll go to Dubai, I'll go to this. That's what they're interested in. Just go and bring those imported products to Nigeria. None of them will ever think, oh, maybe I should go to poultry, maybe I should start a small farm. They will never tell you that. You ask an average Nigerian, they will tell you, I will just go to China, I'll go and import this, I'll go to Dubai. What kind of people are these? And they are the same set of people that have been crying. Every available thing is government.
I asked one day, I said, what is the company of Peter Obi that is producing anything in Nigeria?
Nothing now. It's imported everything now. Importing.
Yes, and it's shouting consumption to production.
Mm-hmm. And when you talk about him, they say he's the best governor of Anambra State. Where is their money? Their money is in their Peter Obi bank account. I just laugh. How can a governor do something like that to the state? And then you are telling me he's the best governor. He saved a lot of money. Why your people are suffering? I asked him a question. If Anambra is so good, why don't you invest in your Anambra? Why do you have to go to Lagos? Because Lagos will give you more returns on investment. So why don't you stay in your Anambra and be grappling with what be selling whatever you are selling there?
No one died.
We're talking like the only one in Nigeria. So many people that we also know, because we are in diaspora does not mean that we don't know people in Nigeria or we don't go home. Even Nigeria, the so-called Nigeria, let them want to do party. Now you will see them, money will come out. An average Nigerian will not call you from Nigeria. It will not tell you a good story that I want to go to farm. The question is that I need to pay school fees for my kids.
You remember I told you one of my friends he wants to celebrate birthday. I said you want to celebrate birthday.
And I want it to be blown.
You don't have money, but you want to celebrate birthday. I said, me, self, where they Loimbo, I've been here almost 10 years. I never celebrate one birthday one day. Do you know what he tell me? He said I should fuck off. He said delete my number from today. And Tony can delete the number 2 weeks ago.
I have a friend that before I left Nigeria, I already have like 2 kids. Just opposed today is already 6. And this guy does not have a good job. And when he have this kid, he will be begging you, I want to do naming and I want to make it big. So I just asked myself, how can't you just control it? What's wrong with yourself now? Why do you need to pump this madam every
year? Children are blessing from God.
And our pastors and our fathers, they are not doing Nigerian people any good. They'll be telling them, I don't know how.
Somebody that cannot feed himself. Feed only himself. 5 kids, 7 kids.
Why?
God.
And if you don't help them, help. How many people do you want to get? You don't going to work on. Sometimes you have to starve yourself to.
Do you know what I do? When I go to Nigeria every 2 years, I gave them my number. Immediately I return here, I change my number.
Yeah, bad boy.
If you don't give them, but just give them. They will dial the number will ring on WhatsApp. That's fine. If I return, how much are they buying SIM? And I can roam hobby my thing. I'll just change my number.
Even the one you give, self, they will still tell you, they will still be feeling that can you be sending this small thing to me? You understand? I remember someone that say, oh, I can never. I say, okay, how much do you need? This amount. You don't have money, and I say, okay, let me just for just an example. Oh, you need this amount. Okay, how much do you need? 5,000, 10,000. What exactly do you need? He said, oh, na me you dey tell say 10,000. This thing, not because of this thing that I gone bad. This thing, me, you are just I said, okay, no verse.
Somebody that is begging for money,
you are begging for money, and
Nigerian beggar, they have choice. Nigerian beggar have choice.
I'm not giving you an example. Is it 5,000 you need or 10,000? You say I'm insulting you. You that you don't even earn so much amount, I'm insulting you. I said, no verse, Mr. Dangote. You see, they don't know. They don't know what is happening. You know, when they're in Nigeria, what they do for you is this. Oh, look at this. There's some story that's because some of us in overseas, we know how we get to this place. But some people, for optics sake, maybe when they get here, maybe someone that is even using Ori to work, and you are just getting like maybe you are doing $5 per hour, $50 per hour. Maybe the person that give his Ori is taking costing maybe 30% from your money. They are the people that will make noise back home. Mostly say, oh, we are in paradise. All those stories. They will believe those people more than you that you are trying to tell them the truth. I told somebody, when one guy said, oh, I told that idiot to give me money, and he's not giving money. I said, who is the idiot? The idiot turned to be his brother in overseas. And I was like telling the guy, say, look, this is your brother because it's your firstborn now. That you believe that he should be doing everything for you. I said, like, seriously. You too, you are a human being now. Take the position. Put yourself in that position too. And if that person is not struggling, will they get to where it is? The guy just begin the verse and all those. So he say, the idiot, that guy is a millionaire now. He will not take back. Do you know what this guy is facing there? Do you even know how much it takes to even run your house in overseas that we are talking about? All those dollars you are providing for this guy, you don't know whether this guy needs at least 5,000 to even take care of his normal domestic, because Some people are paying as high as 3,500 a mortgage, depending on the type of house you have and the type of country you live or where you live. You will pay bills. If a family man in Canada today and your bill is less than 500 every month,
500k, and every G.
500. No, I'm just saying. No, I'm talking of utility. I'm not even talking of your car insurance. I'm not even talking of your car loan. I'm not even talking of other things, the property tax, all those stuff. If you are paying for just telephone, you are paying for gas, and you are paying for gas and all and electricity, and you are paying less than 500 in this economy. Please, I need someone to help me, to teach me how they are doing that, especially when we are already entering winter now. So
Ola, we don't enter summer December 1st now. The aircon in the house, thank God I have like 20 panel.
As it was summer.
It was summer, January, December 1st.
Winter hour.
Summer, and short in the we are wearing shorts all over. Our summer started December to February, 3 months. Yeah.
You know, either way, you are going to consume electricity.
Do you know how much you'll be spending? My air condition is on now because the heat. But I don't. My wife will say, forget you are working. You can't kill yourself because of electricity bills. You still have to on the air condition. You still have to on it.
You know, Thomas. If a person like you, if you tell them the truth, they won't believe you. But okay, let me give you an example. This example was where it was a serious, we were in serious recession that time. That was 2016. That people were even coming from Nova Scotia. They were coming with Toronto to my city to go and come. They are coming. They are not even coming to look for any serious job. They are looking for factory warehouse job. They were coming from Nova Scotia to Calgary to look for a job there. It was that bad. And you see one guy. I see go just make a mouth for Nigerian community. Say, me and my brother, we just buy 2 houses, $800,000 cash. People were like, you are the kind of guy that you are giving people wrong impression that people overseas, you know, they are picking money on the floor. You were anyhow much, probably $18.
They may be doing fraud. It is possible.
Baba, this guy just a brag. This guy
understand.
This guy is selling like $18 to $19 a month. Where will you even get that money when they remove that you are not even going to go with more than 2,800 a month? That one will barely pay you
Thomas,
and something.
Thomas, there was this guy. Actually we grew up together. Right from the one that I know this guy, I know he's Ofon. You know what they call Ofon Yoruba?
I know Ofon now.
So when this guy, he lives in Sydney now, and when I find out that the man living
ìlú àwọn Thomas nìyẹn ṣé kò ní jẹ wo kangaroo ní ẹ̀tọ́
báwo lè ló ń gbé àwọn lè ló ń gbé Australia ìwọ náà wo Thomas ní
when I found out that he lives there, some of the picture that this dude posts on Instagram, people go gbé cognac lọ́wọ́ àbí NSC mo ní thief for fun. I could tell that this guy has no job. I know for I said that
they were in honesty. Àwọn wo lọ́kù lọ sí ìlú àwọn Thomas nígbà ayé báwọn olè lọ́kù lọ àwọn ọ̀daràn lọ́kù lọ sí Australia.
Ṣé pé Thomas máa ń wò kò dúdú báyìí lè jẹ́ wá ń ta sí báyìí?
Ó yà mí lẹ́nu.
Essay Lagata. Do anybody really know the meaning of essay Lagata? Essay Lagata.
What's moving here?
Essay Lagata now Sonny Abasha. Essay simply means Sonny Abasha. You know all these Yoruba producers, they are funny. Essay Lagata.
Oh yeah.
I want to get driving. I want to get
essay. Now that essay funny to me. You know that like, when you see essay, you don't say now Abasha then they refer to. Why
Ola, don't mean to digress. I did not even know that Ikeja means something completely different. acronym that name, I didn't know.
You mean Ikeja?
Yeah, it's a word. It's an acronym for govern. So I mean, I think it's Tobago Ikeja. It means for Ekpe and something district, something like that. Administration. I didn't even know it was not a Yoruba word. It's just like
Are you serious?
Google Ikeja, meaning of Ikeja. It's Ekpe and something joint administration. That is what
you see why forum like this is gold. You know, when you say it's like you hit gold. I never knew this thing from Adam.
Me either.
I just heard it for the first time today. As I'm telling you, I'm now Google. In fact, I will use this one to brag now to someone. Say, you just people call it Keja. What do you even know about the Keja self? I never knew. Thanks for this information, though. Oh my goodness.
So it means Ikorodu Ekpe joint administration.
Wow.
That's it. So that day you that
No, Lagos is a no man's land. What are you talking about?
Lagos is no man's land.
You go do a fair joint administration, right?
Yeah. That's the actual on what to combine the mainland island to govern the Ngbayam or British. People already is there.
Besides, the Omonobaledo Ikua Polopolo supposed to be the one ruling Lagos now. So Lagos is no man's land.
Idiot ni. Sorry, ngbà tí ìwọ náà wo bí gómìnà yìí.
Má jẹ́ kí wọ́n pìsì gbọ́ o.
No, Thomas.
What disaster?
On a more serious note, wo bí gómìnà yìí bó ṣe ń dọ̀bálẹ̀ níwájú bó ṣe ń gbọ̀n níwájú ọba Benin.
It's just respect now.
No, you are a governor.
Hey, you have to be cultured.
Who is shaking in front of Oba? Sanwo-Olu shake. He was the. I mean, okay. I don't think it was. No. Oh, Obalola.
Mo ní concern nǹkan tó kọ mí lóminú. Ṣé òótọ́ ni pé kábíyèsí yàn Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ ó sì lọ kí wọn lẹ́wọ̀n? Ṣé òótọ́ ni?
One of his Olori actually has a pet project. So he was invited, I think, and of course he wanted to honor his
so kí ni radiation nínú túbú?
No, you know, sometimes I've seen it.
You don't do some things anymore. So
I understand.
The man goes everywhere.
To be honest,
club, everything on law.
But the thing is
no, Thomas, let me ask you. Iboni, Boba Yonlo. Tell me where he does not go.
Do you know Babati, do you know the time the guy threw me off guard? When he visited Esther Ajayi and they show Ooni of Ile-Ife that is Wewori Hamala is Esther Ajayi's dining. Ooni Ile-Ife.
How much sure?
Is Wewori Amala in Esther Ajayi dining. It's not that maybe the video is out there.
Yes, it does. Thomas, Ani Ooni of Ife look at the conle nínú ilé ẹ̀ ní Leko. No, what consider our hangouts. Ooni of Ife hangout. Our guys going nínú ilé ẹ̀.
Will you see Shijuade, Oba Shijuade?
No, Shijuade was like that when it was like that. Oh, it was like that. It was a show like before it became a king.
Maybe
Adésọjí Adérẹ̀mí yẹn ni ọba tí wọ́n ní nílé.
Nǹkan tí mò ń sọ yẹn ó máa lọ sí function but ó máa ní limit ṣebí kò ní pọ̀ jù. We don't see you every party everywhere.
Kí ló ń wá káàkiri?
I don't know.
Obìnrin ni.
I saw a video like a year ago. Remy. There was a video of Ooni of Ife at one event. One day sitting on Ooni of Ife on a regular seat. Struggling to find armrest. Go see armrest to one fún pọ̀ láàrin. I want to introduce no one did. Come on, man. You're banning now.
Wow.
You cannot look at their Emma of what do you call it? Emma of Sokoto. Oh, they portray themselves in a very
Sultan
of Sokoto.
But party will not really. Omari Kabesi ni agbo Wasiu leni.
It's not that. It's become, you see, that's what Ile-Ife has become now. Right from this Olubushi, it has gone to the dust. Now, the person that's supposed to become the Ooni of Ife, Kolowo, so probably I think we headmaster being Kokonleni Egona.
Even whenever I do more video recently, time on Yabo Junior, that's an entity.
Why is Yabo an entity? Why is Yabo an entity? I'm interested in that. Why?
I like her a lot before, but gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó máa ń ṣe rádaràda, make trouble, make ó purọ́, kó ṣe lé, kó bára wọn jà. Oh, it's not a good role model anymore.
It's an educated illiterate.
Yes.
Street
meat. Right.
No, anybody that is Kiloko, I don't find
No, lady has to go through a lot, so she just have to.
They go through. I beg, see, she built a house in a banana island.
She's pretty. Oh, fine.
Fine, she wouldn't.
But recently,
have you, Olani? Have you ever find out why the female celebrities or female entertainers are the ones getting richer than their male counterparts in Nigeria?
No, that one is understandable now.
What is understandable about it? Let's shed light to it. What's
now men they made them the rich now.
So for somebody like Yabo Ojo, building a multi-million-dollar house in Banana Island, how many movies has she produced in a year?
That's not the question.
There was allegation that it's Sulaiman that built the house for her. How many films has he participated in her life? They should be they should be paying him every scene. They should be paying him 200,000 for every scene. And she built that kind of house.
No. Some of them collect more than 200,000 in reality. Let's just but because we are not in the industry.
Let's leave all this righteousness stuff alone.
I guess your point.
I'm not in 2010, 2011, I met her. She came here to the United States. She was here for vacation. She came with her 2 children. They were still little. They were very young. She came to one of my brother's what do you call it, house. So that time it was celebrating something. And when I look at her, I know she was a star, she was a celebrity, but the rapid growth, financially, from that where I saw in that 2010 to now, it was so fast. And I'm looking at what kind of business do these people do? It's easier to have clubhouse and all that just to wash all this dirty money that they're having and make it look like it's real. You guys remember when the Lagos State slammed her with taxes and she she went to the social media to seek for support? You guys remember? So you try to live big,
We
but at the same
remember.
time you don't want to pay your taxes. So the money that doesn't have a clean source. So now
No,
the government.
Adewale, the truth is this: we men are the one making those ladies richer too because of what we are looking for, what we are pursuing. Men we put other men down just because they want to. All this anti-men law that we see today, all those laws that are against men, people still pushing and still supporting the motion as still men. So you understand. So you can't blame them. But then when we look at it, she can use influence. We want for someone to just go and be doing plastic surgery, already is showing you what is after. So number one, it doesn't mean that she has to be able to make money. Let's just be factual.
No, she's been.
aṣẹ́wó ni ìdán tó fẹ́ dínà mẹ́lẹ̀ kò ti ní kíláàsì.
Wait, all those are speculation. Well, if I don't get it, I am saying she doesn't have to be an ashewo to make all those money. See,
Good, we shall fair Polo now. So Polo.
No. Our beauty alone will be pushing some people to say, "Oh, let me."
How many of our mates can afford to even build a house in Ikorodu? This lady built a house in Banana Island. You see, I shall get great though. Who come Polosho get it?
Adewale, leave that GST. Let's just even forget about that Banana
Island. Honestly, the decade.
No. Adewale, you know why I said so? Because I've worked with big men that they have big houses in Ikoyi, in Lekki, VGC. But when we know the truth behind all those houses, when some of them could not even pay the bank that even gave them that loan, all those things. So see, something are just for optics. People that have houses in Lekki, Banana Island, all those things, you don't even know. Not all of us even know what is bad, but because many people can make noise, we think they buy this thing cash. Some of those houses you'll be shocked if something happens that they didn't come through cash. So, but just because they are entertainment industry, they make noise. Because do you know what it costs to own a house in Banana Island?
Even buy a land there.
You just to buy a land there. So when people are saying, "Oh, I own a house in the Banana Island," or those kind of some of things.
Yabo built a house in Banana Island, right?
According to what we heard, right? And it may not be true.
I think it was true.
It may just be mortgage thing. You don't get what I'm saying.
Mortgage, who is mortgaging what? Anyway,
see, of course, when bank look at
ó dà pé kò kọ́lé kankan kiri ló máa ń ṣe
she has a house. So
a nílé bọ̀ àwọn ilé tó máa lọ ń ṣò tó wà flashy wọ́n ní kì í ṣe ilé ẹ̀.
AB, that housewife stuff nonsense is a trash show. It started from America, but I can tell you it's a trash show. Just like when you watch Kardashian and all those nonsensical show that doesn't preach morality in the society.
Some artists in Nigeria, they collect 10 million now. Even though not now, even before now. Some artists. How did I know? Tatafo now, he was doing presentation.
I know.
If you know what he collected when you never believe that an artist will even collect that money, you'll be shocked. We have limited knowledge of this.
I know. What do you call them? Comedian has been collecting their money from day one. They've been collecting.
No, I'm just giving you an example. Some of those people.
It should be àwọn tatafo yẹn ṣe tatafo ṣàkàwé àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́.
Ṣé ìwé náà ló wá fún lówó ni àbí iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe?
Iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe ni. Iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe ni. But at least her husband is a lawyer. She's okay. And the point is okay. I mean,
you know Yabo
talent.
Should you know Yabo husband too? Yabo husband, Paul.
Yabo doesn't have.
No. The thing is this: I don't want us to brush them all as Ashewo. I'm not saying. I know some of them.
I'm not calling anybody Ashewo. I'm not calling anybody Ashewo. It's Remy that is saying.
No. My support me. So ọtọ bá mú bọ́ọ̀dì wọn ni kọ́ mi bọ́ọ̀dì.
ẹ̀rù ń bà ẹ́ ni orí tí ìyàwó bá sùn ẹ̀ nísìnyí wọ́n máa wọ ẹ jáde lọ́la
ni. $1 billion suit.
Kò fọ́nbù o. Don't just what you cannot substantiate. Don't just come and sit online because
you know when you know the truth and it will just be like INEC result that you can't prove. You just talk. You go explain tire.
No. You see one thing that if you are a kind of person that anybody can make money out of you, if you go online and you make allegation, they will come after you. But when no, they do. It's only when you cannot make money out of you that some will not even bother. Instead, someone that just want to punish you for the sake of it. Because all those small litigations, see, some of these artists, they have some kind of endorsement. You know, they have some kind of endorsement. They have a lot of where they make money. It's just like when Brother Shaggy now said, I've forgotten that type of dollars he makes every month from YouTube. Now, there was this guy too that the EFCC and could finish the guy. The guy was just doing YouTube content. And this guy built a house in a very good area, all those things. And I think that guy had like about 100K. This in there. He's a Nigerian. He just a fresh graduate from university. That's all this EFCC saying that Yahoo boy. You know, sometimes you pity Nigerians for what is happening in that country. You will see some of guys that are living in Lekki. Some of them, they are doing IT support for companies in America and in Canada.
I know.
But because some people, they don't know what they are doing, they will say Yahoo boys. Because there's one of my older, you know, the person that used to be behind our banking host, Let's Keep. They were finding it difficult to get good skills to manage all those things now. And all those people in all those GT that say they love their start doing so Japa. Sometimes it's not Japa. Some of those people that are working for them, they are right there in Nigeria. Just imagine someone living in Nigeria that is earning like 100K working for a company in Canada. What do you think is going to happen in Nigeria? They will be making money. But people will just say that this guy know they go anywhere now and they make money. You just brush everybody, Yahoo boys. You know? So some of these guys, they have ways of making money. But because we don't know, sometimes it will be unfair.
Not all these female celebrities. We know what they are.
Anyway, someone told me before. Why? Because I was building my house. I didn't want a situation whereby the engineer will just eat my money. I was doing that I was monitoring everything. So a guy followed me to go and buy wood. And this engineer was now warning that you shouldn't have done that.
Female Nollywood or what do they call them?
He said it's not everybody that is building house that is giving the salary. Only people going about location go because I was building house, because he was in my house. So automatically I wasn't building house that house with my salary.
Let me ask this question. Why don't we ask ourselves, how many male artists can boast of multi-million house? So are they not working as well? Why is it that? No, it's just honest truth. We saw their house with the male ones. They would just build one wretched bungalow like this. So those ones they can't ask, or people are not giving them.
Female artists too. How many female artists can boast of those? What Yabo is boasting about?
How many female artists?
What is you boasting about?
He has a multi-million house. She has a multi-million house. Don't you know that?
Let me tell you one thing. Even this lady, I like the lady like anything, and because of his level of education, Stella Damascus, I like her like anything.
Damascus, not Damascus.
You say?
Damascus, not Damascus.
Okay, Stella Damascus. So I like her, but despite his so variability that I used to find around me, she hasn't been able to do what Yahoo Yahoo has done. So it's not all those female artists. So there are many female artists too, male artists too that they made it. It's not every one of them. It's just like when we move into entertainment industry.
Ola, we saw the male artists in Nigeria. We saw their houses, one wretched bungalow like this. We said we see them online now. Which of them can boast multi-million house?
Okay.
Like all these female.
Mention 10 ladies that are multi-million house.
Even the one that are married, they are leaving their husband. Shioma Shukuka left her husband.
No, Adewale, joke apart. Can you mention 10 of those female artists that have what Yahoo Yahoo can boast of them? I will mention 10 Nigerian artists too that have been well. So
all about their male counterpart. I have to see. I benchmark them with their male counterpart. How come they are the only one making it? They are men
making it in life. God bless you.
Not making it.
No, that's what I'm saying. How many of them in that female category that are even making it? Some of those
they are making it now. I beg you. But if you are not pretty, then your market no go sell. And you are pretty. Yeah. Even if you are married.
So why Genevieve is not there, even despite the level of
Genevieve artists don't see. We are talking about high level. Show get level now.
Everybody have their price.
Yeah.
Let that levels down.
I was here when she got married. I'm talking of what in Edo. Today now. Good luck only. So kida fani oro tí ò lọ obìnrin tí ò lọ́kọ only. And you know, you know, Kunle Afolayan produce movies, quality movies, and yet his house is not in Banana Island.
It's not in Banana Island, my brother.
It's not even in that.
And he doesn't even produce big movie.
You know, talking about the employer of labor, and yet some people that cannot even. Yeah, I beg you, Gary.
I beg you. They can't even talk and see any business they are doing.
Come
on now. We are not daft now.
My experience in life has taught me a lot. I used to have a team member. The thing is, we were both working in the banking industry, and he went into a business. And what that guy made in that business in 4 years is his salary in 20 years cannot even equate. Now, fortunately for this guy, he doesn't live a flamboyant life. If that person decides to live a flamboyant life, people will say it's not using his money. Let me make an example too. This guy is an architect. We were both building our houses within the same medium area that you can even call that medium or low area self. Even when I'm even saying medium area, I feel like I'm raising myself. Very low area. We're building our houses there.
Not in local, Lucky Morocco, or else you go bulldoze your house. So.
Don't worry, I'm an Agbadorian, so that's not happening.
Odunlade Adekola, that is even the current moment in. We saw his house. He just built a normal standard house.
That guy gets
normal standard house.
That guy get to tell he get many businesses. Forget story. Now that house you are talking about.
I'm not. I'm talking of house that they built.
Thomas,
you will build Ola. You will build the house that you built will be your level of earning, isn't it?
What you don't know, you don't know. I don't know. Now I'm just giving possibility. Now this guy is an architect. Yeah, he was not having an account. He came to me. Can I help him? I took him to my account officer. Then on the bank. The guy said, okay, you don't have collateral. I said, what we'll be doing is this: we look for those people that will be giving you all those 10, 12% every month. You know, there's a way all those bank head of operation and the cash officer used to use money for ATM or money for the bank to do 10%.
I'm on you.
Yeah, I'm just revealing on that secretary. So yeah, this guy from there's this building at Olusosun at this thing. So you know they gave that money to Union Bank. They gave that money to Union Bank. Unions gave money to stock Chinese to build. They put the money in stock. I think just went and they were able to. So they now say, okay, these guys should. All these guys should have their money when they build their house to a particular point. They will now do it and evaluate and pay them the money. You know, this guy borrowed this money truly and went into that. The guy was telling that guy that, oh boy, you may not even live in this place we were together. The guy argued with me, this is the best place I've ever bought. I say, yeah, if you say life, you know that this place is not life. Oh, when people are living in Lekki, they are living in VGC, and you are talking. The guy made billions. The guy made almost $1 billion from that. Olusosun that at this thing there, because now the guy now bought a land there at that time. I think about 16 million. Not even well. So the thing is this: some people can hit a jackpot somewhere, but because we don't know, I'm skeptical to even just brush them with the same paint. That okay. See, I have many examples like that because if I mention a company now, even the person that we hear the company, they will know that, oh, they already know my voice that, okay, it's likely because those that were struggling together today that have businesses on that the same area that the hotel is. You understand? That as we speak today, that you can even boast of many truck in that guy businesses, and the guy is paying about 30 staff as we speak today. So, and we started together. Am I even paying 5 staff? You know, and that guy is even paying about 30 staff. So the thing is, sometimes some people will look at we underrate sometimes the things they are doing, but if we cannot even understand them, it's difficult. Like someone is saying, Yabo just boyfriend that is in the entertainment business globally. You know, so a lot of things that we don't know. It doesn't mean that are we saying Dino we just go and buy a house for him at this thing? It's not likely. Some of these people today they get money.
Dino.
You understand? So
see, Ola, when you pay a visit to one of the minister or one of these big men in Abuja, you will see a lot of celebrity. You will be amazed. Even their own, see, Charlie Boy, he doesn't do jack. That's why he moved to Abuja. Konisha Kolabo, his studio was shut down in Lagos.
How can he be saying our Mumu don't do? When is the Mumu?
Konisha, you see, you'll be going around, you know, on social media, will be yelling, government not doing nothing. Evening time, will go and visit.
Do you think that man is fluid sexually? Because I don't think any straight normal man will behave the way he behaves.
His head has already hit the ground right from the childhood, so that's why. I think it's divorced now, right? His wife, this American wife, left him. I guess.
Yeah, they left. I know they left each other. I think so. Yeah.
Can you imagine? After so many years, maybe he found out that he's agege. I don't know.
Oh, but only traces the other one. You know, Lara there. Yeah. At least he has the tendency.
He's just, you know,
living. When you look at those Nigerian artists now, you will see, you know, one of them is still Richard Mufeda Mijo, and one of them is still the like of what's the name of this guy?
I like this lady to wear to marry pilot
Kinini
Omotola, yes, Omotola Jolade,
You know,
Omotola see the industry. We like say no the industry.
you can imagine how come people like Richard Damager is not a billionaire or building houses in Banana. Or somebody like Yahoo Yahoo is the one building house in Banana Island.
Okay, but the thing is that do you remember how people came into the industry with money? If you remember back in this,
Who came to the industry with the money?
Let me give you a name. Hold on now.
What do you do you now?
I hate fake people, man.
Let me give you a name.
Now,
do
my
you
sister,
remember?
don't mess up.
Do you remember?
Do you
remember this guy back in the days? Beside us, beside us,
you know, there was a lady called Afro Candy. I don't know if you guys remember her, who is now acting pornography or stuff like that. She used to be in Nigerian movie, act out those Igbo movie before. Her husband was here in America, filed for her, brought her to America, only for her to go to America, divorce the husband, and started frolicking around. Today, she's now on a porn site movie, acting pornography movie and all that. This is somebody who's already 50 years. I mean, our story was everywhere, you know, sometimes ago. She was shameless.
Why are you investigating? Why do you know
I mean, our story was all over the news.
You now click to go and
she acted there was a particular movie that she released there that she was actually see, but all jokes apart, she was was public stuff, not like he was hiding it. But what I'm trying to say is that these are the people that when they're in Nigeria, look at Victoria Nyama, who lives in UK with a woman, only for her to get to UK, then she decided to leave her husband and becomes what do you call it? A single woman. See all these people.
Single mother, yeah.
So all these people, they know what they are up to.
This star back in the 90s, Bookie, right? I heard she lives in your area now.
What?
I think she lives in either US or UK. I can't remember.
She lives in Yadugbo. She lives in Richmond.
For real?
She's a big tech lady now.
I know that. I heard that she's into tech now.
Yeah,
she's not acting anymore. Okay, yeah, it's been long. She's not acting anymore.
She's in your area now. She's in Richmond now.
I don't go out. I hardly see. One of these, I went to one of the African store called Farmers Market. The moment I stopped in there, I quickly ran out. I was looking at it. It looked like Oshodi. Everybody was like, I said, hell no. What brought me here? I haven't been in African store for a decade. But I don't know what brought me in there. I wanted to buy something. Somebody told me I wanted the what do you call this thing? Suya's pepper or something. Suya pepper. To put it on. That was what took me to that store. And I said, hell no, too many Nigerians. I was scared, man. When once you see too many Nigerians, you're like, oh, wait a minute, this is not right. So I don't usually go out, even if I live with the same neighborhood with her. I might not even come across her for only God knows why. But that's good for her. At least she's into business. Now look at Regina Asker. Regina Asker is a nursing practitioner now too, right?
Gbogbo àwọn tẹlifíṣàn náà ti jápa gbogbo ọmọ báńkẹ́ òṣì ọmọ báńkẹ́ ọgbọ Amẹ́ríkà gbogbo wọn wà.
Nígbà tí talent ti wọ mi, ló tún wo movie òfò.
What is very sad about the Nigerian movie industry? Fame tí wọ́n ní globally kò match owó tó yẹ kán ní pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Do you know the number of non-Nigerians that are into Nollywood movies? They will be asking you about Nigerian movie. See, our Caribbean our Kenyans they are crazy about Nigerian culture. I don't know why.
They are
asking you about Nigerian movie like you're supposed to know. Don't you know this actor? I mean, I don't want that. What do you mean you don't want Nigerian?
Babati, to Babylon Kenyan get. I want Queen one wa Karen. One mama so far we pe kon fi o to ba fe se obe tomato yo kon ko fi se obe. Wọ́n láhùn.
I guess
Nigeria kò dẹ̀ kẹ́ ń gbà mí búlabúla ni. Báwo ni Nigeria ń gbà mí tó bá wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kò mú akọ.
Baby,
Ó ra nǹkan fúnyàwó ẹ̀.
baby, I love you, baby. One time, I was.
Nàìjíríà ní Rẹ̀mí a ní bébì máa fowó ṣe é léṣe máa fowó bàjẹ́.
Máa fowó bá tiẹ̀ jẹ́. Máa fowó bá tiẹ̀ jẹ́.
Tí obìnrin Nàìjíríà bá ìyàwó ẹ̀ tó bá ń bẹ ẹja jẹ́ kó máa bẹ ẹja ọdún tó bá ti jowó síwájú báyìí wá rí pé á change straight away. Because wọ́n mọ jẹ́ kí tí ọkùnrin Nàìjíríà lè lọ láti lójú ìyàwó ẹ̀.
With the community that I live, we have a website. I mean, a WhatsApp that we use.
WhatsApp group, community group.
Yeah. So the next thing I know, this lady posted this thing and said, "You met me by the roadside. You already said you love me. How can you love me? You don't know me." I started laughing. I can tell that person is a Nigerian. You know, when she said somebody said it didn't want to be so specific about the ethnicity or nationality of that person, but I could tell that is the way Nigerians, always say to people, "I love you." They probably met you in a few minutes ago.
Another reason why they like Nigerian men is that Nigerian men are direct. I want you, and I want to be my wife in future. Some Nigerian men are just direct like that, and they meant it. And I know that an average Nigerian man will normally take care of the family. All of this thing is not most East Africa or South African guy. They don't do like that. They are stingy. They are 50-50. Everything is like, so that is why everybody is, and they say what is going on in Nigeria now. Nigerian culture.
You forgot to indicate the another factor, victimization too. That's another issue.
Yes, it's true. So, why in Nigeria that victimization is very low? Nigerian people will allow his wife to also prosper, not because I'm rich, then my wife.
No, you see, you understand what I'm trying to say, Remy? You don't seem to get it.
Well, you understand that.
I said victimization.
Okay, yes.
You know,
Remy, just hold on. Only want to look buying for one woman. Want to come on?
He got keep it. He got keep it.
One Asian girl come with the boyfriend. I want interview you. Who is your favorite man? Before they could finish the question, only Nigerian man.
Yeah, that is Kamaya.
No, apart from that one, Nigerian men are also lovable. They know how to care and love their woman.
Baby.
No, I'm telling you the truth. If they are really into you, if a Nigerian man is into you and that Nigerian man is prosper enough, he doesn't care how much he will spend on you. That's
true. That is true.
But
if you give him peace of mind,
Nigeria where they work inside warehouse too.
If you give him peace of mind, she will spend everything on you.
Yeah,
and that's one thing about southeastern man. Southeastern men spend money on their spouse. Yoruba can be a little bit stingy. Sure, you know.
Yeah, it can be. But if the Yoruba man is also prosper enough,
if you are pursuing the same girl with an Igbo man, forget it, you will lose. Because that Igbo man will spoil that girl rotten.
Yeah. If the Igbo man also have that money, okay.
Oh yeah. He will say, "Baby, I love you, baby."
Yeah.
Before you know
it, man get mouth past Yoruba now.
It will spend on that lady than you.
But ironically, most of these Eastern guys, they also prefer Yoruba demon more than Igbo.
Yoruba demon are the one that you know you are married and you still want to, over Gembe. Man. Nigerians, we are something else. And that is why if you go to Kenyans and all that, they
And then another thing that you guys are not saying is that Nigerian people, most Nigerian men, if they set a goal for themselves, they really want to achieve that goal. They want to work hard and go to and get that thing. It's not easy for an average Nigerian man to leave Nigeria and go and prosper in other African countries. That's what they are saying. These people are not from Kenya. They are not from South Africa. Why are they? What are they doing that our men are not doing?
No, because like if you look at like Ghana now, they are very laid back. It's a very laid back.
They are laid back. They are laid back.
That they're just lazy or call laid back, but it's okay, Jared. That's their culture. So if you're like in Nigerian, make our hustle jam this thing quick now. Women like that now.
I want to crack a joke. You know, I met one Kenya guy. I was talking to him. You know that for 15 minutes, this guy cannot look directly into my eyes. Continue to bow down. I was like, what's wrong with you? Are you not a man? I met some Kenya in the classroom.
I'm not Remy. I don't know what it is. So Kenyan men, they have this low self-esteem around Nigerian men. You just know that you just stand out.
Yeah, around Nigerian men. If you saw this South African country, I just don't know. I get so afraid.
You know, Nigerians with confidence. When Nigeria is pushed to the wall, you will see that confidence will come from nowhere.
Combine that confidence with money.
People, they will now see that as arrogance, and say, "Oh, look at Nigerian men will, baby, come here, baby, I take care of you, I love you." Now,
you know, Nigerian men, they have a lot of things, like the physical alone, with Nigerian men.
We are just stand out. See, once I see their head, I can tell this is a Nigerian. Our head is kind of shaped somehow. I can tell you that. I was somewhere. I'm telling you, I saw one. I was somewhere day before yesterday. I saw one guy just, came in. I was like, the moment I saw him, I said, and we have this peculiar way of dressing. We always dress sharp, unlike some American that would just dress shabbily, don't care kind of a style. When I saw the guy, I was like, you dress too tight. You're a Nigerian. And I look at his head. I said, no, that's one of Nigeria. And the next thing, he was trying to fake his accent and say, "Oh, Benny, you don't worry." I was just, thinking about that. I didn't say that. I was like, until he now said, good afternoon. I said, good afternoon. And I realized that this guy, that proper Nigeria, na real Undoma. I said, hey, I knew it. We have
similar experience. My first job in China at that time, I went to that school. It's like a secondary school. I met some blacks. They dressed like American, and they spoke to me. And wow, their accent similar to American accent. But what gave them away was that one of them have that small berelo juwa.
But that's secure.
Mo ní ló ti Jericho irun ẹ ló fi pattern sí àárín mo ní well done ló fi earrings gbogbo ẹ sí mo ní òkè Yorùbá Ọlọ́run bá ṣe lọ jẹ lunch yẹn mi tí ẹ ṣe mistake mo sọ Yorùbá sí mo ní wá Yorùbá ni ẹ ó ní oúnjẹ tí a ní kákó mi ná Yorùbá dẹ ni. But if you don't know what you think is purely American, but it's not. Ó ti blend bàjẹ́. Nigerians, they are quickly to blend, and Nigeria can spend money on clothes and everything.
Like your Prince Daddy and Babati.
Like Babati, I don't know.
Babati and Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy, yeah.
They are already Americanized.
Lot of do. Prince Daddy gone to and look at that Oriola like butter like myself. So. So all these African girls, they like that Nigerian sharpness. They want to roll with Nigerians because Nigerians are sharp.
Nigeria to one accent Nigeria. I'm the only
let me expose Ola. Sorry, Ola try Ola gbìyànjú. Don't get strong you lofa.
No, there's a guy, there's a man.
Accent me only change Ekiti ni me because
there's a one man that usually that started this show with you guys called Baba Akure. Baba Akure, even if he lives in Canada for 50 years or 100 years, his accent will never change. Baba Akure is
No,
Baba Ajale Kukuda is always cussing every time he's talking. He's swearing is even more than the devil. Than the sailor. He will be saying goddamn everything. I was like, why must you say goddamn? If you say goddamn in America, they will say, may God forgive you. Why must you say God and the damn together? Eh? Baba Ajale Kuku has already Americanized. That Canadian man called Baba Akure is the one that actually live up to that. Baba Akure, Baba Akure, Baba
But
Akure.
as long as you stay abroad and if you don't speak this Yoruba like before, like normal, everything will change. It is not that I started to speak Yoruba again. When I was in China for so many years, nobody to practice my Yoruba with. Every time it's English. And most of my workmates are Canadian American. So me any chance láti but tí mo dé ibà mo ṣe practice mo join platform mo ṣe practice Yorùbá mo ráwọn Yorùbá díẹ̀ máa ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí bá wọn sọ Yorùbá. Ìgbà tí wọ́n kọ́ débi gan àwọn people tó wà ní class ẹ sọ Yorùbá náà máa ní Yorùbá mi ò dán dáadáa náà ni. So kò dá kí ẹ máa
kì í ṣọmọ Yorùbá tẹ́lẹ̀ náà kí ló mọ̀ nípa
láìṣe rational man.
Yóò fẹ́ bàbá tí wàá ẹ̀ fún mi lẹ́rìí ọmọ Yorùbá ní ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta.
Àlọ́ kì í ṣe ọmọ Yorùbá.
Máa pòwe o, tó bá ti pòwe mi.
Bá wa. Kì í ṣe ọmọ so tí n bá pòwe tó o bá lè sọ even gan tó bá lùlù létí mi.
Màá mú àwọn kan bọ̀ tí tó bá bó ṣe máa ń sọ yẹn àwọn míì tó máa ń sọ mi kì í understand tó bá ti ń gbé lọ kọ́kọ́kọ́ yẹn.
Then you are not a Yoruba man if you don't understand. Akílódé. See, the thing is, for you to be a Yoruba man,
national mind is Akoko
rational mind and one man was when did the years on weekend become years some weekend? When he was pronouncing one name this evening, I couldn't hold back my laugh. I was laughing, taking the shower. Why is
Adewale, even Yoruba name, one man cannot pronounce Yoruba name. No. Let me tell you something. One man was born in the England, Europe. How many years in one man known in Nigeria? One man is a Englishman. He's an Englishman. He was born in the UK. He was born in the UK.
Yeah.
Adewale, Mr. Gomez Ganshile, she gbọ́ Yorùbá ju.
One man law.
Sometimes I wonder, is one man in Nigeria? It's actually when I was on Dr. Damage one day and he came online. I was so fascinated, but I just wanted to, people were laughing at why he's acting this way. I knew this is not extraordinary. That I need to dig deep and get to know this man.
You know why that guy challenged him that speak your accent. I don't like people faking accent.
Oh, he was furious
about it. One man is not for me, no. It's not for me, no. That is that.
No, I was a little bit confused when he was speaking. I was like, but this man is Nigerian. How come he's now speaking as if
Adewale, one man has been living in UK for decades.
You can tell when you started seeing somebody say he says, who is the sir that he's always talking about? He says,
century English.
His dictionary is always full of.
Adewale, if one man mistakenly marry a white person, he will not even be able to speak Yoruba anymore. Thank God I marry a Yoruba person. That's why he's not a Yoruba man. He lives all his life in the UK.
I'm the only Yoruba in the army. You see, him Adewale say where they confirm it is I they deny him now. Because he get the point.
Bí mo ṣe wà Èkìtì Paraku ni mí.
Look, you get level we go speak to in Ekiti that you will not understand. So don't they say that's why I see
no,
myself as Yoruba.
you know, somebody once accused me in Lagos that ain't there money, and I told him, I said, look, I live all my life before I step out of the state. But I think it's a personal stuff. It's a personal thing. I always try to, when I was younger, I like to imitate and something cool, something beyond my vicinity. But I now getting older and I'm beginning to say that look, I identify more from where I come from. That way of sounding like a Lagosian or sounding more like a not a kitty person. I know it can be confusing sometimes, and I don't like that. I didn't name them of any of my. I didn't give any of my children's English name. I named them Yoruba name.
Yeah,
So
but
at
you want
least
to Yoruba, can just speak Yoruba very well.
they understand. They understand. They do understand. Occasionally they will say one or two words, but not like they're fully fluent.
But bí gbogbo wọn náà ṣe rí ń bí náà nìyẹn. They
Yeah.
can
Yorùbá wọn
understand,
máa ń
but
kọ́ ní ìbàjẹ́.
Yo.
they can't really speak friendly.
I'm a
Yeah,
proper.
like
Few last week last week's weekend, our king came from here. Have you guys heard about Ajero?
Ajero, yes, yeah.
Yeah, came. He was here in America. We had kind of like a reunion sort of, and I didn't go. I wasn't there because I was super busy.
I can't even feel Ijero accent from even your intonation, because what am I saying is that okay, I have one in-law that has been in America as far back as 1991. You will still hear that strong Ijero accent
In his accent.
from 91 today, so you will hear from.
Oh yeah, it was like, where is this man? What are you talking about?
91 how many years is that? We are even talking of over 20 years, right?
It will say, oh God, wait, let me tell you about something that they are talking about. See, when you go to Ekiti, you have to take a bus from Ojota. When you take that bus from Ojota, it will go like 4 or 5 hours. So, but don't worry, you will be fine. You see, I'm even trying to imitate. It's not even come across well, but that's the way it is. I
can't feel it in your intonation. That's one for me.
I think years of because I was in Lagos for more than 15, 18 years or 20, gone to 20. I hardly see people from my place. Maybe I saw people maybe 5 years. The rest was just living off the grid and not really meeting my people. Not that I was deliberate, it's just that the thing about just people that you roll with. But I speak my language. Actually, I speak the dialect. If I meet people from my place, I do. Even I can speak the one from Ado. I can speak Ilesha as well. I'm not like what's his name? Kulata. Kulata can't speak. I think it's from Oshogbo also. Oh no, Ilesha.
Yeah, it's from
Either Oshogbo or Ilesha or something. I don't think he can speak his dialect, but I can.
It's already Americanized totally now. That one.
Yeah.
You speak with data and you like to analyze everything.
Remy, you that you are accusing someone of Americanized. I can't feel Yoruba in your language. In your
Remy is an Edo man.
Oh my way, Yoruba Remy accent me. Yoruba kò tẹ ó pèrè lọ́mọ abẹ́òkúta kò lè sọ ìgbà rárá.
Ṣé wọn náà lè ṣèdè ni? Mo gbà pé mi lè ṣèdè.
Èmi fẹ́ gbà náà.
Ajá bàbá tí ì sẹ́gbà náà. Bàbá tí ì sẹ́gbà.
Àwọn fake ẹ̀gbá wo ni?
No, bàbá tí bá wa.
Everybody can say bá wa. Bàbá tí is already Americanized.
I want to give Remy some kind of proverb.
No. After sin. Èmi fẹ́ shut down 9 hours.
Ẹ shut down. Mo fẹ́ fún Remy ní àwọn òwe kan lẹ́yìn ìsìn.
Wọ́n máa ní
Remy ó fẹ́ sí gbẹ́rẹ́ fún ẹni sá lọ.
Àyájọ́.
One man need to go back to Yoruba school and learn how to pronounce names. he should stop. See, he's murdering these names so bad that I'll be like, what the heck is he talking about?
Do you know what's funny? Initially, I thought maybe he was just joking with them. Like, seriously,
He wasn't.
No. That is bad. One man. I don't think one man spent 10 years in Nigeria in his whole life. He was born in the UK. He live in Oregon. From Oregon to London. So how do you expect him to speak Yoruba? When he's reading Remy, sometimes one man the first when one man calls some name in Yoruba, I would feel like I should throw my laptop on the wall.
Yoruba name is even hard for him. When it's now pronouncing Igbo's name, that is even worse.
We can even excuse him for that. He's not an Igbo, but Yoruba name. Ọlọ́run nífà, Ọlọ́run ní chekine kan. Just
how one man live in the state for Oregon and he understand Yoruba past me. Maybe I live for Oregon now.
No, one man na Ajebo now.
Ola, you
one
are
man na Ajebo now.
No, Ola, you are Ekiti, you are different. You are beautiful.
You are different. One man na Ajebo now.
You know, we are the only people that can adapt.
Maybe one man is just like one of those people that maybe when they give their parents stuff, they just say, okay, we are sending you to school in Nigeria. And they say, maybe that's why one man came to Nigeria. Because
no, one man na pure Ajebon. One man na Englishman. No, you know, they say I'm going from Yoruba. Well, no. He can just speak Yoruba casually.
No. In his accent, in the way he pronounces his Yoruba, apart from messing up name, you won't know that it's not that bad in his Yoruba speaking.
But it's not that bad. Yes, when we speak Yoruba.
He should stop murdering names. He murders names too much.
But he speaks Yoruba better than an average Hausa person that is learning Yoruba. You will know that.
Of course, yeah.
So that's why I say now. Okay, now Remy can speak Yoruba better than the woman. He can pronounce name more than woman. That's very different.
Sometimes I wonder too. Is you look like almost, they are like in the same boat.
Yeah, Remy can speak Yoruba more than one man.
No, he can't speak more than one man.
No. He speaks more than one man.
What is funny most is when Rational Mind says, I'm from Ondo State. I said, man, you can't even claim, you can't claim a job, you can't claim anywhere. And you just like identify with Ondo. Where in Ondo, Ilaje, or somewhere.
Let me even ask you, Diwali. Ishemelo ni is a lawyer today.
He's a lawyer.
The only CIA agent line
that is the CIA agent.
No, Baba T, I think the issue to Paul. You know, me by well, serious. But if I tell some people they don't want to believe, I just be taking the deceive yourself. Like, you know, center right now. Timo center right now.
Medical doctor, engineer, project manager.
You know, after the flow, after the discussion has been going on, you just hear from nowhere. Do. See, all these you guys are talking about, man. This thing you need to stop. You people will not stop spinning this thing. Do. And we're like,
you people. Rational Mind lórí road, you know.
Our family fans out to me.
No, they are the type of people that can tell you what is happening in all those Libya desert and
we have to go 9 hours. I would have shut it down. I'll put it in the background. Thank you guys. Yeah. We've come to the end of this section again. You know, amazing guys here. It's been a lovely conversation. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
policemen. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.